The Peter Hand Brewery Company, Brewers of Meisterbrow, presents card number 17 from the crime files of Flamand.
A new file card, Miss Lake. Prominent judge receives peculiar postcard from unknown source. Feels it may be part of a plot.
Flamand, the most unusual detective in criminal history. Flamand, famous psychologist and character analyst. Flamand, who looks beyond laughter and tears, jealousy and greed, to discover their basic origins. In just a moment, you will hear card number 17 from his amazing crime file. And right now, here's something that should interest you. Friends, when a company says, compare our product with any other, regardless of price, and be your own judge, you can be sure that product is tops. For years, the brewers of Meisterbrow have been challenging people to find a better beer than Meisterbrow. And the way Meisterbrow sales have been going up year after year shows that it is the better beer folks want. Meisterbrow is brewed by the same methods as more than 50 years ago. It gives you true old-time all-grain flavor. And it's bottled with only natural draft beer carbonation. That means natural sparkle and life in every bottle. Moreover, Meisterbrow has a distinctive hop flavor that comes from percolating only the mild hop flavors through the brew. In this way, long steeping is avoided. Natural mellowness is protected. Try Meisterbrow. Get it in bottles for home use or get it on draft. Most of the popular spots have it. Ask for Meisterbrow tonight. Tomorrow, sure. And now, card number 17 from the crime files of Flamand. Tonight's story opens early on a Saturday afternoon in Flamand's office.
So you're really going to take me out to the baseball game this afternoon, huh?
Of course, Sandra. Do us both good to get outdoors a little. I haven't seen a ball game yet this spring.
Oh, you're such a flatterer. It's baseball you're interested in then, not me.
No, Sandra. You know, I think you're perfectly grand, and if I were the psychological type that makes good husbands...
Flamand, you're impossible. You and your psychology.
Sometimes I wonder, too. Maybe it is a little silly.
The great Flamand says psychology is silly. That's worth a special edition.
Oh, I don't mean really silly. But hang it all, Sandra.
I don't need psychology to know what's wrong with you, Flamand.
Suppose you tell me then.
It's spring. And you have an old-fashioned case of spring fever.
Maybe you're right. Umpire has an M in it, hasn't it?
Oh, what are you talking about?
There's a traditional cry, kill the umpire, isn't there?
Maybe I'd better call a doctor.
I'm thinking of that postcard Judge Stilton got.
Oh, so now it comes out. We're going to the ball game to work.
I wish I knew. What was the exact wording of that card again?
Well, I have it right here. On Saturday, the game begins and ends with M, signed Knight.
They pulled in that ex-convict named Roy Knight, didn't they?
Yeah, and Sergeant Reardon called. Knight denies any knowledge of the card.
Surprising, isn't it?
Reardon says they haven't anything on him, but they're watching him.
A lot of good that will do.
Well, I don't see why not.
Because Knight doesn't know a thing about the postcard. He has nothing to do with it.
You've been looking in the crystal ball again?
I don't need to look in a crystal ball to understand human behavior.
I'll get it. Hello. Sergeant Reardon? What? Oh, how awful. Yes, we'll meet you there right away. Yes, goodbye.
It's happened?
What's happened?
The murder at Judge Stilton's home.
Murder? 5 murders, to be exact, Flamand. Judge Stilton, his wife, his aunt, and his son and daughter.
5 murders. I should have been able to prevent them.
I don't see how.
Neither do I, Sandra. That's the terrible part of it. And I don't see how I'll be able to prevent more.
Flamand. Good afternoon, Miss Lake.
Hello, Sergeant.
You didn't give sound to any of the details, Sergeant Reardon.
Now, look here, Flamand. I called you out of courtesy because you tipped us off about that postcard.
And I should be grateful for small favors, is that it?
The police department will take care of this all right.
Could I examine the bodies?
They've already got down to the station to be analyzed.
Analyzed? Then you don't know what killed them?
One thing we know, it was poison.
How do you know that?
Well, the Stiltons didn't have no butler.
Oh, very middle class.
So the cook served dessert and went back to the kitchen and waited. Worked a crossword puzzle, she said. Nobody left the table and she didn't hear no voices. Finally, she walked into the dining room to see what was wrong.
And she found them dead.
All sitting at the table. Each one as dead as a mackerel.
The cook ate the same food they did.
I wouldn't think so, Flamand, because she is still alive. And a battle axe she is.
I'd like to talk to her.
That's what you think. Okay. Miss Leverage. Hey there.
Oh, that's the manners of the Irish. Hey there. I'm not used to being called that way.
If I was to call you the way I wanted, you'd slap me.
Who are these people? Reporters? Snooping around for some scandal?
They're, detectives, I suppose you might say.
Thanks. Miss Leverage, what did the Stiltons have for lunch?
Marinated herring with lemon, first course. Then a meat pie. Leftovers from last night, fixed real tasty. A salad.
What kind of salad?
Head lettuce with mayonnaise.
And for dessert?
Lemon meringue pie. Why?
I just wondered. Did they have anything to drink? Coffee?
They wasn't much for drinking coffee. They had chocolate milk. Judge Stilton and his aunt was both on diets that called for lots of milk, and neither one of them liked the taste of it, so they drank lots of chocolate milk. Changed the flavor, they said.
Let's take a look around the dining room.
All right, this way.
You'll not find a thing, Flamand. I've been all over the room.
I'm just curious, Reardon.
Here you are. Everything left just the way it was.
Yes. Doesn't look like a murder table, does it?
Flamand, please.
I see they didn't leave much food. Anything left in the kitchen?
There's one little piece of pie. I was saving it for later. There's some of the marinated herring left in the jar, part of a head of lettuce, and all of the mayonnaise that's left.
How about the chocolate milk?
Oh, there's plenty of that left, all right. They buy it by the case every other day.
A case at a time?
Little individual bottles. 24 of them.
I'd like to see one of them, please.
All right. Come on out the kitchen. This way. Nice home, don't you think, Flamand?
You keep a very neat kitchen, Miss Leverage.
That's what I was paid to do. Here's the chocolate milk.
Fine. Let's put it up on the table here.
I suppose we ought to have it analyzed, huh?
All the food in the kitchen should be analyzed.
I was going to do that without your telling me.
Odd. Very odd, that chocolate milk.
I don't see anything odd about it.
4 rows of 6 bottles to the case.
Well, that's customary.
Bottles 5 and 6 from the top row removed. Bottle 3 from the second row. Bottle 6 from the third row. And bottle 2 and 4 from the bottom row.
Well, I just grabbed them as they came. I was in a hurry.
Hey, wait a minute. 6 bottles. There was only 5 of them.
I had a bottle, too. I ate everything they did.
You'll swear to that, Miss Leverage?
Of course. Know what I ate, I guess.
Reardon, I suggested that you take all this food down to the laboratory for examination.
Sure, that's what I had in mind.
And I'd also suggest that you take Miss Leverage along.
Well, I had nothing to do with it. I don't know a thing about it.
I didn't say you did. But I think you should be analyzed, too. Rather, the contents of your stomach.
Well, if it'll do any good, go ahead.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Leverage.
Yes?
I noticed that this chocolate milk is from the Milford Dairy. Do you know the driver?
Well, certainly.
And by the way, where are the empty bottles?
Here in the sink.
You've already washed them?
If you don't wash milk bottles right away, they get messy inside.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, it happens to be true.
You're making an awful lot of fuss about milk bottles without knowing what the poison was in, Flamand.
Is it all right, Reardon, if we stay here while you're taking Miss Leverage to the station?
Well, I don't see why not. But no funny business, Flamand.
My Sergeant Reardon.
Okay, then. Come on, you.
My name is Miss Leverage. Wait till I get my hat.
Watch her closely, Reardon.
That one? Guess again, Flamand.
Didn't you notice anything peculiar about their murder lunch, Reardon?
What are you driving at?
Everything from the marinated herring to the lemon meringue pie had an M in it.
I came as soon as I heard. Oh, it's terrible. Howard was more like a father to me than an uncle.
You didn't ever live with Judge Stilton, did you?
No, but I dropped in nearly every evening when I was in town. They were all so good to me. Who could have done such a thing?
Mr. Stilton, your uncle was a judge, and when a man has to sentence criminals, he makes enemies.
Yes, but those enemies could be narrowed down. That postcard.
I agree that the postcard's the key to the whole puzzle.
Puzzle? You speak of cold-blooded murder as a puzzle?
Pardon me. I suppose I shouldn't have said that. But to me it is a puzzle. A psychological puzzle.
To me, it's ruthless, wanton murder.
If anyone can figure it out, Mr. Stilton, Flamand can.
I hope you're right. Say, where's Queenie?
Who?
Oh, of course, you're not acquainted with the household. Miss Leverage.
She's down at the police station.
Queenie? But they can't suspect her. That's ridiculous.
We have to suspect everyone.
Oh, but not Queenie. She was so devoted. She's worked for the judge for years. Babied me something unbelievable. Oh, she's staunch to the core.
I gathered as much.
Oh, I'll take it. Probably for us anyway. Hello, this is Miss Lake. What, Sergeant? No. And you checked that, too, huh? Well, makes things more complicated, doesn't it? Well, I'll tell Flamand, thanks.
What is it, Sandra?
The bodies all show the same thing. An alkaline poison administered in the food.
That was to be expected.
But here's something that wasn't to be expected. None of the food shows the slightest trace of poison. And the examination of the contents of Miss Leverage's stomach shows that she ate exactly the same things the murdered people did.
That was to be expected.
Good afternoon, folks.
What the devil?
Flamand, he has a gun.
Yeah, the name's Knight. Roy Knight. Thought I'd just hop in and get a few things straight.
All right, I'm listening.
So you're the one who...
Shut up. I ain't the one who... I seen the papers. It's because I'm an ex-con and showed up my mouth about Stilton. There's no sign you can pin this thing on me.
Nobody's trying to pin anything onto anybody.
I read about it in the early editions of the afternoon papers. I'm not playing. Count me out.
Nobody's trying to count you in.
Don't kid me, mister. I just got a tip that they're out looking for me. They just found a milk wagon driver.
Sergeant Reardon didn't say anything about that.
No? They got him all right.
And he's trying to implicate you?
He ain't trying to pin nothing on nobody. He can't. Not with his skull cracked wide open with a bottle of milk.
That makes 6 murders, doesn't it? And we're only halfway through tonight's story. But before we see if there are any more murders, let's hear from... We're all proud of our heritage and traditions as Americans. Proud to be able to serve our country. And proud of the progress we've made in this great land of ours. And the brewers of Meisterbrow beer are proud to be serving you a beer that's been winning the popular vote of thousands of Americans for more than 50 years. Yes, sir, Meisterbrow is the beer. If you're one with old-fashioned taste, then this old-time all-grain beer will satisfy your every taste desire. Meisterbrow has only mild hop flavors percolated through the brew, which gives you a beer with added zest and protected smoothness. Meisterbrow is bottled with natural draft beer carbonation, created in the brew itself, which gives you a beer with natural sparkle and life. See if you don't get your money's worth and full taste satisfaction when you get Meisterbrow. Enjoy some tonight. Act 2, in the case of the 24 bottles, opens in Flamand's office. Flamand is talking to Sergeant Reardon.
But I tell you, Reardon, my letting Knight get away has nothing to do with the case.
Headquarters will be glad to know that.
Has any druggist been able to identify Knight's picture as a poison purchaser?
No, I got to admit that. But the cook's either.
You see?
That cook's a squirrely one, though, all right. She's daffy, horrid of puzzles.
Is she working more crossword puzzles while she's at the station?
Crossword, rebus, any kind of puzzles. Captain Walsh made fun of her about it, and she told him off proper.
What did she say, Sergeant?
Told him that if he had a puzzle fan on the force, he might be able to solve this murder mystery instead of trusting to luck.
That postcard said, on Saturday, the game begins and ends with M. What kind of a game is something like a puzzle?
We ain't playing games, Flamand. We're trying to solve 6 murders.
Reardon, I've got it. Get Miss Leverage into my office right away.
You're blowing your top, Flamand.
Remember what happens to policemen who think Flamand is crazy, Reardon?
All right. I'll bring her in. To play games, I suppose.
Yes, Reardon. To play games.
Here she is, Flamand. But this is none of my affair.
I'm sure it isn't.
Sit down, Miss Leverage.
Thank you.
Now, Miss Leverage, you said you knew the milk wagon driver on the Milford dairy wagon.
Yes, nice young man. We traded puzzles.
He was a puzzle fan?
An excellent one.
When he delivered the chocolate milk on Thursday, did he have a puzzle for you to work?
No, not on Thursday. But he said there'd be a real puzzle in the case of milk on Saturday.
Oh, he did, huh? Why didn't you tell us that down at the station?
You didn't ask me.
That should hold you for a few seconds, Reardon.
What else did the milkman say?
Well, he said there'd be a 5-pound box of candy for me if I figured it out.
And you did, of course?
Well, certainly. It was very simple.
Hello.
Oh, come in, Mr. Stilton.
Well, quite a party. Hello, Queenie. I'm sorry I couldn't get here earlier, Flamand.
Well, that's quite all right.
Getting anywhere?
I don't know. I was just questioning Miss Leverage.
Queenie? She's no murderer.
Thank you, Mr. Stilton.
Miss Leverage, you said the puzzle was quite simple.
Of course.
Did any of you ever play chess?
Not me.
Nor I, but thanks for the compliment.
Well, I have. Certainly, and it's the finest game there is.
You ever play, Mr. Stilton?
Why, of course he has. I taught him when he was in high school. Isn't that right, Johnny?
Yes, I never really caught on to it, though.
Why, Johnny, you were good. You even beat me part of the time.
Okay, Queenie, if you say so.
Your puzzle started with a postcard, didn't it, Miss Leverage?
Yes, that was the most difficult part. But I figured it out.
A postcard? You never told us anything about your getting the postcard.
I didn't.
Oh. Hey, what's this all about, anyhow?
The postcard said, on Saturday, the game begins and ends with M.
Oh, that card.
Certainly.
The one Knight sent.
Knight had nothing to do with it. It was his misfortune that his last name happened to coincide with the name of a chessman.
A chessman?
This gets nuttier every minute.
There's nothing funny about it. Didn't you ever hear of the Knight's tour in chess?
No.
I'll explain, Reardon. The knight moves one square straight ahead in any direction, and one square at a 45-degree angle. All other chess pieces move in straight lines.
I don't see what that has to do with murder.
Many puzzles have been worked on the knight's move because it's the only chessman that moves erratically.
No, I can understand that.
So Miss Leverage knew that her puzzle was to involve the knight's move.
Then the Knight's signature on the card was simply a puzzle clue for her.
Exactly.
And I knew the puzzle was to start and end with M. Oh, that had me bothered until the chocolate milk was delivered.
It still has me bothered, frankly.
Oh, it was really simple when you caught on. A milk case is something like a checker or chessboard. It's laid out in little squares.
Oh, that's right.
And on each side of the box, it said Milford Dairy. I was to make the moves in the box, starting and ending on an M.
And you did it.
Oh, that part was simple. But you're forgetting another important clue.
Huh? Well, I won't try to guess.
Well, he told me the prize would be a 5-pound box of candy. That meant I was to make the tour in 5 moves.
Of course.
Yeah, but hey, there were 6 bottles gone.
I took one for myself. Of course, after I'd removed the 5 that solved the puzzle.
And you see, Reardon, the 5 bottles of milk that solved the puzzle were the only ones that contained poison.
No, that couldn't be.
Oh, it had to be, Miss Leverage. The whole puzzle was planned as a murder weapon.
But what if she'd worked the puzzle a different way?
There was only one way she could work it. And that way involved removing 5 bottles with poison in them. Those 5 bottles were bottle 5 from the top row, bottle 3 from the second row, bottle 6 from the third row and bottles 2 and 4 from the bottom row. Miss Leverage then took one bottle 6 from the top row for herself.
Why, I can't believe it.
The murderer was really taking no chance at all. The Stiltons were bound to get the right 5 bottles.
You'd have a great time proving a thing like that.
I agree. It would be absolutely impossible to prove those bottles contain poison, because they're empty now.
And the rest check okay.
Right.
Then the milk wagon driver had to be the one who committed the murder, if you're right.
Oh, no, Sandra. You're forgetting something.
What?
The milk wagon driver had his head cracked open with a milk bottle.
Well, of course, he couldn't be the murderer.
Then, Queenie. It had to be Queenie, didn't it?
Oh, Mr. Stilton, you surely don't think that I... No. Wait a minute. Oh, no.
Miss Leverage, you know you'd make an excellent detective yourself.
But it can't.
But it can, Miss Leverage. It has to be.
You mean Queenie did it?
No, Mr. Stilton.
Well, then what? Who? Well, I don't get it.
You will, Stilton. You'll get it all right.
John Stilton. Flamand, you mean he...
Certainly. It had to be him.
Me? Oh, you're insane.
No, Mr. Stilton. I think maybe you are. But I'm sure I'm quite rational.
But this guy, he ain't even been under suspicion.
That's right, Reardon. Because you couldn't be bothered playing games.
Now listen now.
We know that the milk wagon driver wasn't guilty. He was murdered because he knew who was.
I suppose I murdered him, too.
I'm sure you did.
Why, you don't even know there was poison in the chocolate milk.
Don't I? You mean I couldn't prove it? But I can prove that the milk wagon driver was murdered, and I can prove some other things.
Like what, for instance?
I can prove that the Stilton family murders had to be committed by somebody who knew about Miss Leverage's addiction to puzzles.
So anyone who knew her knew that.
But not many people knew her, aside from the family.
That's true.
And the murders had to be committed by somebody who understood the game of chess.
I taught him the game.
Yes. And we mustn't overlook one other thing.
And what's that?
Motive. Certainly Queenie had none. Nobody murders her way out of a good job.
That makes sense, okay.
And it's ridiculous to suspect that the milkman had any motive.
He probably didn't even know the Stiltons.
But you, Mr. Stilton, you had a motive. Motive that included all 5. You're the only person who could possibly have had such a motive.
Come again, Flamand. I don't get it.
No disgruntled ex-convict sentenced by Judge Stilton could have any grievance against his wife or his aunt. The grievance would be against Judge Stilton himself.
Nobody deny that.
But your only motive had to include the whole family.
Why? What motive could I possibly have?
One that comes up quite often. Money.
Oh, you're ridiculous.
We've been overlooking the fact that you're Judge Stilton's only living heir. And all 5 of those murder victims had to die for that to be true.
I couldn't possibly have done it. I wasn't even around.
You didn't need to be. You worked out the puzzle with the driver. You sent the postcard. And you told the driver you were putting something into the 5 bottles involved in the puzzle. Something to distinguish them from the others.
No, you can't believe that.
You had to watch him after the case of chocolate milk was delivered. Wait your chance. Because you knew you had to kill him.
That's not true. I wasn't near him.
You slipped, Stilton.
No, it's not true.
Your fingerprints are on fragments of the bottle that killed the driver. They'll hang you.
You lie, Flamand. There are no fingerprints.
Sorry, Stilton. There are plenty of them. You'll die for that murder even if we can't convict you of the other 5.
But it's not true. You have no fingerprints. You're just trying to scare me.
Call the fingerprint bureau at the police station, please, Sandra.
Right.
You're just pulling a bluff, Flamand. There's no evidence against me. It's all your imagination.
Hello? Captain Minton? Have you checked the fingerprints on those bottle fragments? Just a minute, please. Here, Mr. Stilton. You take the phone.
Hello? You've checked? Whose fingerprints are they? John Stilton's. You're a liar. No, they can't be. It's a frame-up. I wore gloves.
You wore gloves?
You trapped me into that, Flamand. But it's still true. I did wear gloves. Makes no difference now whether I confess or not because you framed me anyway.
But, Mr. Stilton, I didn't frame you. Not at all. You should have asked Captain Minton where those bottle fragments came from.
What?
I didn't lie about them. You see, they came from a bottle of milk I removed from your refrigerator.
Why, you...
Flamand! You mean you didn't really have a single piece of evidence against him?
That's right, Sandra.
Maybe I ought to take up jitterbugging.
You? At your age, Reardon? What for?
I ain't crazy enough to be a good detective.
Flamand and Sandra will be back in just a moment to give you the basic clue in tonight's story. First, though, I have some information of interest to everyone. You all know how vital a war material gasoline is. So the Peter Hand Brewery Company has asked me to tell you how we must conserve it. It takes a lot of gas to run a war, yet some people are still wasting. Yes, and some are even buying extra gas from black market operators. You might think an extra 5 gallons won't hurt anyone, but if everyone felt that way, there would be very little reason for the present fair ration system. Just remember, someday we will all have plenty of gasoline again. But until that day, we must observe rationing rules. Make it a point to use only that gasoline which is absolutely necessary. Share your car with others. And always give up ration coupons when you buy gasoline. The black market is run by people who put profit above the lives of our soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen. Let's stamp it out now. And now, the basic clue in tonight's story.
I can't get over the shock of Johnny Stilton's being the murderer, Flamand. It was so unexpected.
Oh, no, Sandra. It had to be Stilton.
I suppose you knew it all the time.
Why, certainly. The only thing that puzzled me was what game was involved in the postcard clue.
You knew the postcard was meant for Queenie Leverage, even though it was addressed to Judge Stilton? Oh, sure.
Yes, I knew that. The message obviously wasn't meant for Judge Stilton.
Why not?
Because it was sent on a postcard. If the mysterious message had been meant for him, it would have been sent in a sealed envelope.
Well, how do you figure that out?
Even the most honest people, folks who wouldn't dream of snooping under ordinary circumstances, can't resist the temptation to read postcards. Johnny Stilton knew that everyone in the household would see that postcard.
But why didn't he send it to Queenie and be certain?
He was certain that she'd get the message. And sending it to her would have attached suspicion to her immediately. The chance of discovering the murder method would have been much greater.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
And, of course, I knew that Roy Knight couldn't have been the murderer.
How so?
Because his name was signed to the card. No person who was sending a murder message would ever dream of signing his own name to it.
Well, you win on that argument.
Of course, the one thing that pointed beyond doubt to Johnny Stilton was his motive. He was the only suspect who had a reasonable motive for murdering all 5 of the victims.
You can't tell me you had all that worked out beforehand. Not really.
Worked out? All I had to do was analyze the emotional factors.
As simple as that, huh? Well, I have the title for tonight's file card anyway.
This case was a puzzler. The title had better be pretty good.
It'll do. I'm calling it The Case of the Revealing Night.
The Case of the Revealing Night. Card number 17 from The Crime Files of Flamand, featuring William Everett as Flamand and Patricia Dunlap as Sandra. Look for card number 18 when the Peter Hand Brewery Company, Brewers of Meisterbrow, brings you The Case of the Penitent Sinner. Next Tuesday, same time, same station.
After all, there are 2 sides to being one of the prettiest and wealthiest girls in the world. You have all the money anybody could want and all the enemies.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Mandel Kramer as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Claudia Morgan as Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
The gorgeous and very rich girl I mentioned was destined to become involved with my husband, Pat Abbott, a private detective in San Francisco. The best. Well, this case began on the top floor in room 4C of a shabby rooming house by the San Francisco waterfront. A thin, nervous little man named Wally Russell was puffing away at a cigarette. From time to time, Wally would steal a glance at a cheap alarm clock on his dresser. Wally had an appointment with an exquisite blonde. Oddly enough, he wasn't looking forward to it.
Who's there?
It's Kay Braddock. I'd like to see Mr. Wally Russell, please.
Wally Russell? Sorry, he ain't in.
Could you tell me where I might find him? I'm sure he was expecting me.
No, I can't tell you.
Well, could I trouble you to give him a package?
Okay. Wait a minute. All right, Miss Braddock. Where's the dough?
How did you know it was money?
Well, didn't you say so?
No, I did not.
Well, I guess I must have misunderstood
No,
you.
you didn't misunderstand anything. You know perfectly well what you're talking about. You're Wally Russell.
Me? You're crazy.
Where are the letters?
What letters? Look, Miss Braddock, what do you mean?
I want those letters, Wally. Now, do I get them? Or do I have to...
Put the gun away. Look, lady, it might go off.
It certainly might.
All right. I'm Wally Russell, but I haven't got your letters.
You're a liar.
Look, I swear to you, I haven't got the letters. I haven't got them. They were stolen from me this afternoon.
I don't believe you.
Look, lady, why should I pull a phony? Didn't you say you'd buy them back?
Who stole them?
Well, I don't know.
I'm warning you, Wally. I'll take this gun.
Easy now. Easy. Don't. It was Pat Abbott.
Who's Pat Abbott?
He's a private detective.
Why should he steal the letters?
Well, he's had a bad run of luck lately. He's not been making any dough. He probably figured his price to you could even be higher than mine, you see.
Oh, then he gives you a cut, huh?
No, so help me, he don't. I got nothing to do with him.
Heaven help you if you've made this story
Wait
up.
a minute, Miss Braddock. Where you going?
To see Abbott.
You don't want to just go barging in on him. Look, he might not be ready for you. He might get sore. He might use the letters some way you won't like.
I want to catch him off guard, Wally. That's exactly what I want to do. Catch him when he's not ready for me.
Maybe a psychiatrist could tell you why Pat's name suddenly popped into Wally Russell's mind. Of course, Pat wasn't having bad luck, and he'd never have taken the letters anyway. In fact, Pat's quite unpopular with the underworld because he won't take cases that are even a little bit on the shady side of the law. Well, Pat was in his office going over some reports on recent cases, and when he heard a knock on the door, he opened it and saw this breathtaking canary blonde.
Are you Pat Abbott?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm Kay Braddock.
Oh, I recognize you. I saw your picture in the magazines.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Hmm? Oh, certainly. It isn't very lavish in here, but come in. Come in, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now then, what can I do for you, Kay?
I'm Miss Braddock, if you don't mind.
Very well. And you can call me Pat.
I could call you a lot of things.
Like what, for instance?
Oh, a rotten blackmailer, for instance. A cheap crook.
Why would you do that?
Where are my letters?
Where's what?
My letters? You speak English, do you not? Perhaps not well, but enough to understand simple words.
What letters are you talking about?
The ones you stole from Wally Russell. I'll buy them back.
Look, maybe you'd better go outside and come in again. I lost my place.
Stop stalling, Abbott. I'm warning you. I'll make one offer, and that's it. 25,000?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Would this make it any clearer?
A gun? No. No, I've seen them before. And they've also been pointed at me before by overexcited females. So put it away. Look, I won't get hurt playing games like this, but you will.
Wait, you unspeakable.
All right, I'll take that.
Let go. Let go. Let go of that gun. Let go. All right. I'm so desperate.
I'll just keep it here in my drawer. This is National Safety Week.
Kay, you all right? What's been happening?
Harvey wouldn't give them to me.
I told you to let me handle this, Kay.
Why? Would you have been any better at it?
Yes, my fine high-class Seamus. I would have been much better at it. Katie, you go on home. You leave me here with that.
All right, Harvey, but please be careful.
Must you leave so soon, Miss Braddock? You came in here, called me dirty names, cracked me in the face. It's been charming. I hate to see you go.
Oh, that's very funny. See if you find Harvey just as amusing.
Okay, Abbott. Where are the letters?
Well, which ones do you want? The sad one that I wrote to the tax bureau or the happy one I wrote to Santa Claus?
You're just full of side-splitting remarks today, aren't you?
Because I'm a little peeved, if you don't mind, chum. I never heard of any letters. And a bunch of characters come marching in waving guns at me and asking for them. I just don't dig it.
I want the 3 letters Kay wrote to me. She'll buy them back.
Why should she? You both read them, didn't you?
Because Kay is to be married, that's why. And if Everett, that's Lord Glenview, if he ever sees him, he'll call it off.
Judging by all the signs, you shouldn't want the marriage to take place anyway. Looks to me like you're torching for Kay.
What of it? She'd be much better off with him. He's rich, too. Famous, distinguished family. She's a blue blood. I'm nothing. I disgrace her. Now, where are the letters?
I've told her and I tell you, I don't know anything about any letters. Now, stop acting like a child. If I had them and I wanted to sell them, I'd talk price, wouldn't I? She offered me 25 big ones.
Wally Russell said...
Well, whoever Wally Russell is, he's a phony. That was a line. I don't know why he mentioned me. He probably saw my name somewhere and got into a tough spot.
Why should he do this, though? He's admitted stealing the letters from my apartment.
I don't know why he should do it. I just came in myself.
You know something, Abbott? I believe you.
I'm deeply touched. Now, if Miss Braddock would like me to represent her, I could talk to this Wally Russell.
Thanks. Never mind. Wally's one job I should be able to handle myself. Come on in, Wally. Happy to see you. Harvey?
It's Mr. Scott to you.
Well, look, how did you get into my room?
The superintendent let me in. I told him you were expecting me.
But you got no right to do that.
Wicked at me, huh? Lying that way?
Look, I mean, Mr. Scott, I know why you're here. Look, I told Miss Braddock the truth. Those letters of yours were really swiped from me.
Sure, by a private detective named Pat Abbott. You'll have to do better. I just saw him.
You did? Well, he's lying then. He's covering up.
I hardly think so.
Look, why should I send you to him? Didn't the dame offer to buy him back? What kind of a merry-go-round would it be if I made it all up?
Where are those letters?
Oh, you cut it out. You're choking me.
You don't tell me.
There goes my neck, you crazy.
I've had enough. I've had enough of you slimy.
Pat thought he'd heard the last of Miss Braddock and her letters, but apparently he hadn't. Several hours after Harvey Scott dropped in on Wally Russell, I was with Pat in his office.
And why are you so thoughtful-looking, sweetie?
Well, darling, the letters I wrote you. Remember them?
Sure. I used to be embarrassed to go on mail call on the Pacific. Every Marine in the outfit waited to see me get your letters.
You didn't read them aloud, did you?
Of course not. But they knew the kind of stuff that was in them.
Oh. They were beautiful love letters. Poetic, sensitive.
And 6 cents short.
That's very unromantic.
Darling, if only you understood the postal
I
rate.
was just wondering. Now, what can a woman say in a love letter that's worth $25,000 to get the letter back?
I'll ask her.
Ask who?
Kay Braddock. 5 will get you 10. This is Miss Braddock. Hello?
Mr. Abbott,
Speaking?
this is Kay Braddock. What do you want for those letters?
Oh, not that again.
I said, what's your price?
Well, there isn't any. I don't know anything about it. Harvey Scott just went to get them back from Wally Russell.
I know he did. Harvey's here now.
Didn't he get them?
No.
Put him on.
Just a second. Harvey, he wants to talk to you.
Abbott,
Yes. I take it you didn't do too well with your friend Wally.
you take it right.
Does he still say I have the letters?
He does.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, since you laid an egg up there, how about giving me a crack at it?
It's a free country.
No. I want an authorization. I don't work that way. I will represent Miss Braddock and put an end to this blackmail scheme, and my fee is $500. I'll return the letters to her.
And you do have them.
Of course not. Don't be a sap. But I'll find them. Look, why should I offer them to her for $500 if she said she'd pay $25,000?
Hold on. All right, Abbott. You're hired.
Right. You'll hear from me.
Well, you got a job, dear?
Yeah, and a rough one. Give me a straight bank robbery anytime, not this blackmail, hanging up everybody's dirty wash.
Pat,
Hmm?
would you love me more if I were an exquisite blonde with, $1 million?
Of course not.
You couldn't love me more, hmm?
No, do you know what kind of taxes I'd have to pay?
I hate you. I hope the murderer in this case starts after you with a gun, a bottle of poison, and a carving knife.
You may get your wish, pal. Sooner than you think.
Pat decided to go over to Wally Russell's place, and, well, I persuaded him to let me go along. You know, he grumbles all the time about my being in the way, but he also knows my woman's intuition has paid off in a lot of cases.
Wally? Wally Russell?
He isn't here, Pat.
Wait a minute, I'll turn on this light.
Pat, look. On the bed under that blanket.
All right, you just stay where you are, Jean. I'll take a look. Well, that gets Wally Russell off the suspect list. The hard way.
Pat, the room looks so upset. Was he strangled?
Well, there are throat marks, Jean, but actually he was killed by a knife. This knife.
Oh. Was he killed by the same person who tried to strangle him?
Not necessarily. You know, this development will make things very difficult for me, Jean. I was working for Kay Braddock. The police might try to detain me.
Oh, well, darling, they know you're on the right side of the ball game.
Yes, but if it's a very mystifying case, they'd need some action. They'd have to show some results. They might try grilling me for a while. Look around. Let's see if we can find any letters.
I'll try, dear. No. Nothing much here in this drawer.
There's nothing much in the room, I'd say. No desk, no cabinets.
But, darling, where are you going?
Come on, Jean. We'll report this to the police. Then I want to have a little chat with the canary blonde heiress.
Kay, darling,
Yes, Everett.
you know you love England, especially my estate at Glenview. They say there's a legend. They say that honeymooners...
Everett, I want to ask you something.
Of course, darling.
Suppose your family doesn't approve of me.
Approve of you? Oh, why shouldn't they?
I'm an American. I'm not royalty.
Oh, please, don't be absurd.
It's probably the mailman. Why don't you look at a magazine, dear? I'll be right back.
Very well, darling.
1 second, please. Just a minute.
Oh,
Hello, Miss Braddock. Remember me, Pat Abbott?
no, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we've never met.
What's that?
I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, knock it off, Miss Braddock. You retained me to recover some letters that Wally Russell stole from Harvey Scott. Now, let's not play games, I'm getting a little impatient.
I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking about.
Next, you'll be saying you never heard of Harvey Scott.
It's true. I haven't.
Then it wouldn't interest you to know that Wally Russell is dead.
It would not.
Particularly if you killed him.
I must ask you to leave, Mr. Abbott.
I may have to refuse, Miss Braddock.
And that would be extremely rude, Mr.
Abbott. Pat Abbott.
Well, I'm Everett Seabury, Lord Glenview.
Are you?
The tone of your voice indicates you don't believe it, and I resent that.
I'm afraid I can't be responsible for what you read into what I say.
Well, my dear sir, I don't know who you are.
I'm a private
or
detective.
what you want, but you're obviously upsetting my fiancée, and I suggest that you leave.
Well, I'm sorry, but there's been a murder.
Don't listen to him, Everett.
Miss Braddock wants you to go, Mr. Abbott.
Well, that's too bad. You see, I have a little speech prepared, and I was hoping to make it.
Well, you...
Pat, dear, how do you feel?
Like a big dope. Keeping my eye on that blonde.
Well, I told you to cut that out.
If I wasn't watching her, I'd have seen this Englishman coming with that Sunday punch. Come to think of it, I did kind of spot it coming, but he scored anyway.
Well, he would have.
Why? They don't usually get me.
Darling, he used to be an amateur heavyweight champ.
He did?
When you first mentioned the case to me, I looked up Lord Glenview's background. He was on the English team in the last Olympics.
No wonder.
Well, they packed you off into the elevator. They left you in the lobby. I came along to pick you up and found you groggy but happy. Dumped you in this cab and... Well, you caught up now.
Caught up on everything but who stabbed Wally Russell.
Well, who did, Pat?
I don't know who. I can guess why, though. Because of the letters that Kay wrote Harvey Scott. The killer must have them now.
How can you be sure?
Well, they weren't in Wally's apartment, and they're too valuable to destroy.
In other words, find the fan mail and you find the boy.
Let's go to police headquarters.
Oh, darling, what for?
Maybe I can persuade them that I can crack the case if they send Harvey, Kay, and Everett a wire to go to my office.
Well, what for?
That's elementary, my dear Jeannie. Gives me time to search all their apartments.
Find anything, Pat?
No, not a thing, Jean. We better hurry. There's no telling how long before Harvey Scott comes back here to his place.
Look.
Well, what's all that?
Birdcage, roulette wheel, poor man's Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Now, Harvey Scott must get pretty busy. Wonder if his landlord knows what's going on up here.
I think so.
What? Oh, hello, Harvey. I thought you'd be at my office.
Sorry if I embarrassed you. I forgot my wallet. I presume you know searching my apartment can only be done by the police. If they have a warrant.
I sometimes forget the, social amenities.
Get out. Both of you. I can't stand cheap kibitzers butting into everybody's business.
Also, I'm allergic to remarks like that. Isn't that odd?
Isn't it also quite legal if I find someone ransacking my premises for me to shoot?
Is that an academic question?
No. I mean it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll, run along.
I suppose you ran through Kay's apartment, too.
You know, it's funny. I don't remember.
You ruined Kay. You won't live to regret it, Mr. Detective.
Frankly, what's your angle in this? Just frustrated romance?
What do you think?
Well, I can't believe that you're just a knight in shining armor.
Don't worry about it, then. Forget the whole case.
Did Kay buy you off?
Get out. Stay out. And you.
Yes, what about me? I'm Mrs. Abbott.
Take care of your husband, then. Extra good care. He's liable to have an accident.
You got the key, darling?
Well, it's hard to find, Pat. You and I go sneaking into so many places, I can never find the key to your office. Now, wait, I'll look in my purse. Pat, I don't understand. No letters at Harvey's, none at Kay's. But what do you think about Lord Glenview?
Well, he could be a fake.
Well, then how come I found all that background on him?
You didn't find too much. Being fast with his hands, he could have patterned himself on the genuine article. Look, Jean, we could try a bluff.
Darling, here's the key.
Oh. Well, Lord Glenview, how did you get in here?
Well, shall we say this epidemic of housebreaking is contagious, and shall we leave it at that?
Where's Kay?
Well, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting this lovely lady.
My wife. Where's Kay?
How do you do? Well, I thought the two of us should have a chat, Mr. Abbott. She may be by later.
Mm-hmm. Well, what would you like to chat about?
I'd like to know why you are annoying Kay.
I was working for her.
So you said when we first met. Now, who is Harvey Scott?
Why don't you ask Kay?
Well, because I would prefer to get the information from you.
Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. And besides, by opening up this little can of peas, you might run into some questions you won't like.
Can of peas, eh? For instance?
Well, suppose your title is a fake, and suppose Kay should find out.
Yes. Go on.
You might put a few dollars aside by cashing in on the letters yourself. Even if she doesn't marry you, she'd want them destroyed.
You know, that's a very ingenious theory, Abbott. But I don't know what letters you're talking about.
You don't? All right, then we'll skip that for the moment.
I hardly think so.
Pat, it won't be a sock in the jaw this time. That gun he has... Oh. Well, this time, thank heaven, you were ahead of him, Pat.
Yes, darling, but it's too bad I had to smash your favorite vase in my lord's noggin. Well, maybe I can find another vase.
No, you'll never find one like that, dear.
Why?
You see what's inside?
Hey, good girl. Letters. From Kay Braddock to Harvey Scott. I'll just relieve my lord of that gun. He'll be coming around in a minute.
Pat, I'll visit you in the death house.
What do you mean?
Well, you said the killer was the man who had the letters. Well, you had him, pal, right here in your own office. In my favorite vase. Incidentally, I do wish you'd chosen another place to hide them.
Oh, stop the clowning. I have to figure out who planted those letters here, and
Perhaps we can assist you, Abbott.
Harvey Scott.
Everett, darling.
My
What's
husband called him, Miss Braddock.
With a vase, inside of which, Miss Braddock, I found the missing letters.
Let me have them.
Just 1 second. You're forgetting something.
You'll get money.
I don't want the money. I want the killer. One of you charming people tried to frame me.
It certainly wasn't Kay.
How can you be so sure, Harvey?
She was with me all afternoon.
Where were you at 3:30?
Why?
That's when Wally Russell was murdered.
I said she was with me.
And I said, where were you?
Well,
we were having a drink at the Fraser Bar.
Why don't you keep out of this, Harvey?
Harvey gave you the answer.
But it wasn't the right one. Now, let's face it, Miss Braddock, you don't have an alibi. But you may not be put on the stand.
Why?
That would be up to you. Shall she testify against you?
Me?
Certainly. You killed Wally Russell.
Really?
Now, don't try to leave, chum. I said don't... Just winged you, Mr. Scott. You wouldn't listen. But you'll have plenty of time for listening now. You know, might have paid you to listen before to what you said was a, fine, high-class Seamus like me.
Harvey Scott was packed off to the clink. And a few days later, Kay Braddock came to see Pat.
Well, where's his lordship, Miss Braddock?
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Abbott. My original suspicion was correct. His family didn't approve of me.
Oh?
Especially after I was mixed up in a lurid crime. Oh, I think I owe you some money.
Well, I'll mail you a bill.
May I be a little curious?
Sure.
Why did Harvey do it?
I'm afraid the truth might be an awful blow to your pride.
Oh?
All you meant to him was the money in the bank.
Well, then, why was he so concerned about the letters?
You see, Wally never stole those letters from Harvey's apartment. Harvey gave them to him to shake you down. Then Wally got smart. He figured why work on a percentage basis with Harvey when he could claim the letters were stolen from him and collect the full amount.
Oh, no. So that's why Harvey was so upset when the letters disappeared.
Mm-hmm. He knew Wally was double-crossing him, so after squeezing the truth out of him and then recovering the letters, he killed him.
But, why did he plant the letters in your office?
Because they were hot. You see, we all knew that they supplied the motive for Wally's death.
Mm-hmm.
But Harvey couldn't bring himself to destroy them. With your bankroll, those letters could be converted into cash at any time. He could always get in to see me at my office and try removing them on some pretext.
How did you know he was guilty?
Elimination. Everett didn't know about the letters. And you, well, if you had killed Wally, you're the one person who would have destroyed the letters, so, that left Harvey.
I should have let you handle everything from the beginning.
Well, I guess it might have been a little easier at that.
Yeah, might have been more fun, too.
There'd have been a killjoy, though, Miss Braddock.
Oh, how do you do? Your wife.
It's no dice where Pat's concerned, Miss Braddock.
Oh? Don't you like blondes, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, yes, I certainly... No,
Oh, and don't you like wealthy women, Mr. Abbott?
Yes, of course. I mean, they, No.
It's just that he loves his wife more than any other woman. Isn't it, Pat?
No. Yes.
Adventures of the Abbotts has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
I was hired to find a blackmailer, and I did. But first I found a badly beaten Adonis, a Jezebel with an accent, and a man who had been an easy mark for murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Easy Mark.
I'd spent a dull day on a duller subject, which was don't get caught with your income tax return down at midnight, March 15th. After calling time for a thick steak designated to bolster the stamina of a private detective, but nevertheless non-deductible, I reluctantly headed back to my office where I found both my conscience and the long Form 1040 still waiting, which meant there was no way out. The dull day was going to stretch on into the night, but then I got a break, because my telephone rang and the call was from one Mrs. Corey Gilbert, a prospective client who wanted action in a hurry.
Marlowe, you've got to move fast. I just found out that my husband, Ross, will be at 3806 Melrose Avenue in 20 minutes, and I know that means trouble.
Well, just for size, Mrs. Gilbert, how do you spell trouble?
With a capital B, as in blackmail. There's no time for details now. Just get to that address and find out who Ross is meeting with. Only hurry, Marlowe, please.
Well, hurry after what, Mrs. Gilbert? I've never met your husband, remember?
Oh, yes. Well, he's tall, dark eyes, dark hair, very handsome.
And the blackmailer, short, stocky, and repulsive, I suppose.
I've never seen the blackmailer.
All right, Mrs. Gilbert, where can I reach you?
Well, I live at 439.5 Ogden Drive. The phone number is Gladstone 8195.
8195. All right, Mrs. Gilbert, I'll call you.
Thanks. Oh, and Marlowe.
Yeah?
Hurry, will you? You see, I love my husband.
I was a little more than 20 minutes finding the address on Melrose. But when I finally pulled up and parked away from the place, I figured being late didn't matter because number 3806 turned out to be an unfinished house set deep in an acre of building materials. I was about to head for a telephone and get an explanation from a confused lady named Corey Gilbert when a lot of noise from what would someday be a living room changed my mind. Then I knew that my client had the right address after all, because there in the pale light of a slice of moon, taking the last of an awful beating from a thin man with a thick beard and a lot of muscle, was Ross Gilbert. Dark eyes and dark hair, like she said, but no longer very handsome.
Don't hit me again. Stop worrying, Gilbert. I'm almost through with you except for this. A present from Nanette. And just one more from Nanette.
That last punch stacked Ross Gilbert onto a pile of rough lumber like he was another 1x12. And as he slowly scraped to the floor unconscious, thick beard dusted himself off lightly, jerked at his tie, and stepped out of the opening reserved for a future front door. I started over to help Ross Gilbert, but then I remembered that my client wanted to know who her husband was meeting and why, not how hard or fast he could swing. So I decided for the time being to play it quiet. When Thickbeard got into his car, I got into mine. I followed him all the way to Beverly Hills, where he pulled to a stop in front of the Camden Arms Court. I parked, lights out, and watched him strut up a flagstone walk and knock on the door of a bungalow number 4, which was dark. When he knocked again and it stayed dark, he took an envelope out of his pocket, wrote something on it, and jammed it into the mailbox. Then he got back into his car and started away fast. I walked up to the bungalow and helped myself to Thickbeard's empty envelope. On one side, scrawled in pencil and smudged, was the telephone number Sunset 31676. On the other, payment delivered okay, Plummer. Plummer, huh? I shoved the message into my pocket, struck a match, and started looking for a name on the front door. But then a cab pulled up, and a moment later I had help.
I can be of some assistance, perhaps?
Yes, I was just... Oh. Nanette?
Oui. Nanette Lamarck. But I do not know you, monsieur.
No, you don't.
I think if you will stop staring and begin talking, we will do much better. Who are you?
Philip Marlowe. A friend of Plummer's. He asked me to deliver a message for him. Do I go on?
Of course, Mr. Marlowe. But please come inside. It is so much nicer there.
Nanette was so right about it being nicer inside. There were lights. And that made it easier to see that the lady with the thick French accent and the gorgeous waistline was something that could have mustered her own foreign legion. She was narrow green eyes and open red lips, topped by a lot of close-cropped, soft brown curls that kept running into each other. And for a dress, she was wearing about a quarter of a mile of draped chiffon that, in the right places, fitted a little closer than her own skin. When I told her what I claimed had been a message from Plummer himself, she purred her thanks and started to mix me a drink. When I brought up the subject of blackmail, she stopped abruptly, spilling a bottle of perfectly good Kentucky Tavern all over the table.
Blackmail? What do you mean, Marlowe?
Extortion, honey. The malpractice of getting a lot for knowing a little that's not nice.
You are swinging wild now, mon cher.
Maybe. But if it doesn't bother you, I'll stay right with it. Because I'd like to know why you and Plummer, who have such an easy mark, insist on throwing rocks.
What easy mark are you talking about?
A tall, dark, and used to be handsome guy named Ross Gilbert.
Ross? Soda, Marlowe?
Yeah. But don't make it too sweet, honey. I can't take it that way.
Nanette will be very careful not to make it too sweet. There. Tell me, mon cher, when did you last see Plummer? Before tonight, I mean.
I'm not sure. I think it was at the fights over at the Legion Stadium last week. Now, do I get my drink?
Oui, mon cher. You will get your drink in your face, liar.
Tell me, Frenchie. Is that pearl handle 32 considered the very latest along the Champs-Élysées?
You have lied to me, mon ami. You see, Plummer only arrived in Los Angeles the day before yesterday, for the first time in his life.
All right, I made a mistake about seeing Plummer at the fights last week. Now, why don't you put away the gun and we'll talk about Ross Gilbert?
Ross Gilbert is a man I hate with all my heart. A man I could kill right this minute. And that, Marlowe, goes for anyone connected with him. So now get out.
Oh. Without even so much as an au revoir?
I reserve au revoir for my friends, Marlowe. Good night.
Hello?
Marlowe, Mrs. Gilbert, is Ross all right?
Ross isn't here, Marlowe. What happened to him?
He ran into an ugly beating at that address on Melrose. And something nasty from out of town named Plummer is responsible. Ever hear of him and/or an imported Jezebel called Nanette Lamarck?
No, I haven't. But what about Ross? What's wrong with him?
Nothing that a pound of beefsteak and enough liniment can't cure. But before we worry about Ross, Mrs. Gilbert, one more thing. It's a phone number I found on the back of an envelope that belonged to Plummer. Number is Sunset 31676.
What?
Somebody you know?
Yes, someone I know very well. It's the telephone number of my ex-husband, Emery Marsh.
Emery Marsh, huh? Fancy dress designer on Wilshire?
That's right. But what's he got to do with all this? Emery only met Ross once in Mexico, a party at Ensenada.
Yeah, well, look, Mrs. Gilbert, why don't we postpone collecting Ross until I find out a little more? Where does your ex-husband Marsh live?
In Santa Monica. But there's a good chance that he's still at his place on Wilshire. He does most of his work at night.
Well, then Wilshire Boulevard's my next stop. I'll try to make it a quick one. Goodbye. Emery Marsh's place on Wilshire was an expensive shop with a single velvet-lined show window that was home for a beautiful mannequin wearing an evening gown that would drop at the first sneeze. And after I spent 5 minutes thumping on a plush, leather-upholstered portal, a light finally clicked on someplace inside. And a moment later, Emery Marsh opened the door. He was tall, 45, sandy-haired, and looked less like a dress designer than I did. So after following his tweet back into an inner sanctum that was combed plywood behind Chinese modern furniture, I decided to play it almost straight.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, what can I do for you?
Well, it's a little too early to tell. I'm a private detective, Mr. Marsh, and I'm working for your ex-wife, Corey Gilbert.
Corey?
Mm-hmm.
Is she in trouble, Mr. Marlowe?
No, we're close to it. Tell me, Mr. Marsh, when you were last over to Nanette Lamarck's place at Camden Arms, when was that?
Nanette Lamarck?
Yeah.
I've never heard of her.
Nor a man named Plummer?
Nor a man named Plummer. Who are they?
Well, in the order I tossed them out, a mademoiselle with a touchy temper and a thug who needs a shave.
I don't understand. How do they concern me?
Well, maybe they don't. But your telephone number turned up on Plummer. Both Plummer and Nanette are tied on to a man who at this moment is probably picking himself up off the floor of an unfinished house at 3806 Melrose Avenue. His name, Mr. Marsh, is Ross Gilbert.
Gilbert?
Yes, that's right. What do you know about him?
Well, very little. I only met him once at the Riviera Pacifico.
Riviera Pacifico?
The hotel at Ensenada in Mexico. Matter of fact, it was the same night that he met Corey.
Which didn't make you very happy, huh?
No, you've got it wrong. Corey and I were already divorced. The three of us meeting was nothing more than an accident.
Oh. And when Ross and Corey parlayed that accident into marriage, were you still smiling?
Better than that, Mr. Marlowe. When that happened a month ago, I was grinning. You see, until then, I had been paying Corey $1,200 a month alimony for 2.5 years.
And Corey gave all that up for love and Ross Gilbert, huh?
Ross Gilbert isn't exactly a pauper, Mr. Marlowe.
No, I guess not. Blackmailing a pauper doesn't add up.
What did you say, Mr. Marlowe?
I said putting the bite on somebody who has nothing is like sucking a lollipop with a cellophane on it. You get action but no results, you see?
Oh.
Now tell me, why does the word blackmail come home to roost, Mr. Marsh? You wouldn't happen to know who the guilty party is, would you?
No, Mr. Marlowe. And what's more, if I did, I certainly wouldn't keep that sort of thing to myself.
Oh, no, I don't think you would. Well, thanks anyway, Mr. Marsh. You've been a big help.
I'm glad. And if I can be of any further help, don't hesitate to call on me, Mr. Marlowe. Please.
Oh, I won't, Mr. Marsh. You can depend on it. All the away from Wilshire Boulevard to Mrs. Gilbert's place on Ogden Drive, I kept wondering who wanted how much out of Ross Gilbert and why. About 20 minutes later, when I pulled up in front of the house, I started concentrating on my client, who had to be the woman standing next to a green coupe in the driveway and waiting in double time. Corey Gilbert was long, flowing blonde hair draped over shoulders that at the moment looked like they were carrying the weight of the world. But she was prettier worried than most women who always keep it gay.
Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, Mrs. Gilbert?
Yes.
Your husband shown up yet?
No. Marlowe, what do you suppose
Take it easy. Maybe we better have another look at 3806 Melrose Avenue, huh?
Whatever you say. Shall I drive?
If you've got a license.
Yes, Mr. Marlowe. I've got a license.
Well, okay, let's go. The way we took off in Corey's Nash, I wasn't sure whether her license was for driving a car or an airplane. And while she kept at 83.5 AAA on the accelerator, she talked about her husband and why she was worried. By the time we were near the place, I knew all about the party in Ensenada, their whirlwind courtship, and what a fine guy Ross Gilbert was. When we got out of the car and started over the last 100 yards toward the unfinished house, I'd learned everything Corey knew about the blackmail angle, which wasn't very much.
It started last week, Marlowe, when we got back from our honeymoon. Ross wasn't himself at all. He was worried. He forgot how to laugh. He argued with me over any and everything.
Where does the blackmail come in?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me what was wrong. Then this evening, just before I called you, I overheard him talking on the telephone. That's when I caught the word blackmail and this address.
Now, maybe Ross will be able to fill in a few of the blanks for us. Oh, he was over here in this room on a pile of lumber when I... Plumber must have done a lot more damage than I figured.
Ross!
Take it easy, baby.
Marlowe, what is it? Is he...
I'm afraid he is, Corey.
That man! He beat him to death!
No, Corey, that round hole in Gilbert's chest wasn't made by a fist. From where I stand, it looks like a .32 caliber bullet.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, for some new wrinkles in the mystery field, look on the face of Mr. Jack Benny, eminent producer of the mystery comedy The Lucky Stiff, which opened in New York today. Although Mr. Benny's stars are Dorothy Lamour, Claire Trevor, and Brian Donlevy, Jack's face is covered with new wrinkles because he couldn't be in New York to sell the tickets himself. He's remaining in Hollywood to appear tomorrow night on CBS on The Jack Benny Show with Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Dennis Day, Phil Harris, and Rochester. So be sure to listen. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Easy Mark.
Corey Gilbert's face went sickly white, and her mouth twisted on the brink of hysteria as she stared at the dead man. I turned her away from it and led her to a window. She did the fastest job of pulling herself together I'd ever seen. Then I went back to the body. On the way, I noticed a folded scrap of paper on the floor. It was a page torn out of a desk diary, but all that was written on it was the address of the unfinished house we were in. I looked down at what had once been Ross Gilbert. Setup didn't make any sense. A victim of blackmail had been beaten up by a total stranger, and then, a little while later, murdered. Somebody had killed the goose that was laying the golden eggs, and it didn't figure in any direction. Well, I just about decided to go through his pockets when a sound from Corey changed my mind.
Marlowe, come here, quick.
What is it, Corey?
There's someone out there. I saw a shadow move.
Get away from the window.
Marlowe, there, running. Why, it's a woman.
Yeah, and quite a woman. What do you know?
She's crossing the street now. Who is it, Marlowe? Who is she?
Character as French as Milani's 1890. Only she's more like nitric acid than salad dressing, Corey. Her name is Nanette Lamarck.
She's getting in that car. Aren't you going to stop her?
No. I've got a line on Miss Lamarck. I can find her.
But she was hiding here. She could be the one who shot Ross, couldn't she?
Easily. In fact, right now, she's the odds-on favorite. But she's also cagey, and we'll have better luck if we get her on home ground where she'll talk. Besides, there's a big chunk of this business that doesn't follow.
What do you mean?
Well, look, the murder came out in reverse. Ross was paying off, so he should have been the killer instead of the corpse. Which means there's more than blackmail involved.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is he's dead, and that woman killed him.
Maybe. Come on, Corey, let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Well, first you take me back to my car, and then I got a job for you to do.
What kind of a job?
Well, I found this page ripped out of a desk diary, probably Ross's. I want you to go through all his things and find that diary for me. There might be something else in it that'll give us a connection.
All right. Where are you going?
I'm going to pay a call on Nanette. Only this time I'm bringing my own welcome mat. I think I'll need it. After Corey dropped me off, I called Lieutenant Ibarra at Homicide, reported the body, and then I got into my own car and drove out to Beverly Hills again, to the Camden Arms court. Nanette's bungalow had lights on. I parked down the street and made tracks back through the landscaping to a side window. Nanette was playing pin-up girl on the arm of a divan, and she watched someone pace back and forth across the room. When I got close enough to hear what was being said, that someone turned out to be Corey Gilbert's first husband, Emery Marsh.
Around like chickens with their heads off. So Ross Gilbert was shot to death. But I've got to know the truth about one thing, Miss Lamarck. My entire life's work is at stake. Can't you understand?
All right, Monsieur Marsh. Do not break out into tears, I will tell you. Plummer is merely a private investigator I hired to locate Ross Gilbert for me. Now, are you happy?
No. Why did such a person have my telephone number? That's what I want to know. I'll be ruined if I'm involved in this mess. My reputation means everything to my business, and, well, things aren't going too well just now. If I'm connected with a scandal, I'll be wiped out.
Well, stop worrying. I saw you with Ross Gilbert 3 or 4 times before he disappeared. So I gave your name to Plummer as a possible lead to Ross. That is all.
Why did you want to find Ross Gilbert?
That, mon ami, is none of your business. You found out what you wanted, so good night.
All right. I'll go. But can I count on you to keep my name out of this?
Listen, I am counting on me to keep my own name out of it. And I will be very busy doing that. Good night.
I plastered myself up against the side of the house and watched Emery Marsh leave. He looked anything but happy over the result of his interview with Nanette, but I figured I had the benefit of experience to work with and less to lose than he had. So I waited until he was out of sight, and then I stepped up to the door, braced myself, and tried my luck.
You again.
Yeah, and I want to talk to you.
Get your foot out of my door. Oh, get out of here. Get out.
Not until we've had a nice, quiet chat, Nanette, and I think we'll take up where Emery Marsh left off.
What? Look, just who exactly are you, Marlowe?
Your boy Plummer and I are distant fraternity brothers, but there the similarity ends.
Just another chief private detective.
Ooh! Okay, baby, if that tough stuff's the only language you understand, we'll talk that.
Oh, stop it. Leave me alone.
Now get over there. Sit down.
Oh, you ape.
I'd be nice to me if I were you, Nanette. Because I just love to see a rope around that lovely neck of yours. And what's more, I can almost put one there. You're in a mess right up to your accent. So start making answers beautiful and keep them straight. First, why did you put Plummer on Ross Gilbert's trail?
Because he double-crossed me, that is why.
Double-crossed you how?
He ran away from me. He was mine, all bought and paid for, you understand?
Not exactly.
When I met him, he was flat broke. I bought him every decent stitch of clothes that he had. Gave him everything he needed to be a gentleman because we were going to be married. And then he ran out on me and took everything with him that he could lay his hands on.
Go on.
Nobody does that to Nanette Lamarck. Nobody.
So you hired that licensed thug Plummer to find him and beat him half to death, right?
Exactly.
Well, go ahead, baby. The story doesn't end there. Tell me the rest, the good part. About how you waited until Plummer got through with him, and then you went down to that unfinished blueprint out of House and Gardens and killed him.
No, that is not true. I did not do that. Why, I could not.
It's no bigger lie than the rest of it. Where's that pearl handle 32 of yours, Nanette? And don't reach for it. Just tell me.
What do you want with
I want to see if it's been fired. Now, where is it?
Call it, Jack.
Oh, fine.
Plummer.
Miss Lamarck might not like for you to see her gun.
Oh, I thought you would never get here.
Who's this character, Miss Lamarck?
Another private detective. Marlowe by name.
No kidding. Well, we got a lot in common, haven't we, Jack?
Yes. We've each got 2 arms and 2 legs. And the name is Phil.
Oh, that's the way it is, huh? Well, listen, Jack. You got no business here in the first place. For 2 cents, I'll chop you down.
You're even cheaper than I figured.
Why,
and you
you
can put
big-
away that big, nasty gun, too, because I got you cold. That envelope you stuck in Nanette's mailbox tonight had a slip of paper inside from one of your old clients.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Can't you guess? Hey, you want to see it?
Well, yeah, let's have a look at that.
Okay. Take a good look. Come on, drop the gun, Plummer. Come on, drop it. My arm! All right, now, fold up. There's your bargain basement detective, Nanette. You didn't get your money's worth, did you? Now, shall we take a look at that pearl-handled gun of yours?
It is over there in my bag.
Thanks. Clip's full, and that smell sure isn't gunpowder.
Of course not. I did not kill Ross. Why, I was not even inside of that building where he was.
Yeah, I know, but you... Wait a minute, say that again.
I said I was never inside that unfinished house where he was found. When I drove up, you were already there, so I left.
Yeah, I know. And Plummer's gun is... fully loaded. Hasn't been fired either. Baby, you've just given me a great idea.
An idea? But I do not understand.
Never mind, I'll explain it to you later. And incidentally, you better be around. Right now, I've got to find out one more thing, and then maybe I'll pop this whole shebang wide open.
Mr. Marlowe.
Good evening, Mr. Marsh. Lucky to find you still working, huh?
Late hours are a habit with me these days. Come in.
Thanks. Mr. Marsh, I've come back for that help you offered me earlier this evening.
I see. Well, the offer's still good.
Fine. I think your ex-wife, Corey, is lying to me. She claims you didn't know Ross Gilbert, that you only met him once at that party in Ensenada, but you did know him, didn't you?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, I did get acquainted with Ross slightly. We had dinner together a few times.
And you really did favor his marriage to Corey because it freed you automatically from that alimony load you were carrying.
That's correct, Marlowe, but I don't
And it's also correct, isn't it, that you couldn't afford to go to court to have your alimony reduced because that would let your snobbish clientele know you were going on the rocks.
Yes, that's also true.
And maybe it's true that you actually engineered the marriage and it backfired on you.
Very smart, Mr. Marlowe. Just keep your hands at your side. This might go off.
Yes. Well, I expected a reaction, but not quite so soon.
Too bad. I'll trouble you for your gun, now that you've got it all figured out. Yes, Marlowe, I engineered that marriage. Corey was attracted to Gilbert, but he was broke. I knew that would scare Corey off if she found out.
So you and Corey made a deal, particularly with Ross. He wanted to marry Corey, you supplied the cash for his courtship, right?
Yes, only he wouldn't stop there. He kept demanding more.
Sure, that figured from the start. Ross wasn't being blackmailed, he was the blackmailer himself, and that made you worse off than before, so you killed him.
You're so right, Mr. Marlowe. And remember, the price for 2 murders is the same as for 1. So you've really left me no alternative.
I'll give you an alternative, Emery.
Corey!
One thing you didn't count on. I really loved Ross Gilbert.
Well, I guess that winds it up, Corey. Emery's in the hospital, and Nanette and Plummer are both in the clink.
Too bad I only hit Emery in the hand. I never could trust my aim. It's always been bad, in a lot of ways.
It was good enough tonight, baby. Lucky for me you showed up when you did. Say, what made you come to Marsh's place, anyway?
Well, that page from the desk diary paid off, Marlowe. Only we made a mistake.
No?
It didn't come from Ross's diary. It came from Emery's. I finally remembered his handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you tell me something, Marlowe.
Yeah?
How did you know Emery was guilty?
Oh. Well, he made the oldest slip in the book. When he was talking to Nanette, I overheard him say that Ross had been shot. Emery had no way of knowing that Gilbert was dead or how he'd been killed unless Nanette told him. And for a while, I thought she had, but then I found out that she couldn't have because she'd never been inside the house where we found Ross.
So it had to be Emery.
Sure.
I see. Well, Marlowe, what does a gal say at the end of a night like this? Thanks or something?
Just thanks will be enough. I gotta do my income tax. Can I give you a lift?
No, I'll walk a while. I've got some thinking to do about marksmanship. But call me sometime later on, will you? Just to see if I'm shooting in the right direction.
You can count on it, Corey.
Thanks. Good night, Phil.
I watched her for a moment as she walked down the street all by herself, deep in her own thoughts, and it looked to me like she was playing it strictly square. I almost wanted to follow her. The first time in a long time, I felt like I wanted to get to know a client better. But March 15th can slip up awfully fast, and that long form 1040 was still unfinished and waiting for me in my office. So I decided to go back and work on my income tax and play it strictly square, too. After all, that's really the easiest way in the long run. Yeah, I keep telling myself.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced by Norman MacDonald. The script by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt was directed by Ralph Rose. Featured in the cast were Sylvia Sims, Laurette Philbrandt, Ken Harvey, and Paul Duboff. The special music was by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
There was a man with a bad heart, a telephone number scribbled on a cash register receipt, and a corpse on the other side of town. But I couldn't see the connection between them until I realized they were all tied together by the same long rope, worth $30,000.
Next Wednesday evening, February 2nd, CBS will bring you a moving, powerful drama of a reporter who took an assignment he eagerly sought, only to find it came too close to home. Its title is Mind in the Shadow. Its star is Eddie Albert, and its story tells how the reporter set out to reveal the shocking facts about our mental hospitals, and then learned that his lovely young wife might have to enter one. Based on actual documentary evidence of conditions existing today, you'll find Mind in the Shadow, a revealing story of something which could happen to you. Hear Mind in the Shadow, starring Eddie Albert, next Wednesday evening, over most of these same CBS network stations. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, Jack Benny's new address, Sunday night on CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Would you hand me that, please? Thank you. Now, let's see. Survey, survive, Savannah, suspect. Here we are. Suspense, meaning held in doubt, expressing doubt, the state of being uncertain, undecided, or insecure, state of anxious expectation or waiting for information, such as to keep one in suspense, therefore delay acquainting him with what he is eager to know. Suspense. An hour of suspense now. A full 60 minutes at this time. And with the distinguished actor-director Robert Montgomery as your host. Tonight, our star is Howard Duff, famous wherever radio is heard as Sam Spade, detective. And as Spade, he will appear in The Candy Tooth, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. This is Robert Montgomery. My pleasure and privilege it is to be here during this hour each week as a sort of guide, philosopher, and fiend, an accessory before and after the facts of crime and punishment, which calculatedly fill our minutes with suspense. This evening, before we chat a little about the private life of America's favorite private eye, let me, on behalf of Mr. Spear and all of us, thank you sincerely for your wonderful letters and telegrams expressing appreciation and interest in this new full-hour presentation. It's wonderful fun to have 60 minutes to play with in radio drama. In our new double-strength, king-size format, we plan to bring you radio plays based on complete novels and on theatrical productions and pictures. Many of the best writers of this literature, James M. Cain, Dashiell Hammett, Raymond Chandler, Graham Greene, Eric Ambler, and Agatha Christie, have been happiest with a more spacious canvas upon which to display their characters of passion and purpose. With a full hour for our theater of thrills, we can give these authors a full stage on which to have their people play out their lusts and desires, their temptations and frustrations, their frantic fears and villainous triumphs, their descent into black and terror-laden bewilderment. Sometimes we find ourselves locked in the tortured brain of the scheming criminal. At other times, we know the dread of the hunted and hapless victim. But always the basic ingredient of suspense is not mechanical gadgetry, not the detectival piecing out of fingerprints and convenient clues, but always the basic ingredient is people. For people give us emotion, and emotion marks the high drama that cold logic can never achieve. Nowhere will you find stranger people, motives, and situations than those that pass through the door of a little office in San Francisco's Post Street. The lettering on the door reads, Samuel Spade, Private Investigations. Once it read Spade and Archer, but that was before Miles Archer stopped a bullet and plunged Sam Spade into the greatest detective adventure of modern times, the search for the Maltese Falcon. It was literally a shot heard round the world, for it brought into prominence the name of Dashiell Hammett and the so-called hard-boiled school of crime detection. Since then, the fictional private eye has become a national institution. But Sam Spade still rules the roost. In book sales, in motion pictures, the Maltese Falcon has been filmed 4 times now. And now on the air, every Sunday night, in The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff and produced by our very own Bill Spear. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce to our suspense audience now a young star from my home lot, Universal International, in the role with which he has become so closely identified that most of his fan mail is addressed to Sam Spade. Howard Duff.
Thanks, Bob. I'd like to go on record right now as saying that any checks I may sign with the name Sam Spade will be accepted at your own risk.
The detective business has been pretty good lately, I hear. How much did Sam make during 1947?
Effie would know. But no matter how much it was, it won't change Sam. He'll still do business at the same old stand in a rickety office building on Post Street where the elevator seldom ever works and the janitor never ever works.
As a matter of fact, I got into my Philip Marlowe pants this morning and did little spade work on Spade myself. Don't stop me if I'm wrong, but here are some of the facts. F-A-X, facts. The way I dug them up. Age? Nobody talked. History? Mysterious, but was probably a Pinkerton man to start with. Height? 6 feet and a small chunk. Weight? Enough muscle to go with his height. Hair? Dim-out blonde. Eyes? Yellow-gray. Unmarried. Lives alone in a small furnished apartment within walking distance of his office. Is economical to the point of, never takes a cab where streetcars can get, and has been known to walk where they can't get. Secretary, Effie Perrine. The only person who really knows what makes Sam tick when he wants her to. Otherwise, he's a lonely man who trusts no one, lives alone, and loves alone, and expects others to like it. Have I left anything out?
Nothing you left out, Bob. Something you put in. It's not true that I don't trust anybody. I trust everybody. All my clients are honest until I prove them otherwise.
Maybe that's what kept you in the private eye business all these years.
That and the strong hatred that I have.
Hatred?
Yeah, for time clocks and the hours between 9 and 5. That's why I went into business for myself, and that's what keeps me there.
Then you regard it as a business, Sam, and not as an adventure.
Well, when you break an arm in an adventure, the cost of setting it is not tax deductible. In a business, it is.
Yes, I see. How many cases have you had? And do you think all private dicks are clever?
Well, I've had so many cases I can't remember them all. About being clever, I once knew an operative who, while looking for pickpockets at Santa Anita Racetrack, had his wad stolen. He later became a lieutenant of detectives in Glendale.
Sam, tell me, what was the most surprising thing that ever happened to you?
The most surprising thing that ever happened to me was in 1936 in Washington, D.C. I met a young lady on a bus who did not remark that my work must be very interesting.
Well, that's very interesting.
Thanks a lot. But I guess my most exciting caper since the Maltese Falcon is the hugger-mugger over the candy tooth. Usually when I wind a caper, I call Effie just to let her know I'm okay before I hustle down to the office to dictate my report to the client. But this time it was 4:30 in the morning before I could get to a phone. The reason was that I was in jail. Wake up, Angel. You're home in bed, not at the office.
Huh? Sam, is that you saying?
Mm-hmm.
What time is it?
4:30 in the morning.
Are you up already?
Effie, pull yourself together. Get dressed. Hustle down to the city jail.
Oh, Sam, what happened?
Well, that's what I got to get on the record now while I'm still alive to do it. Grab a taxi and hustle on down. Bring a book, pencils, the encyclopedia that has the letter K in it, and any old $20,000 you got laying around.
Sam, where am I going to get pencils at this hour? Oh, Sam. Sam, I hurried just as fast as I could. There was no taxi around. What are you doing in jail?
My apartment's being redecorated. Bring your book?
Well, of course I did. And pencils, too. But you're here on a murder charge, Sam. Whatever could have happened
Take it down,
to you?
Effie.
But, Sam, what did
The
you do?
San Francisco Homicide Bureau. Attention, Detective Lieutenant Dundee. Date, fill it in.
I will.
From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the candy tooth caper. Dear Dundee, I don't know all the answers, not yet. But what I do know is going down on paper while I'm still alive to get it there.
Oh, Sam.
The scenario runs something like this. This morning, a telegram came to my office. It was addressed to Samuel Spade, Esquire, and it was signed Casper Gutman. Gutman, the fat man. So far as I knew, Dundee, when you closed your books on the Maltese Falcon capers 7 years ago, Gutman was entered as dead. First, I thought the telegram was somebody's idea of a joke. But when I read it through the second time, I knew it was no joke. There's nobody else who thinks or talks or writes like Casper Gutman.
My dear Mr. Spade, you will no doubt receive with mixed emotions the news of my imminent reappearance in the city of the Golden Gate. Hence the companion dispatch of a telegraphic draft in the amount of $1,000, which you are free to convert into coin of the realm. This trifling sum, sir, is merely a token of my esteem for a man of many resources and nice judgments, and for it I do not require any specific service. However, if you feel so disposed, sir, you are free to accept my considered advice in the matter of an invidious pair of rogues, to wit, one Lawrence Laverne, DDS, and or Hope Laverne, whose charms and aliases are far too myriad to enumerate in this necessarily abbreviated communication. Should either or both of these persons approach you, beware the hidden truth. Believe me, sir, they are untruthful, unreliable, and totally devoid of all moral sensibilities. I count upon you to make no commitments to them or anyone else until you have heard my proposition. This I hope to lay before you when I arrive in San Francisco this very evening. Dear Joel, send regards. I remain your obedient servant, Casper Gutman.
Casper Gutman, the fat man. I knew, Dundee, you figured I didn't get hurt much the last time I tangled with Gutman over the Maltese Falcon. But that's because you didn't know Bridget O'Shaughnessy as well as I did. As well or as warmly. Well, I figured if Gutman was still in the land of the living, let him come. This time I wasn't going to get hurt in any way. There couldn't be two Bridgets. Nevertheless, I ate a can of spinach, which I found on Effie's desk. Then I sat down again, facing the door. Nothing much happened for almost 10 minutes. I was still trying to dig the meaning out of Gutman's double talk, and I'd gotten about as far as his warning about a hidden tooth when Effie ushered a man into my office.
Mr. Spade. Well, I must say that you are indeed a pleasant surprise. But pleasant.
You've said it. What can I do for you?
My name is Laverne. Lawrence Laverne.
How do you do?
I shall spare you the tiresome details and plunge right into the problem. Oh, dear. At the Hotel Royal George, there is a mildewed creature, but mildewed, registered as Mr. Herman Julius. Oh, a really frightful person.
Very frightful, huh?
Oh, the kiss of death department. The only thing about this creature that has any charm is the four-toothed lower bridge in his right jaw. Now, Mr. Spade, I want you to get that bridge for me.
I'm sorry. It sounds as though you're saying I want you to get that bridge for me.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because he refuses to pay me for it.
You're a dentist?
I prefer to regard myself as a dentist sculptor. I created this bridge for Mr. Julius with infinite pains. And now he refuses to pay me. I ask payment, and he accuses me of acting without charm.
Mr. Julius wouldn't happen to be a very large, fat man?
Oh, contraire. Skin and bones. Well, Mr. Spade?
I'm afraid you come to the wrong man, Mr. Laverne. What you want is a lawyer to sue him.
Sue him? Months of legal wrangling? Oh, no. No. I intend to be vindictive about this. I am by nature a very gracious and charming person. But now let him beware. I shall have that bridge from Herman Julius, even if you must knock him down and wrench it from his jaw.
Uh-huh. You tried knocking him down yourself?
Oh, I could never even bring myself to perform extractions. I always send those patients to less sensitive dentists.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid you'll have to find yourself a less sensitive private detective.
Oh, dear. Well, Mr. Spade, what would you advise me to do?
Mr. Laverne, I would advise you to get out of California before Walt Disney sees you.
Well, good day, sir. I would like very much to have you in my care someday. Might teach you some manners.
Mm-hmm. Beware the hidden truth.
Hello.
Hello. Please sit down, Miss...
Thank you. Laverne. Hope Laverne.
Miss Laverne?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for my brother.
Missing?
Well, yes and no. I mean, he's been gone since yesterday, and I'm terribly afraid he'll get into trouble.
Oh? What kind of trouble?
Well, you see,
But it just isn't easy for me to talk about this, Mr. Spade.
Well, now, Miss Laverne, suppose you just lean back in that chair, close your eyes, and...
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's easier like this.
I thought you'd like.
My brother's name is Lawrence. He's a man of 52. He's not well. I mean, he gets spells, and he acts peculiarly. He suffered a nervous breakdown some years ago, and he spent most of his life in sanitariums.
Where are you from, Miss Laverne?
Kansas City. During the past year, Larry was in a rest home in Palo Alto, and I arrived 2 days ago to take him home. Yesterday morning, Well, I don't know how it happened, but he's gone.
These spells you mentioned, what are they like?
Oh, well, he assumes different personalities. His favorite seems to be that of the dentist. He becomes obsessed with the thought that he's done some work, a bridge or something, for someone who refuses to pay him. He'll walk up to a perfect stranger and create a scene. He's been arrested a few times, nothing serious, public nuisance. Mr. Spade, I'm afraid that he'll be put away if he's arrested once more.
I see, and you want me to look for him.
Then he hasn't been here?
Why'd you think he'd come here?
Oh, that's another one of his tactics. He goes to a private detective, hires him to either follow a man or get back the work he thinks he's done. Dental work, you know.
But what made you think he'd come to me?
Oh, well, not you, particularly. Ever since yesterday, I've tried almost every private detective in San Francisco. No one has seen him.
Who'd you talk to?
I beg your pardon?
These private detectives, who'd you see?
Oh, well, there was a man named Graham and one named Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
Excuse me. Would you like a drink?
No.
Marlowe speaking.
Spade, Phil.
Hiya, Sam.
Phil, you got a rumble on a missing brother named Larry Laverne?
Yeah. Gal was in early this morning. Brother's some kind of a screwball.
You meet him?
No, hasn't been around yet.
Thanks, Phil. See you.
Why did you do that, Mr. Spade?
It's doing things like that have kept me alive and in business all these years. That was Marlowe. Your brother hasn't been to him.
I told you that.
But your brother has been here.
When?
A few minutes before you came in. Can't see how you missed him.
What did he tell you, Mr. Spade?
Pretty much as you outlined it.
About the dental work. And some man owing him money.
Yeah, some man named Julius. Herman Julius, he said. You know him?
I never heard of him. He's probably just another figment of Larry's imagination. Mr. Spade, I'm terribly worried about Larry.
I got that impression.
Will you try to find him for me?
Can you give me any idea where I might start looking?
Well, I think I know how Larry's mind works when he's in the midst of one of these spells, and if you find this Mr. Julius, you'll probably find Larry close by.
So you want me to find Mr. Julius first?
Oh, well, I only thought it would be simpler checking on this Mr. Julius' movements than on Larry's unpredictable whims, you see. Don't you think that makes good sense, Mr. Spade?
Miss Laverne told me she was staying at the Pickwick Arms, and I said I would call her if I found her brother, and she said, thank you very much, and I said it's nothing, just part of the day's routine, and then she kissed me and left. After lunch, I strolled over to the Royal George Hotel. Duke, the housekeeper, gave me a rundown on Mr. Julius. A quiet, nervous little man who'd sealed himself up in his room for 2 days, eating out of room service. I didn't have any trouble finding the hacky who'd driven him away when he checked out. He gave me the address, and 20 minutes later, I was mounting the front steps of a greasy rooming house on Sacramento Street. I twisted the rusty bell on the door, and a long, sharp nose that could only belong to a landlady stabbed out at me.
What you want?
I'm looking for a man named Herman Julius.
Don't have no Julius here.
Well, maybe he gave some other name. A little skinny guy with a foreign accent.
You the Lord?
Take me to his room.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Now. Well, step inside. Upstairs.
Home?
Never seen him go out. Ain't but one door. Watch that step second from the top. It's busted. Don't want no lawsuits.
It's the third.
Said he was a refuge. The Nazis was after him. Another fight. Never knew he was in a tangle with the Lord. Smell that?
Certainly do.
Cooking in the rooms. I got a rule, too. Sneaking electric plates, they do. Runs up the bills. Buzzards. There's his room. Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius, you second there? They drink, some of them. Them that don't cook in their rooms, they drink. Get DT, some of them. Oh, go on in and get him. I don't want no part of it. Oh, they say.
I didn't see who it was right away. His face was the color and consistency of crushed strawberries. I helped him up and over to the wash basin in the corner of the room. With his face washed, he looked a little better, but he still looked like Larry Laverne.
Oh, am I ever glad to see you? I thought it was them coming back to kill me.
Did you find Julius?
No. Got away, the wretch. Down the fire escape as I came in.
Who did this to you? A big fat man?
To tell the honest truth, Mr. Spade, I never even got a good look at him. He was all over me before
Who's Julius? What's in his bridge work?
Oh, I'll tell you everything, but please, first, let's get out of this horrid room. Oh, it smells like cabbage.
Larry Laverne was tougher than he looked. After the going over he'd gotten, you or I would have been hospital-bound, Gundy. But he did a late take. We were on the way back to his hotel, walking toward Market, when he crumpled in the middle like a sack of flour. I grabbed him and held him upright, looked wildly around for somewhere to park him. We were standing in front of a newsreel theater. I bought 2 tickets and piloted him inside. We sat down. I undid his clutch on my arm and concentrated on the screen. The subject that followed the football game was some big Oriental celebration somewhere in India or someplace. A very fancy parade with white elephants.
Candy, Ceylon, the famed white elephants of the Orient get their annual airing as crowds of devout Buddhists gather to do homage to some of the strangest relics in the modern world. Here in Kandy, the Mecca of the Buddhist religion, pilgrims gather from near and far. Indian Raja, Burmese officials, and Chinese dignitaries in ceremonial dress prostrate themselves before the jeweled casket containing the most sacred object of the Buddhist world, legendary relic of Buddha himself. As the Orient goes wild in jubilant celebration, temple dancers of Kandy perform for the crowned heads of the Orient.
Take me out of here. I can't stand it, Uncle Man. I tell you, stark-raving man.
Take it easy. You're annoying the customers.
You brought me in here on purpose. You're trying to drive me crazy, but crazy.
Easy.
Listen to me.
2 men holding up the sacred relics are high priests.
If that man says that one word, Candy, just once more, I won't be responsible. I tell you, I won't be responsible.
All right,
Take
Larry.
me out of
the
here.
End. What's the end? You got me doing it.
An
Come on, let's get out of
impressive
here.
ceremony indeed.
I promise you, Mr. Spade, all I need is just one night's sleep and I'll be a new man.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't even dared to take 40 winks since I arrived in this town for fear those monsters might murder me in my bed.
Yeah, I know. It's tough. Sit down.
So this is your apartment?
That's what I laughingly call it. Living room, bedroom, icebox. Here, have a drink. Me
Oh,
too.
thanks. Oh, did I ever need that?
Help yourself to the bottle.
I don't touch alcohol as a rule, but after what I've been through...
Well, now, drink all you like. You deserve it.
Oh, thank you. Well, I hardly know where to begin. It's also strange. And there I was in Lisbon, Mr. Spade, the only English-speaking dentist worthy of the name in the entire diplomatic colony. Well, you must have read in the papers about Dom Constantino's tomb being violated. It was the scandal of the season. Oh, it's so horrible, Mr. Spade. I just can't talk about it.
Try a little more of this. Settles the nerves.
Oh, I just don't know how I can ever thank you. Ever since I hit this berg, I've been feeling like the forgotten... Pardon. Man.
Yeah, you were saying something about a tomb being broken into. In Portugal, this was?
Yes. Well, you know, the draft board just took one look at me. And...
I know what you mean.
So I just stayed on in Lisbon. And, well, you know how people gossip, having patients of all nationalities and all that.
Yeah, I get it. Between the Nazis and the Allies, you were quite a social line.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get the idea I was a spy. Oh, no. But sometimes people had things that could be hidden in a hollow tooth, and like that, bridge work, you know. I think I told you I'm not so much a dentist as a dental artist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that fat Mr. Gutman brought me this tooth, you see.
Gutman?
Yes, Mr. G and that Joe Cairo person that was with him. Well, they brought me this tooth. Oh, a horrid yellow old thing, practically a fang. They wanted to put in Mr. Julius' bridge. Paid me £1,000, can you imagine? Then when I learned what they had done, well, it made me positively ill. This practically sacred old tomb in the cathedral, they'd broken in and literally torn out a piece of his jawbone.
Whose?
Why, Dom Constantino.
And who's Dom Constantino?
Oh, the Portuguese viceroy. It didn't hurt him any. He's been dead 500 years if he's dead a day. Oh, dear. I'm as tight as a tick. This liquor is getting to me.
And it was. I thought he'd open up some more, but I overplayed the bourbon. Half a bottle later, he passed out. I flopped on the sofa and tried to get some sleep for myself. But my dreams kept getting in the way. I had newsreel dreams in Technicolor. I dreamed that a white elephant with a face like Casper Gutman was leading a parade down Market Street. The howdah that was strapped to his back looked like a dentist chair. Herman Julius was sitting in it, but this face seemed to be blanked out. Joel Cairo, wearing a surgeon's gown and a turban, was drilling Julius's tooth. The crowds were throwing diamonds and rubies from the peanut bags they were carrying, and Gutman vacuumed them up with his trunk. That was when the bells started ringing in the Buddhist temple that had been built on top of the Mark Hopkins. Yeah.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah?
Mr. Spade, I need your help.
Who's this?
Hope Laverne, please. Mr. Spade, I'm terrified.
Where are you?
I'm in a drugstore at 5th and Mission.
Near the bus depot?
Yes, please, come at once, Mr. Spade.
Well, can't you come here?
I can't. I don't dare go into the streets.
All right. Wait there. I'm on my way. I took a quick gander at Laverne, saw he was still out cold, slipped into my topcoat, and left the apartment. I figured it would take me 11 minutes to hustle over to 5th and Mission. I never got any further than 50 yards from the front of my building. I sensed him behind me, wheeled suddenly, bumped him into a doorway, held the thumbs of his hands gripped tightly in my fist. Stand still or I'll tear him off.
Let go. I'll kill you.
Don't move and it won't hurt.
You filthy beast.
The boy twisted suddenly and violently, and I heard the crack of his left thumb breaking. He swallowed a scream, dashed out into the deserted street. I went after him, turned into the alley, and caught the butt of a gun behind my right ear. I don't know how long I was out, but I do know I came to at least 3 hours too soon. I needed much more rest. I opened my eyes, steadied a swaying ceiling, and then I heard his voice.
Well, sir, this is indeed a jolly reunion.
It couldn't be, but it was. Casper Gutman, the fat man of the Maltese Falcon caper. Looking at the unholy trio there in the room, Joel Cairo, the little Levantine, still as oily and smiling as ever and still fragrant. Marvin, a sullen, white-faced, hollow-eyed youth as near Wilmer's double as anyone will ever see. And Gutman, spruce as ever in his black cutaway coat, black vest, and gray-striped trousers. You'd have thought nothing had happened since then, not even the war. The grayness at Cairo's temples only made his baby face look more babyish. And about Gutman, nothing was different except his watch chain. A curious jewel-encrusted ornament dangled from it, shaped like a claw.
You seem surprised to see me, sir. And no wonder. It's always disconcerting to encounter a ghost, especially such a substantial ghost. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since last we met, eh?
Under the bridge?
Yes, which brings us to the subject at hand, the bridge.
My headaches. What about the bridge?
First, we'll talk of it. After all, this is quite an occasion, sir. Reunion of old friends, eh, Mr. Spade?
Yeah. Tell me, did you ever find the Falcon? If you'll excuse the expression.
Oh. Your eyes are resting on all that remains of that fabulous bird, sir.
Yes, that trinket on his watch chain. All that remains of the Maltese Falcon.
Well, mark you, sir, what part of it survived. The claw. You believe in omen?
Right now, I'm ready to believe almost anything.
Indeed, sir. Well, no need for dissembling. We're old and wise, I trust, in the days of the Falcon. Suffice it to say, the unsavory and bloated object which the police dredged up from San Francisco Bay and identified as myself was some other poor soul. Wilmer, I am happy to say, remembered the debt of gratitude he owed me, and at the last moment agreed to be a party to the very necessary little deception. That is, since they had him cold, as you detectives say, for the other killings, he might as well confess to murdering me. He did so in exchange for my agreement to take care of his family in a financial way. An investment, by the way, which has paid rich dividends.
How's that?
Oh, indeed. Oh, well, thanks to it, I now have Marvin, Wilmer's younger brother.
I thought I noticed a family resemblance.
Shut up! Oh, yes, poor Wilmer. He was like a son to me, like a son.
No, it didn't stop you from making him a patsy.
I detest killing Mr. Spade. I cautioned Wilmer time and again. He was so headstrong. A mere boy.
You better caution this punk or he won't last to take any raps for you.
Break his head,
Marvin.
That dirty shamus lays another hand on me. I'll kill him.
No, Marvin. You'll take Marvin in the other room. explained to him that Mr. Spade and I are very old friends.
Casper knows best, Marvin. Come with
And now, no nonsense, you two now.
Someday I'll kill us.
Marvin, Casper would be angry.
Oh, dear. Hot-headed. Runs in that family.
Yeah. Well, let's have it, Gutman. What are you after this time?
My dear boy, you must judge me. It's true I had Marvin check up on you, but only because of your association with Miss Laverne. Oh, no matter now. I'm weary of the chase. All the way from Candy, What did the girl tell you?
She asked me to find her brother, a dentist named Laverne.
You believed her story?
No.
Most unscrupulous woman. No veracity, no regard for truth whatsoever. A true motive? Merely to make trouble for me and my friends because of her association with Kemidov. Aye, the Russian's hand again, Mr. Spade.
Kemidov. Did I ever meet Kemidov?
You'd hardly forget if you had. In short, here is my proposition. Another $1,000, coin of the realm, sir, for which you will refund whatever money Miss Laverne gave you and send her packing.
The bidding starts at $10,000.
Ooh, you drive a hard bargain, Mr. Spade. Very well, I'll meet your terms.
I told you the bidding starts there.
And where does it stop?
Half or whatever the caper nets you. I deliver Julius, you do the rest.
Well, between you and me, Mr. Spade, I'm not as affluent as I once was. The Falcon pretty well wiped me out financially. Considering the time and money I've already invested in trying to track down the weasel Julius.
What's in Julius's bridge work?
And if I don't choose to tell you?
Then it's no dice. Think it over, Gutman. Either I'm in all the way for half, or I deliver Julius to the other outfit.
And that is your final dictum, sir?
Take it or leave it. Either you're in or you're out.
Good night, Mr. Spade. I trust you will call me on the telephone when you reach your diggings and tell me that you've changed your mind. No hard feelings.
The fog was clearing, and only a few white wisps of it were clinging to Twin Peaks when I walked home that morning. It was too late to worry about Hope. Or the chief phoned for Gutman to decoy me out so that I started walking faster. As I climbed the stairs to my apartment, I heard a door open on the landing, and the slot of light that stabbed out from it showed me it was my door. The light came from behind, whoever had opened it, and I couldn't see who it was at first, only that it was not Larry Laverne. I took the last flight 4 steps at a time.
Hello, Sam.
Dundee, what's happened?
Come in and see for yourself.
What I saw for myself, I wish somebody else had seen for me. Hysterical Larry was lying on his back on my bedroom floor. His eyes were wide open, and he had a crooked grin on his face. A very crooked grin. Whoever had killed him had wrenched his jaw out of place.
I'm not saying you killed him, Sam. I'm only asking you who did.
Don't be a child, Dundee.
Why was he killed?
No statement.
What was he doing here? Who is he?
The name he gave was Laverne. I let him flop here because he was afraid to go home.
Afraid of who?
A man named Casper Gutman.
What?
Yeah, Gutman.
Quit stalling, Sam. Gutman's dead and you know it.
You bury him, Dundee?
Well, I believe you mean it.
Where Gutman's concerned, it doesn't pay to kid around.
What's he after now?
The bridge work out of a man's mouth. The man's name is Julius.
What's in this Julius bridge work? Maltese Falcon?
Something like that.
I'm sorry, Sam. It's not good enough. I'll have to take you in.
So you took me and you booked me. Bail was set at $20,000. You saw to that. You figure there's only one operator who'd put up that kind of money to spring me, and that's Casper Gutman. I hope you're right. Period. And the first part, at least, of Sob Story.
But Sam, what is in Herman Julius's bridge work?
Laverne told me it was a tooth Gutman stole out of a skeleton in an old Portuguese catacomb.
What's so valuable about that?
I don't know.
Could be a jewel inside of it?
No, it's not Gutman's kind of game. Besides, the thing that made poor Laverne blow his top in that newsreel theater was something more like an elephant tusk.
Oh.
Where's that encyclopedia? Did you bring it?
Oh, yes, I did, Sam. Yes, I did. Wasn't I smart?
Look it up.
Look what up?
Candy with a K.
Oh. K, car, can. Oh, here it is. Candy. Hey, nothing. City. Capital of Central Province of Ceylon, located near the center of the island north.
Spare me the geography.
Well, the railroad from Colombo. Noted for its waterfalls and stuff.
Yeah.
The city surrounds an artificial lake and is sacred to Buddhists for its temple of Maligawa, which enshrines the tooth of Buddha brought, according to legend...
What? Let me see that.
Well?
Let me see, it's sacred to Buddhists for its temple of Maligawa, which enshrines it. Effie.
What's the matter, Sam?
The tooth of Buddha.
Sam, you don't think that's what's in Herman Julius's bridge work?
If it was, Gutman would be after him.
But how did he get to Portugal?
If it did, Gutman's the man that could track it down.
Sam, you sure of that?
No, Angel. No. The only thing I am sure of is this. When the Maltese falcon laid an egg, it hatched a flock of vultures, and they're all circling right around my head.
Well, cheer up, Sam. You won't be in jail long. I'll bring you a cake with a file in it.
Angel.
No, devil food.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Howard Duff, our star, appears as Sam Spade, with Joseph Kearns as Caspar Gutman, in William Spear's production of The Candy Tooth. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with the second half of The Candy Tooth. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Robert Montgomery. At the point at which we interrupted Sam Spade's narrative just now, things were at a pretty pass.
A pretty pass indeed.
A pretty pass. Sam wound up with the body of the dentist, Larry Laverne, in his apartment. The girl, Hope, waiting for him in the bus station. Caspar Gutman, the fat man, waiting for an answer to his ultimatum that Spade produce the tooth or else.
Me in city prison under $20,000 bail, and the fabulous Candy Tooth still chumping on two-bit hamburgers and the bridge work of a very elusive man named Herman Julius.
Yes. And?
Well, after I dictated my report to Effie on what had happened until then, she left, and I laid down to think. Lieutenant Dundee and I had agreed that I should spend the night in the pokey. He figured that the 20G bail would draw only one man to put up that much moolah to spring me, Caspar Gutman. Along about 9 in the a.m., the turnkey unlocked the door of my cell. I followed him out to the desk. The $20,000 were there, but no sign of benefactor, benefactress, or Samaritan of any type. The bond was in my name. I signed my release and walked out. Across the street was parked a long black limousine with the curtains drawn. I started for it when a voice at my elbow checked me.
George Senor Spade.
Si.
I'm Don Constantino de Braganza. It's I who have put up the $20,000.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Now, why?
I desire a service. My card, Senor.
Don Constantino. Wait a minute.
Yes, you seem to know the name, eh?
Yeah. For a guy who's been dead 500 years, you don't look too bad.
Oh, thank you. You are referring, of course, to my illustrious ancestor, Don Constantino, the first Portuguese viceroy of India, who indeed had been dead since the 16th century. It's on his behalf I speak to you now.
What can I do for him?
Restore the tooth which was wrenched from his skull by a pack of unspeakable ghouls who violated his tomb in Lisboa.
You think they're in San Francisco?
Let us not be naive, Senor. The contemptible little dentist, Laverne, was killed in your apartment. Therefore, you must know the whereabouts of the other ghouls.
I know so many ghouls, Senor. You'll have to be more specific.
I refer to a fat pig named C. Gutman, and an odorous little camel named J. Cairo, and most especially to a woman of the female sex by name H. Laverne.
You want them or the tooth?
Both. Not one without the other.
No, it'll take a little time. They haven't got the tooth.
You know where it is?
In the bridge work of a man named Julius.
Oh. That then explains the dentist and the diabolical manner which they employed in smuggling the tooth out of Lisboa.
Now, you go on home and you stay there until I call you, huh?
Senor, I respect your judgment.
Thank you.
You will find me at the Hotel San Rafael, and for the retainer, you may consider the $20,000 bond as due.
Wow.
Adios, senor.
Adios. Be careful crossing streets.
Adios.
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 Adios, Don Constantino.
Adios.
Yeah, adios.
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 Spade. Sam, get in.
You, got a hack license, Miss Laverne?
Oh, please don't, Sam. I know this car's ridiculous, but I don't dare use taxis or be seen on the street. What did that man tell you?
What happened last night when you called me from the bus station in such a panic?
Why didn't you come?
I went to see the fat man.
You saw Gutman? Did he mention me?
You didn't make that call last night to get me out of the apartment so that somebody could get in and kill Laverne.
Oh, Sam.
Then why did you call?
Because I found Herman Julius. And I'm driving you there now.
We didn't do any talking after that. She sat very close to me. There was plenty to talk about, but we didn't do any talking after that. I was vaguely aware that we were driving across to Oakland, and a few minutes later we pulled up in front of an apartment building. We took the elevator up to the 9th floor.
This is it, Sam. 9B.
Nobody home.
Oh, he's in there, Sam. I know he is.
Mr. Julius. Mr. Julius.
Go away. There's no Julius Field. That's his voice.
Mr. Julius, I've got to talk to you. It's very important. If you don't open the door, I'll have to...
I'll kill my purse. I'll kill my purse. He will, Sam. He will. You've got to stop him. Go away.
Julius! Wait a minute. Wait, go!
No,
It was the 9th floor he started from. Poor, frightened little Herman Julius was dead on arrival. By the time we made it downstairs, the street was flooded with cops. I grabbed Hope by the arm, hustled her around the corner to a rented limousine, and told her I'd call her later. My next stop was the fat man himself.
Well, sir. So you reconsidered. You found Julius.
I know where he is.
And your terms, sir. What are your terms?
100,000, cash on the line.
Oh, out of the question, Mr. Spade.
No cash, no tooth.
You found another buyer?
Yeah. A man named Constantino de Braganza says the tooth belongs in the head of his ancestor by a previous marriage.
Oh, acquaintances are very droll. And what else did he say to you?
That he'd double any bid that you made on the tooth.
My dear fellow, have you any inkling, any remote idea of the value of that tooth? No? Well, I'll tell you, sir. But let me warn you. If I tell you, and you do not then produce the tooth...
Yeah. Let's get on with it, Governor.
Yes. Sit down, sir. How much do you know of the 16th century history of the Orient?
Well, enough to fill that tooth with.
Capital joke, sir. I should give you a little more. Enough, say, to fill an elephant tusk.
I'm listening.
Well, sir, when the Portuguese invaded India in the 16th century and established the city of Goa, there were 3 main empires in the Orient, namely China, India, and Burma. And the rulers of all 3 empires sought to rule the world. Now, legend had it that in order to become lord of the world, a monarch had first to be the possessor of 7 gems. That's gems spelled with a J, sir. Yes, gems. This is no fantasy, I'm telling you, Mr. Spade. This is actual history. 7 gems. And what were those 7 gems?
You tell me.
The first 6 do not concern us, Mr. Spade. A golden wheel, a white elephant, all easy to come by for an Oriental monarch. But the 7th, Mr. Spade, the 7th.
What was that, a tooth?
The tooth, Mr. Spade, the tooth. The sacred tooth of the great Lord Buddha himself. That remained in the temple of Maligawa at Kandy, on the island of Ceylon. Many kings sent armies to capture it, but all were defeated by the fierce Brahmins who stood guard at the temple gates. And so, we come to the year 1552.
It's about time.
Now, in that year, the Portuguese viceroy, Dom Constantino de Braganza, landed near Jaffna with a force of 1,220 men and defeated the king's legions in a savage battle. He returned to Goa with his victorious army and the tooth, which he retained as his personal prize. It was not long before the Burmese king, Bainaun by name, sent an emissary to Dom Constantino, offering the modern equivalent of £1 million sterling as ransom for the tooth.
How to get to Portugal?
Oh, hear me out, sir. Hear me out.
All right.
Well, before the transaction could be consummated, the Portuguese archbishop called on Dom Constantino and, in the name of the Inquisition, demanded the tooth. After some delay, Dom Constantino, under threat of torture, delivered a tooth into the archbishop's hand, and that tooth was publicly destroyed. The archbishop grinding it into powder with mortar and pestle and scattering the residue upon a fire, that the tooth might be utterly consumed. Shortly after this, Dom Constantino's personal physician, after drawing a tooth, now mind you, a tooth, from the viceroy's head, died under very mysterious circumstances. We may safely infer that the substitute tooth which he drove into the viceroy's jawbone, after the primitive fashions of dentistry in those days, was the candy tooth, put there for safekeeping until Dom Constantino could resume negotiations with Bainaun's emissary. But, before that could be accomplished, Dom Constantino was stricken with the plague, carried aboard ship, and home to Portugal, where he died. He was entombed with the candy tooth still in his head. Now, the manuscript which fell into the possession of the Russian Kemidov, and later into mine, but I shall not go into unnecessary detail,
of course not,
was Dom Constantino's deathbed confession, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that the real candy tooth had reposed for more than 4 centuries, not in the great temple at Kandy in Ceylon, but in a Portuguese tomb.
Yeah, well, I think I can take it from there. You still haven't told me what my percentage is.
Well, my dear boy, if your percentage were 1/10 of 1% of what can be realized on that tooth, you could retire to a life of sloth and luxury for the rest of your days. For the restoration of the true relic, there is no limit to what the Buddhist world could and would pay. Gifts and tribute paid to one temple alone exceed $11 million a year. Now, my boy, you begin to comprehend something of its value?
I'll still settle for cash.
Very well, then. $10,000.
It's a deal.
You understand, Mr. Spade. Now that you have my secret, the affair must be gotten over quickly, for good and all. If it is not, believe me, this time I shall not bargain with you for my life. You shall bargain with me for yours.
After I left Gutman, I called you, Dundee, and found out by a clever ruse where Herman Julius's body had been sent. You told me. Then I hustled on over to the mortuary. As I walked in, a hushed young man wearing a hushed cutaway and a hushed expression greeted me.
Good evening, sir. I'm Converse Etheridge. Can I be of service?
Thank you. I've come to pay my last respects to an old friend. Can I be alone with him for a few minutes?
His name?
Julius. Herman Julius.
Oh, yes. His widow is here, sir. Mrs. Julius.
His widow, huh?
Yes, she's inconsolable. Perhaps, as a dear friend of the departed, you might give her words of comfort. Please go in.
Thank you. A little woman in black was sobbing quietly to herself. She turned around when she heard me come in. Her eyes lit up with hatred, and suddenly she grabbed something from her pocketbook and held it at me. It was a .45, and her hand was shaking.
Yeah, this time I will do it. Always before I didn't have the heart. Always hating bloodshed. But this time, yeah, this time!
Nick, Frau Julius, it's Freund.
You are not one of them.
No, I'm a detective. I want to punish the people responsible for your husband's death.
Yeah, I believe you. This gun, I was going to follow poor Herman. There didn't seem to be any reason for going on.
Tell me something about yourself and your husband, Mrs. Julius.
It's an old story now. Years of separation in different concentration camps. Bribery. Then my children and I, we were finally released. Came to this country. After 2 years, Herman wrote us from Lisbon. We knew soon he would be with us. But even though the war was finished, they had lost. Still they were not a Herman Julius. He knew the Nazis were behind him all the time. And even here, in this country, he did not dare come to me.
Mrs. Julius, you see, those people that followed your husband this time weren't Nazis. They weren't even after him. They were after something he was carrying. In Lisbon, didn't he go to a dentist named Laverne?
Oh, yeah.
And didn't Laverne put an odd-shaped tooth, kind of yellow, into his bridge work?
Yeah.
So he smuggled the candy tooth out of Portugal, and he never even knew it.
Oh, well, it does not matter now. Oh, Herman is dead. Surely they will leave his poor broken body in peace.
I doubt it very much, Mrs. Julius.
No, surely they will.
That's why I want to make a request of you. You see, others have died besides your husband because of this thing. More will die unless you do as I ask you.
Oh, to stop terror. Any terror. I will do anything, Mr. Spade. Anything you say.
I told her what I wanted done, and she agreed to do it. Then I started on my part of it. I called Gutman at the St. Mark and told him 11 at my apartment. Then I called Dom Constantino at the San Rafael. Hope and I got there around 10:30. Go on in, Angel.
Well, this is where you live, Sam?
Where I sleep.
Must be lonely for you.
Sorry, no vacancy.
Sam, listen. There's so much I want to tell you about myself.
I'm listening.
Well, listen. Just before the war started, I was engaged to marry a man named Kemidov in London.
A Russian, yeah. Gutman mentioned him. Something about an old manuscript?
Yeah, Kemidov had stolen it. In India, it was very old, and Kemidov said that the information in it made it worth more than the Maltese Falcon. It was in Latin.
Mm-hmm. How'd the fat man get this manuscript away from Kemidov? So you, double-crossed Kemidov and took the manuscript to Gutman.
Sam, before they get here, I've got to tell you something. No matter what happens, I want you to know this.
Sure, I know. Say it, Angel.
Don't torture me, Sam.
I'd like to hear it, Angel.
Oh, Sam, I love you so much it feels like hate.
feels like I
Go on. Hate me, Angel.
Darling. No. No, don't answer it, Sam.
Relax, Angel. You'll be okay.
Sam,
Yeah?
only you, Sam. All I want out of... Only you.
Just stay on third, Angel. I'll bat you home safe.
You see, sir, I have a punctual man.
Come on in, Gutman.
Look, the same apartment, the same colors, everything the same.
Yeah, the same rat race, Cairo. Hello, Marvin. Killed anybody since lunch?
Want me to give it a shamus? Oh, please, Marvin. No unpleasant talk. Mr. Gutman, please tell Marvin.
In here, gentlemen.
Yes, Marvin. Mr. Spade, I'm sure, regrets the unfortunate... Well, and what have we here?
You all know the lady?
You see, Mr. Gutman, I told you. Now he's dealing with her. Oh, this is...
Shut up, you hear me? Shut up.
Don't talk like that. I'm jumpy. I don't feel good. I don't know why.
You shut up, too.
Always fighting, violence, unpleasantness. I'm getting too old for this.
Now, Mr. Spade, to the business at hand. You have the truth.
I want some answers first. Did you have our dentist friend Laverne killed?
No.
Did Marvin kill Laverne?
No.
Cairo?
No.
Nobody killed Laverne. He died of old age.
Have you asked the little lady there?
Sam.
I gotta ask you, baby.
Sam, how could you?
Answer me.
No, Sam, you know I didn't.
Well, it doesn't matter. I got my pigeon pick to take the fall.
I don't feel so good.
Now, Marvin, retain yourself. No violence. Well, sir.
That's it. Sit still.
I have a package from the Avalon mortuary for Mr. Spade. Oh, hello, sir.
Yeah, let's have it.
Mrs. Julia said to tell you...
Yeah, thanks. Well, Gutman, this is it. This little package. The candy tooth.
The tooth, at last. Give it me, sir. Give it me.
Oh, Mr. Gutman, it's all over. We've got it.
We have. Come, sir, no more teasing.
Put those fat lunch hooks down before I chop them off.
I rather thought this wasn't all. What now, sir?
I told you there was another bidder. And there he is.
I would advise you not to reach for your gun, Mr. Spade.
You're pointing that gun at the wrong belly. The fat man's inside. Mr. Gutman, Mr. Cairo, Dom Constantino de Braganza of Portugal.
Portugal, indeed. It's the Russian.
Kennedoff.
Do not be so formal, Hope, my darling. You may call me Sergei Ivanovich.
All right, let's get off the Kopak. We're all here.
You see,
Mr. Spade, you are an unmitigated cad, sir. You all along this man was an imposter.
That was the name he gave me.
Well, what matter? There's enough for all.
Your old mujik, Mr. Spade, you'll please give me that package.
Now, Marvin, now!
They both had their guns into each other at once, practically. Kemedov fired first, but Marvin didn't fall. He spit out his chewing gum, then he squeezed the trigger of his .45. They both looked more surprised than anything else, but they were both very dead before they fell down.
Marvin. Dead. As dead as Kemedov. Oh, well, it was worth it. You know, of course, it was he who killed Laverne.
I told you I had my pigeon picked for the fall.
By gad, man, you are a winner.
Poor Marvin. He looks so dead.
You can have the package now.
Oh, yes. The truth, sir.
He seized the package with his fat little fingers. They were trembling so he could hardly undo the strings. He tore the outer wrappings, exposed a small metal jar. He looked at me and wrenched the lid off it.
Yes,
He dumped the contents onto the table.
The truth, what is it? There's nothing here. Ashes, sir, ashes.
That's it, Gutman. Ashes. The tooth is there, along with the rest of Herman Julius. He was cremated this afternoon.
Cremated? The truth, it was cremated.
No, it cannot be, no.
But it is the truth. Oh, you idiot. I'll tell you what the idiot. Why do I stay with him? Why?
Well, come, Joe. Shall we stand here weeping and bemoaning a curious quirk of fate? Or shall we defy all fates? Were we not well underway to finding the Romanov scepter when this charming lady detoured us with her romantic notions? Come. What say you, Joel, eh?
You mean we go to...
Yes, Joel, to Samarkand.
Mr. Gutman, do not say it. He is listening.
Yes, a wise precaution. Then we go, eh?
Yes, Mr. Gutman, yes, we go.
Adieu, Mr. Spade. Oh, sound. It's like the stage of the old Vic at the final curtain of Hamlet. Alas, poor Marvin, I knew him well. Oh, well, any slip puts the cup in the tooth.
I let him go, Mr. Montgomery. I knew there was nothing on him that Dundee's boys could make stick. I thought twice before I let Dundee take Hope Laverne, but we both agreed it was the smart thing to do. And what do you suppose Effie said when I said, period, end of report?
Oh, say, for once you came out ahead. $20,000. Oh, just think of the things we can do. Pay all the bills, the year's rent on the office, have that awful old leather chair reupholstered, and new ribbon for my typewriter.
Effie, about that typewriter ribbon.
Well, maybe I can get along on this one for a while, but Sam, I do think we should get my mother's earrings out of Moishe's pawn shop.
Effie, I know this is going to be a terrible blow to you, but
Sam, what did you do with the $20,000?
I put it up for bail.
Bail?
Yeah.
But that was the $20,000. And you're released so you get the money. It's very simple, Sam. You just go down and ask them for it.
Effie, you see, you don't understand these things. Now, bail is a very complex legal technicality. You see, you put up a bond, and then you...
Sam, how much was the bail for Hope Laverne?
Yeah, that's what I mean, Angel.
Oh, Sam, you're such a child. You'll never see her again. She was just using you.
I'll take it, Effie. Hello?
Angel.
Hello, kitten.
Sam, I'm free. Shall I come over?
Well, I'll always be waiting for you, kitten.
Me too, Sam.
Kitten, indeed. C-A-T. Kitten.
What's that, Angel?
Oh, forget it, Sam. I just get
Can't figure me out, eh, Angel? Well, I'll tell you. I've lived without faith, and I lived without charity, but I've just got to have...
Out here is where I say, oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
This is Robert Montgomery. I'm sure our suspense audience agrees with me when I say that whenever it is, it can't be too soon to have Sam Spade back with us again in a full-hour adventure on radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Incidentally, our producer, editor, director on these weekly full hours of suspense, Bill Spear, joins hands with Dashiell Hammett to bring you the adventures of Sam Spade each Sunday night on this network.
Thanks for the plug, Bob. I have a basket full of thanks to my friend Howard Sam Duff, the kind of actor a director lights candles for, and to wonderful Lorraine Tuttle, who plays Effie each week, and to Joseph Kearns, who is the Casper Gutman of them all. And to all you other ornaments to your profession, Kathy Lewis, Wally Mayer, Jay Novello, Jeanette Nolan, Jack Edwards Jr., Sidney Miller, Hans Conried, and Bill Johnston. And, of course, as always, to our musical director and conductor, Led Pluskin, and to the composer of our original scores, Lucien Moraway.
And our special thanks to Bob Tolman and Jason James, who wrote The Candy Tooth, and who were voted by their fellow mystery writers of America the Edgar Allan Poe Award for Sam Spade, the best detective show on the air.
And to the Wildroot Company, our gracious sponsor of SAME, for this courtesy and cooperation in making tonight's Spadery available. Now tell about next week, Bob.
Next week we will bring you another great American master of suspense, the author of The Postman Always Rings Twice and Double Indemnity, James M. Cain. It's a full hour of Mr. Cain's very wonderful novel, Love's Lovely Counterfeit. This is Robert Montgomery, who will welcome you once again next week to radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Don't forget, next week at this same time, a full hour of...
Suspense!
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes? Who is this?
It's me, Sam.
Sam?
Samantha, your secretary, Lee.
I know, but what the heck are you calling for at this time of night? Don't you ever sleep?
Oh, Lee, they picked up a boyfriend of mine on a charge of murder, and he didn't do it.
Well, if he didn't do it, what are you worried about?
The trouble is, although I know he didn't do it, he's confessed to the murder.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Deere Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony J. as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges, and Elaine Lee as Samantha Darlington. Others in the cast are Patricia Sanders, George Carillon, Gordon Mulholland, and Hugh Rouse. Now let us join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness, learning the hard way.
Sam, tell me all about it.
Well, his name is Bruce. Bruce Skinner. He's an artist.
An artist? You mean the full bit? Greenwich Village, sandals and beard?
Well, he does live in the village, and he does have a beard, but, well, he's not a hippie.
What the heck's a hippie?
Oh, they used to call them beatniks.
Go on.
Well, apparently last night, he met this guy that he hasn't seen since they were in college together. They hung one on.
Where did this booze-up take place?
All over. They did a crawl. But they ended up in Skid Row.
Nice friends you have.
Oh, Lee, it sounds bad, I know, but Bruce isn't that sort of guy. But you know what a couple of fellows are when they get a bit high.
They were looking for dames?
Oh, no, I shouldn't think so. Well, not Bruce, at least. All he wants to do when he gets high is spout poetry and argue. He'll argue with anyone after a few shots.
So, how did they end up in the row?
I don't know. And neither does Bruce. He just doesn't remember. He came to, sleeping on a bench on the subway station at 51st Street.
And, who was killed?
It was a girl. Her name is Helen Scranton. A real no-good Nick by all accounts.
A hustler?
I suppose. Well, most of them hustle when they get that low.
How was she killed?
Strangled. Strangled with a necktie.
And, how did your boyfriend Bruce come to be involved in all this?
Well, the old doll who runs the rooming house where it happened saw a guy answering Bruce's description leave Helen Scranton's room about 3:30 this morning. Well, the cops checked and soon ran Bruce to the ground. The thing is that the necktie that was used is Bruce's. And he's confessed. He's confessed to strangling her.
Okay, Johnny. Now, here's the score as far as I've been able to ascertain. Helen Scranton, vagrant, practically a human derelict, certainly no looker. Found strangled with a necktie. The necktie belongs to one Bruce Skinner, artist, no permanent employ, but otherwise no record. Seems to be a pretty regular sort of guy. Last night he meets up with an old college chum. They go off on a bender together. Skinner passes out around 2 a.m. Wakes up on a subway bench. According to him, he clearly remembers strangling a skinny brunette.
Yeah.
A brunette who was wearing blue hipster slacks and a white sweater. A perfect description of Helen Scranton.
So, what's the problem?
The problem, Johnny, is feminine intuition.
Are you kidding?
Don't knock it till you tried it. I'm a firm believer in feminine intuition.
But who's had the intuition?
Sam.
Huh?
Our pretty little secretary, Samantha Darlington, whom you fancy like crazy.
How does she come into this?
She knows this Bruce Skinner. She's convinced he didn't do it.
How is she convinced?
Because he's not a guy like that.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And I believe her.
Have you spoken to the guy yet?
No, not yet. I intend to right away. But I've spoken to Sam, and that's enough to get me interested in the case.
Where's he being held?
5th Precinct. Let's go over and have a word with my friend, Lieutenant Evans.
Lee. It's against the rules, as you know, but I reckon our friendship will stand for you to have 10 minutes with him.
Thanks, Birdie.
Okay.
Take me in, Johnny.
Straight in, Lee. No step. Bunk 3 feet to your right when you're in.
Thanks.
Gee, do you have to slam that thing like that?
Got a head, boy?
Oh, you have to be kidding. Heads I haven't got, but delicately veined balloons filled with throbbing pain tissue. These I have 2 of. For want of a better word, we'll call them heads.
I'm Lee Masters.
Oh, yeah? I heard of you. You're the blind guy that Sam works for?
That's me.
She drag you into this?
In a way.
Well, it's no use. Don't ask me why I did it, but I did. I've never even set eyes on the broad before, so help me. But I must have done it.
Why?
Because I remember doing it, and I gave a perfect description of her, and they found my tie around her throat, so I have confessed.
So Sam tells me. Look, Buster, if you did it, you deserve to burn, and I wouldn't even ask for clemency for you.
Sure.
But there's something that smells here. That is, apart from your booze-soaked breath.
Oh, yeah, do I still smell of the stuff?
I have very sensitive nostrils. Tell me what you remember. I understand you passed out in the early hours of this morning.
Yeah, I don't know that I passed out. The last thing I remember is arguing with Red, the barman in Casey's bar just off Broadway.
Yeah, I know the place. You picked a fight with Red? You must have been looking for trouble.
Red knows me. I always look for trouble when I'm high.
Go on. Start from the time you first met this friend of yours.
Okay. Well, I get to exhibit in a little gallery in the village every now and so often. I've been around there, and they'd sold a painting of mine. I was very surprised, see?
Why? Are you a bad artist?
Oh, no. I'm a good artist. Very good. That's why I was surprised. The public isn't really ready for work of my caliber yet, you see?
Yeah.
Anyway, I got the dough, and I was walking out into the street when this guy calls to me. At first, I didn't recognize him. Hey there, Skinny, wait up, will you? Hold it. Me? Yeah. The beard had me fooled for a moment, but I know those legs anywhere, boy, believe me. Oh, don't tell me it's Bertie Wagnall. Another but. You live in New York? No, I live down in Philadelphia. Oh, what brings you here, to the hub of the universe? Oh, a little business. Wow. This calls for a little celebration. That it does, friend of my youth. And it couldn't have come at a more opportune moment. Okay. I sold a picture, and I'm slightly loaded. How do you like that? Look, I got a couple of things to do. Now, you pick me up at my hotel about 8:30 tonight. Sure, yeah. Skinny will paint this town a delicate shade of pink. What's a date? I'll be around about 8:30. 8:30, I picked him up. We had a couple in the bar of the hotel where he's staying.
What hotel is that?
The Marlborough. You know it?
I know it.
Well, from there, we just sort of drifted from one pub to the other. The last I remember, like I said, was Casey's bar.
Apart from remembering the fact that you strangled the broad.
Yeah, apart from that. It's so real, you know, and I don't even know her, Mr. Masters. Do you think I did it?
Do you?
Well, I suppose I must have. The funny thing is, sometimes I feel like I must have dreamed it. The next minute, I know I did it.
And right now, how do you feel about it right now?
Right now, I feel I must be going out of my mind.
Is this the hotel?
Yeah, this is the Mulberry, where Bertie Wagnall lives.
Okay. Steer me through into the lobby, Johnny.
This way. Excuse me, could you tell me if...
Oh, yeah. So can I help you?
Mr. Wagnall, what room number is he?
Room 1234. You want to see him? Well, I'll check if he's here. What name, please?
Hold it, Buster.
Huh?
Save the efficiency bit. We're from the FBI.
Oh.
Here's my badge. I just want to know if the guy's in.
Oh, I see. Well, yes, he's in, sir. No trouble, I hope.
None at all. Just don't announce us, that's all. Come on, Johnny. Room 1234, you said.
That's right, sir. Oh, the elevator's over to your right.
Knock again. Maybe he's also sleeping it off.
No answer. Must be out.
Funny. Hang on a minute. I got keys here for all kinds of locks. Here, try a couple of these.
Okay.
This one usually works on hotel rooms.
Hey, right first time, as usual.
Jealousy will get you nowhere, son.
Yeah? What is it? Hey, what's going on here?
FBI.
We knocked. There was no answer.
I was learning. I'm busy learning Spanish. I got a job to do in Mexico in a couple of months. Something I can do for you?
Yeah. We're looking into a killing in which a friend of yours seems to be involved.
Oh, you mean Skinny? Bruce Skinner. Is that a federal case?
In a way. What can you tell us about it?
Well, I can't tell you a thing, really. Nothing is that I haven't already told the police. I know it sounds screwy. I mean, Skinny just isn't that type of guy, but for my money, he did it. He killed this Helen Scranton broad.
You are listening to Learning the Hard Way. Tonight's Sounds of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
Okay, Mr. Wagnall. Tell us your version of the story.
Yeah, sure. I'll just switch off and put this junk away. Well, you see now, I was like this. I met Skinny by accident.
You didn't know where he was staying? Where he was working? What he was doing?
No, I didn't. Not a thing. See, I've been living in Philadelphia ever since I left college, and that was the last time I saw Skinny in college.
You mean since, when was it you left college?
1962.
Since 1962, you haven't seen Bruce Skinner. That's 5 years.
Yeah, that's right. Something wrong in that?
No. Should there be?
How do you mean, should there be? We both started our different careers in different states.
What is your career, Mr. Wagnall?
Me? Well, I'm actually going into politics. I work for the DA's office in Philadelphia.
A lawyer, huh?
Well, at the moment, yeah. Like I say, I hope for a career in politics.
Yeah. Married?
No, not anymore. I did get married just after college, actually, but it didn't take.
So now you're divorced?
No, separated. We just parted. There are no kids, and I got no intention of getting married for a few years. You know, I'm far too busy making my career, that sort of thing, so I haven't bothered about a divorce.
And, of course, even in this so-called enlightened day and age, for a man planning a public career like a politician, having a divorce somewhere in the background isn't a good thing, is it?
No, I suppose not. I hadn't thought about it that way. Sooner or later, maybe Heather is going to want to get married to someone, and when she does, I've no doubt that she'll get on to me about making things legal.
That's your wife's name? Heather?
That's right.
When did you see her last?
Well, not since we broke up, back in 63.
4 years, huh? And, what makes you think Bruce Skinner did the killing?
Well, you know how some guys are when they're high. They want to look for atmosphere. Well, that was Bruce. He thought that we might meet some interesting characters in Skid Row. We went into a bar there, and he started talking to this broad. That's when I left.
By, this broad? You mean Helen Scranton?
No, some other doll. I didn't know her name. Anyway, the party looked like getting a little too rough for me. Like you said, a guy can't be too careful.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you know, about divorce, scandals, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So you left.
Next I heard, they picked up Bruce this morning.
Now, Bertie, about this Skinner kid. How did you guys hear about the killing?
A phone call around 4 o'clock this morning. It came from a guy, anonymous. Just said that there was a stiff in Helen Scranton's room, and he rang up.
Didn't give you a tip to pick up Bruce Skinner?
Nope. The landlady put us on to him. Oh, what I mean is she gave us a description. Said he looked drunk, even at that time of the morning. She says she saw him leave at about 3:30 in the morning. Oh, we checked the bars for strangers, got a description that fitted the one the landlady gave us. Well, after that, it was routine. Oh, he's a guy, all right, he confessed. It was his necktie that was used to strangle her.
Yeah. I don't like it, Bertie.
Huh?
Not one little bit. What do you know about this broad, Helen Scranton? That her real name?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, it isn't her real name. Her name was Seymour, Heather Seymour.
Oh, hi, Lee.
Hi, Sam. Well, what did you find out?
This Bertie Wagnall seems to be all he says he is. Up-and-coming young light in DA's office in Philly. He's lived there since 62. He did marry, and they did split up with no hard feelings in 63. Oh, for my money, he's clean.
I wonder. Something smells in this case. You know that, Sam? And his wife's maiden name?
Archer. Her name was Heather Archer. All I know, Lee, is that Bruce can't have done it.
You know something? I've talked to the boy. I'm inclined to agree with you.
And what's the answer? Another Skid Row character did it?
Oh, I don't think so. You see, there's the landlady's description of the guy who left the room at 3:30 in the morning. I've spoken to her, too. And that was definitely Skinner that she saw. He was for sure in that girl's room at 3 in the morning.
But he remembers nothing about that.
No. The last he remembers is in Casey's bar, just off Broadway. I've spoken to Red, the barman there, and Bruce and his pal left at 1:30. Now, the funny thing is that Red says he didn't seem so canned to him.
Oh.
Yeah, he knows your pal Bruce. And according to Red, the guy wasn't all that drunk. Odd, yeah, but not drunk.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, Sam. One or two little things worry me about this whole business. Like, for instance, Bertie Wagnall saying that the dame that Bruce was talking to when he left him in the bar in Skid Row wasn't Helen Scranton.
So? What's wrong with that?
Well, how would he know that she didn't look like Helen Scranton? Unless he knows what Helen Scranton looks like.
Oh.
And according to him, he doesn't. Well, it might just be a slip of the tongue. I don't know. By the way, the other thing. Is there any rumor in Philly about young Bertie Wagnall wanting to get married?
No. He seems to be a confirmed bachelor by all accounts.
Yeah. Get hold of Johnny, will you, Sam?
Right.
I feel like taking a trip to Philadelphia.
Gentlemen, can I be of assistance?
FBI.
Oh.
Here's my badge.
Oh, I see. Yes, sir.
Now, look. I want you to find for me the original document registering the marriage of one Albert Wagnall, 1962. You got that?
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. One moment. I'll get it for you right away.
I still don't get it, Lee. Sam checked on this. Why do we have to come all the way to Philadelphia to check again?
Because, Johnny, this Wagnall guy is the guilty one in my book. I have a hunch he knows Helen Scranton. His wife's Christian name was the same as Helen Scranton's real name, Heather. But her maiden name was Archer. Helen Scranton's real name was Seymour.
Well, exactly, so why are we here?
When people change their names, they keep their same initials 9 times out of 10. That's one reason. 2, Wagnall knew Helen Scranton. 3, possible motive. It wouldn't look good for an up-and-coming lawyer to be married to a girl who lives in Skid Row. A no-good, a derelict, would it?
No, I suppose not.
Here you are, sir. Albert Wagnall.
Who did he marry?
Now, let's see. Here we are, sir. Heather Archer.
You're wrong this time, Lee.
I don't think so, Johnny. Not yet. Have a look at that entry. Does it look to you as if it might have been altered?
Just a second.
Oh, but that could never happen here.
Hey, know something, Lee? I don't know how you do it, but I'd say yes. This entry has definitely been altered.
My word.
Yeah. It wouldn't be the first time either. All right, Johnny. It's a long shot, but maybe we'll hit pay dirt. Look, get the witnesses' names and addresses, and let's go and see them right away.
No, Mrs. Webley, we are from the FBI, but it isn't any sort of trouble for you.
Oh, well, what is it then?
Back in 1962, you were a witness down at City Hall. Young guy named Albert Wagnall. And a young girl. Remember?
Of course I remember. Heather particularly wanted me to be a witness since she has no brothers and sisters.
Was she a relative of yours then?
No, but I knew her from the first time she came to Philly. Her only friend, really.
And what was her name?
Her name? Why, before she married Bert Wagnall, her name was Seymour. Heather Seymour.
How long before we hit New York, Johnny?
30 minutes. But I got hold of Evans. They'll have picked up Wagnall by now.
You know, what worries me is this confession of Bruce Skinner's.
Huh?
I know Wagnall did it. We can prove that the dead woman was actually his wife, Heather Seymour, and that she was blackmailing him. He was paying her dough to keep quiet about the marriage. So, we know his motive. But how did he manage to get Bruce Skinner to confess? Wait a minute. See, when we first went into his room...
We knocked. There was no answer. I was learning. I'm busy learning Spanish.
That's it, Johnny. How was Wagnall learning?
Well, he had headphones on. You know, listening to tapes. That's the way everyone learns languages these days. Sorry, I didn't think.
You're supposed to tell me everything that's going on. And when it happens, too. Not days later. If you told me about the headphones, I would have cottoned on to how Wagnall got Bruce to confess to a crime he didn't commit.
Gee, I feel real bad about this, Lee.
So you should. Anyway, it's over now. No harm done.
Yeah, but I still don't see.
Well, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Now listen. First of all, Bruce said the last thing he remembered was being in Casey's bar, right?
Right.
Right. But Red, the barman, said he wasn't so drunk. Odd, he said, but not drunk.
Uh-huh.
Well, right then, I thought Bruce had been drugged. Maybe our friend Wagnall slipped him LSD or some other hallucinatory drug. Bruce blacked out.
Yeah.
Wagnall took him to his hotel room, and the night clerk confirms this. And he gave him a dose of suggestion over those phones.
Yeah.
Yeah, he suggested that Bruce killed Helen Scranton. Actually, it was Wagnall who did it, of course. And Bruce was probably in the room, too. But out. That's how his necktie came to be used. So, Wagnall left him there. At 3:30, Bruce comes to. But not enough that he remembers anything. Well, he leaves the room, is seen by the landlady, and the rest you know.
The rest I know.
No, it was Wagnall's slip that first made me suspicious. Of course, he'd had access to the records, working in the DA's office, and he'd changed them. Well, let that be a lesson to you.
A lesson?
Yeah. You're my eyes. You must tell me everything, even the obvious things. If I hadn't remembered the conversation and thought there was something funny about Wagnall from the first, we might never have cracked this one.
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
WOR Mutual is proud to present Walter Hampden. Walter Hampden, a great and versatile actor, has in his time played many parts, but none quite like Leonidas Witherall, the hero of the adventures which we'll broadcast every Sunday evening. We'll meet Leonidas in action and plenty of it in a moment. At this moment, we invite you to meet Walter Hampden.
Thank you. Perhaps you know Leonidas Witherall through the entertaining mystery stories by Miss Alice Tilton. I like the man. I expect to have a good time acting him, and I hope you'll have a good time hearing his adventures. One of the intriguing things about Leonidas is his beard. Because of it, he bears a resemblance to William Shakespeare, so that strangers often ask Leonidas if they haven't met him in the public library. Others address him point blank as Bill Shakespeare, or just plain Bill. Then, too, there is Leonidas' double life. He's the owner of Meredith, an exemplary school for boys in a pleasant New England town. And privately, confidentially, he's the author of the Lieutenant Hazeltine stories. Lieutenant Hazeltine is a fabulous hero, a master of every situation. On the radio, he is introduced like this.
Hazeltine to the rescue!
Yes. Now, Leonidas in his own life is always tumbling into strange and unexpected situations. So you can imagine his mixed feelings when confronted with a real mystery of his own, and somebody says, as somebody always does...
You ought to hear Lieutenant Hazeltine on the radio. He'd know what to do.
But so, as you may discover, does Leonidas. As we meet him, he's giving a tea for the good ladies of a local club. They're assembled in his living room, and they chatter cheerfully as they anticipate the refreshment and Leonidas.
Oh, if you see him, my dear, he looks exactly like Shakespeare. Wonderful-looking man. Charming man. Very interesting. Well, Mrs. Howard, where is he? Where's Leonidas?
Mr. Witherall downstairs, Mrs. Haverstraw. He said he has an unexpected visitor, but he'll be up in a jiffy.
Ladies, please. Excuse me, ladies.
Yes. Mr. Witherall will be with us in a moment, so let's be patient, shall we? Oh, here he is now. He does look like Mr. Shakespeare, doesn't he? What a beautiful beard. Oh, well, Leonidas, it's about time.
Ladies, there'll be no tea this afternoon. There's been a murder.
What? Leonidas, if this is some distasteful little joke.
Oh, no, I'm quite serious, Maud. There has been a murder. Oh, no fault of my own, you understand. It was completely unanticipated. Mrs. Mother, can you help the ladies with their things and show them to the door?
All right. Well, I never. Murder. Come on, Leonidas, walk downstairs with me. Now tell me everything that's happened. Who's been murdered?
Maud, why don't you just find your things?
Oh, my cape's downstairs in the hall closet.
In the hall closet? Are you sure?
Of course I am. Why? I hung my cape there when I came in, right in that closet at the bottom of the stairs.
Well, it's impossible. You couldn't have put your cape there. That door's been locked for days.
What? Oh, goodbye, dear. See you Thursday. Yes.
Did you get your things, Mrs. Haverstraw?
No. He says this closet's locked. Locked? Yes. He says it's been locked for days. Did you ever hear of such a thing?
Try the door if you want to.
Well, I certainly will. Well.
See?
Oh, it was such a beautiful cape, too.
Maud, my dear, you don't need a cape. It would be gilding the lily.
Oh.
As the gentleman I'm supposed to resemble has said, to gild refined gold, to paint the lily, to throw a perfume on the violet, to smooth the ice, and more to that effect.
Oh, how sweet.
Yes. Good afternoon, Maud.
Oh, I do hope that awful murder, or whatever it is, works out nicely. Of course, if there was someone around like Lieutenant Hazeltine. Did you ever hear him on the radio?
Lieutenant Hazeltine? Oh, yes. I've heard him, much to my own pleasure and profit.
Well, if you don't know what to do about this murder business, just imagine what Lieutenant Hazeltine would do. He's never wrong, you know. Positively infallible. Have you read the books about him, too?
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, Maud.
You know, I helped her hang the cape in there. I don't understand this at all.
Good afternoon, Maud.
Oh, that was the most exquisite cape, and well, you look for it, and I'll call you later. Good afternoon, Leonidas. Mrs. Muller.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Haverstraw.
Now that they've gone.
Goodness, Mr. Witherall, I completely forgot. There was a message for you from a Mr.
Yes?
Yes. I spoke to him on the telephone a while ago. He's on his way over. I think he said he was coming from the bank.
Mr. Yerkes arrived. I've seen him.
When?
He was my unexpected visitor. That's what delayed me. In fact, he's still here.
He is? Where?
In the hall closet.
Mr. Witherall, putting guests in the closet.
Mr. Yerkes is hardly in a position to complain.
Why?
He's dead.
Well, I'm glad. Huh? There's a dead man in that closet?
Yes. He rang my bell a while ago. I opened the door, and Mr. Yerkes staggered in. He was shot in the head, probably while standing on my doorstep.
I didn't hear no shot.
I thought it was a blowout, too. He fell over there on the rug.
Oh,
I realized he wasn't exactly a pleasant decoration to have at the door when the ladies left, so I put him in the closet, temporarily, of course.
You aren't supposed to touch a corpse, ever. Lieutenant Hazeltine never does that.
Now, that's another point, Mrs. Smollett. You almost slipped up when Mrs. Haverstraw was here. I must impress upon you again the fact that I write the Hazeltine books is our precious secret. So let's be more careful, eh?
Are you going to open the closet door now?
Certainly, a cadaver doesn't belong in a closet, does it?
Who shot him?
I don't know.
Well,
I haven't any idea what this is all about. The last time I spoke to Mr. Yerkes, he called me from his bank. Said he wanted to come over to speak with me as soon as he could. Something urgent, he said. The next thing I knew, my doorbell rang, and there he was.
Oh, gracious.
Evidently, when he spoke to you, he wanted to confirm the appointment. Oh, would you pick up that phone and call the police?
Well, it's about time. Keeping a dead man in a closet. Why, it's sacrilegious. Oh, you going to open that door?
Not just yet. Would you please call the... I'll answer it.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello. Is that you, Witherall?
Yes?
This is Chris. I'm at the library.
Mm-hmm.
I can't explain over the phone, but this is terribly important.
Oh, what's wrong?
I need $500.
$500?
$500?
I need it tonight. I've got to have it.
What is it?
Could you help me out?
What's the trouble?
Just a second, Cripps. It's Professor Cripps at the school library, Mrs. Mullet.
Oh, I know him. I look after his room every second Thursday. A very nice gentleman.
Oh, then perhaps you could spare him $500 from underneath an old mattress, possibly.
Me?
Cripps?
Yes?
Pardon the interruption. I think I can dig it up for you.
Cash? You see, the banks are closed, and I need the cash immediately.
That's all right. I can get it for you.
Would you bring it here to the library as soon as you can? This is terribly important. And if...
Yes, I'll be over. I think I understand.
By the way, that book you borrowed, Hearts Ablaze, it's way overdue. Would you bring it with you?
Hearts Ablaze? I never borrowed a book called... Hello. Hello. He hung up. That's odd. He doesn't usually make mistakes like that.
Now, shall I call the police?
Oh, yes, of course. I wonder what sort of trouble Cripps could be in.
Did he ever ask you for money before?
No, never. You know him, Mrs. Mullet. He leads a very quiet life. He's been going along smoothly for years, ever since he came to Meredith, back in 1927, I think it was. He came to us right after he was graduated from Heidelberg.
Mm-hmm. Have you a family?
No.
He, doesn't go out gallivanting, does he?
No, not a bit of it. As far as I know, he's completely wrapped up in his work at the school library. Now, suddenly, he needs $500. Why did he mention that book? Well, wouldn't this be the time to call the police, Mrs. Mullet?
Mm-hmm.
Police headquarters, Sergeant McConnell.
Sergeant, this is Leonidas Witherall.
Bill Shakespeare. Hello there, Bill.
Sergeant, I'm at home. You remember 40 Birch Hill Road?
Yes?
I'm calling about Mr. Yerkes, the president of Dalton Bank.
What about him?
He's been murdered.
Everything
What?
happens in
He
this
was
house.
shot through the head just a few minutes ago.
Where's the body?
Right here.
All right, don't touch anything. Don't leave, and don't let anyone else leave. We're on our way.
He'll be here in a moment.
Now you'll take Mr. Yerkes out of there, huh?
No, I think he's been disturbed enough today. Oh, incidentally.
Yes?
That bust over the alcove, the bust of...
Shakespeare?
Shakespeare. Is it necessary to put the bust on that narrow shelf? You have Mr. Shakespeare in a very precarious position.
Well, you just wait till I dust him off. He looks fine up there. You'll see. There.
Careful, Mrs. Mullet. Careful.
Just you never mind about the house. You should be busy trying to find out who shot Mr. Yerkes. He was shot right here on your doorstep, wasn't he?
Yes, so he was.
Well, then go on, get busy. Get busy.
Let's see. Yerkes was shot directly in the back of the head. Therefore, the bullet must have come from a small area in that direction. Let's go out on the lawn and have a look round. Now, whoever fired the gun wouldn't stand out here in the open. He'd conceal himself.
He might have stood behind the tree.
Now you sound like Lieutenant Hazeltine, Mrs. Mullet.
You know what he'd do, don't you?
Well, I ought to. He'd stand behind a tree like this and see if the murderer could have done his sniping from there. Ah, another Hazeltine touch. Footprints.
Goodness. What kind of footprints are those?
They're from a very strange kind of shoe, I'd say. They look extremely large, square. Definitely not the type of shoe worn by an ordinary man. Of course, if we knew why somebody should want to kill Yerkes...
He was a banker, wasn't he?
Yes.
Well, then it's a question of common sense. Who'd be after a banker? Someone who needs money.
And that brings us back to Cripps, doesn't it? Well, there are the police. They can take over.
Hello, Bill Shakespeare.
Hello.
Mrs. Mullet.
How do?
Shakespeare, where's my Yerkes?
In my house, in the hall closet.
In the closet?
I moved the body in there myself.
You moved the body?
You see, I had a few guests upstairs, and he was in the way.
Oh, okay. All right, boys. Get Yerkes out of the closet. Usual routine, pictures, medical report. Well, now tell me, Bill, exactly what happened.
Well, Mr. Yerkes telephoned to say he was coming over. He wanted to talk to me about something absolutely vital, he said. I never found out what it was. He rang my bell. I opened the door, found him shot in the head.
Did you see anyone around?
No, but Mrs. Mullet and I were just looking at these rather grotesque footprints.
Where?
Here.
Oh. Say, that is a funny kind of print, isn't it? I'll have it photographed and measured. Right now, I'd say the next stop is Mr. Yerkes' bank. You come along with her, huh?
Is it necessary for me to go to the bank with you? I'd much prefer to leave the entire matter in your hands.
Look, Bill, Yerkes was shot on your doorstep. The matter is very much in your hands, Shakespeare. Yes, sir. You and I are going to the bank. You're Mr. Yerkes' secretary?
Yes, I am.
Helen is Mrs. Mullet's daughter. Did you know that, Sergeant?
She is?
And she's been Mr. Yerkes' secretary here in the bank quite some time, haven't you, Helen?
Yes, for about 3 years.
What kind of a fellow was he? Friendly?
Oh, yes. He was always very nice to me. He even tried to help me get into the Dalton Summer Theater.
Helen's ambition is the stage. She hopes to become an actress.
Yes.
Now, Helen, what we want to know is, do you remember anything about Mr. Yerkes, anything that took place recently? Anything that might be a clue as to why someone should want to kill him?
Well, there was Mr. Cripps. He was here this afternoon.
Aha, him again. Go on.
Well, I was typing outside of Mr. Yerkes' office. Mr. Cripps wanted to borrow $500. I gathered that much. He said, "So, you're going to turn me down?" And Mr. Yerkes seemed very upset. He said, "Get out of here. I won't be responsible for what happens to you, Cripps. Besides, I don't believe your story at all."
Very good impersonation, Helen. But what was the story he didn't believe?
I don't know.
Where you going, Bill?
Well, if you'll excuse me, Sergeant, I'm going to the library.
To see Cripps?
That's right.
What for?
I want to return a book.
You haven't any book with you?
That's just the point. I'm going to return a book I never borrowed.
What's that?
See you later, Sergeant. Open the door, Jenks. It's Witherall.
Hello, Mr. Witherall. sorry, library's closed.
Oh, I see. Didn't you close very early today?
Yes, Professor's been having me lock up early these days.
Where is he? You still here?
Professor Cripps? No, I'm all alone.
Jenks, do you mind if I come in?
Well, if everything's locked up.
Well, you'd be doing a very great favor for me. I want to return a certain book, a book called Hearts Ablaze.
You reading that stuff?
I realize it's against the rules to allow anyone inside, but it won't take a moment, and it's so important.
All right, sir, but you will have to find your way in the dark. I don't dare turn on the lights to mean my job. I have a flashlight, though. It might help.
Good.
Here. How's that?
Excellent, thank you.
There's a card and catalog, see it?
Yeah. Let's see. H-E-A.
You aren't going to go downstairs, are you?
I'm going wherever the card says I'll find the book. Why?
Tell the truth, it's mighty spooky down there. For the last few days, I've been hearing lots of noises. Do you believe in ghosts?
Oh, now, Jake, stop short.
Yeah, I had an uncle once. He didn't believe in ghosts. One night, he went to a house on Greystone Cliffs. Then, quick as a wink, he ends up in the morgue.
Mm-hmm. Too bad.
Couldn't you wait till tomorrow when everybody's here?
Well, I'll go alone. How's that?
I wish you wouldn't go at all. It's for your own good. I could swear I've been hearing creatures from the other world. Do you hear that?
What?
Listen.
There are noises in every building, Jenks. It's because the beams become warped and... here we are. Hearts Ablaze. Room 3, stack 7. Good. I'm going downstairs.
I wish you wouldn't.
Oh, will you be all right without your flashlight to expose the spooks?
Oh, don't joke about a subject like that. I had a cousin once. He was always joking about graves and coffins, and you know where he ended up?
In the morgue, quick as a wink.
How'd you guess?
Room 3, stack 7. That's this way. I'll be back soon.
No, wait. If you're not afraid, I'll go along too and hold the flashlight steady for you.
Come along then. Let's hurry.
Can you see all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Room 3's down this stairway. Careful. Straight ahead through that door.
I'll open it.
Stack 7 to the left. Did you hear anything?
This time I did, yes.
Sounds like somebody's in this room. I'll flash the light around and see if... hold it. Look on the floor. It's Professor Cripps.
So it is, Jenks. The late professor.
He's dead, isn't he?
Let me see. Yep. Shot through the back of the head. Same story as yours.
Let's get out of here.
Jenks! Where are you? Can't see. What's happened?
Don't move.
Who are you?
This is a 45 in your back. Don't move, I said. What is your name?
Leonidas Witherall.
I thought so. Fine.
And you?
Lieutenant Max von Orden of the Army of the Greater Reich.
You're rather far from where you belong, aren't you?
I will get back.
Oh, of course, yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I won't ask you how you got here or why. I doubt if your answer would be reliable information.
You may doubt. You were going to bring my uncle $500. You have it with you?
Your uncle, Cripps, was your uncle?
Yes.
That's right. He did mention that part of his family was still in Germany. He was helping you with your escape, eh?
I fooled him completely. I told him that I was a member of the anti-Nazi underground. I told him that the Germans were pursuing me to all the corners of the earth, that I was safe nowhere, that I needed money. So he tried Mr. Yerkes.
Yerkes didn't believe the story and turned him down.
Yes. Then Yerkes went running to your house, like an idiot. I knew there might be trouble, so
you followed Yerkes, hid behind a tree, and shot him as he entered my place.
Did I?
Your shoes give you away.
My shoes?
Never mind. Why did you shoot your uncle?
My uncle suddenly realized the truth.
So you...
Where's the money?
I didn't bring it with me.
Then you and I are going to your house, and you will give it to me there.
After which?
I shall kill you, too.
Pleasant prospect.
I must. I must leave no one who knows about me.
Of course. Yeah.
Come on. We'll walk upstairs and out of this library. We'll go together down the street to your house. And you will be perfectly quiet. Remember, my 45 is in my pocket. You will give no signs, no signal. Start walking, Mr. Weatherall. Walk faster, Weatherall. Every minute is precious.
We haven't much further to go, just around the next corner.
You see, I knew that my uncle sensed the truth about me when he mentioned that book to you on the telephone. Hearts ablaze. It was obvious that he was trying to tell you to go to room 3, stack 7.
You're very perceptive, aren't you? good evening, Maud.
Who's that?
Just a friend.
Remember, I have a 45. Watch what you say.
Well, did you find my tape yet? I beg your pardon.
Miss Haverstraw, Mr. Van Oden. Mr. Van Oden, Mrs. Haverstraw.
How do you do?
Mr. Van Oden just arrived in town. He's touring.
Oh, really? Is this your first time in this part of the country?
Yes, it is. It's charming.
And have you been in Dalton long?
Not very, no.
Well, you must let me on to show you everything. Where do you come from, Mr. Van Oden? Out west?
Mr. Van Oden has recently arrived from Europe.
No. Oh, how exciting.
He's an expert on European affairs, especially on the problems in occupied Europe.
Why, that's wonderful. You're staying in Dalton for a while, I hope.
No, I'm sorry. I have other plans.
Oh, but you must stay for a few days. I'm simply dying to talk to you. As a matter of fact, I'm having a little luncheon tomorrow at my home. Just a few of my friends and some of the Meredith faculty, and they'd be delighted to meet you. Won't you come over and tell us about your experiences?
I'm afraid...
Oh, please. It's at 1 o'clock.
I'd like to very much, but I'm afraid it's impossible.
Oh, Leonidas, you persuade him, won't you?
I wish I could. I do wish there was some way to keep him here.
Are you on your way home, Leonidas?
Yes.
Well, you must come to the luncheon, too.
Well, I don't know if I'll be available.
Well, I'm going to drop in at the tailor's, and then I'm coming by for my cape. And you're going to find it for me, Leonidas, if you have to turn your whole house upside down. See you both later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right, Weatherall. Start walking. I saw your housekeeper at the window the last time I was here. I want to warn you again when we go inside.
Oh, I shan't say anything to Mrs. Mullet. Come on.
Oh, hello, Mr. Witherall.
Oh, Mrs. Mullet, I brought a guest. This is Mr. Van Oden.
How do, Mr. Van Oden? Would you like some tea?
I haven't much time.
Oh, a cup of hot tea'd be nice, I think. And I've some chocolate cookies, too. Have it for you in a second.
Now, sit down, won't you? Might like this chair. Very comfortable.
So?
It gives you a view of the room and of me. I could hardly make trouble for you, could I? With you and your revolver commanding the room from there.
And if you try.
Ah, fine chair, isn't it?
You sit in that one. There, where I can watch you.
Very well.
You look like someone I've seen somewhere.
Yes, Shakespeare. My good friends call me Bill. If you look up at that bust over your head, you'll see the resemblance.
Like whom you look is nothing to me, Weatherall.
Oh, of course.
Get the money. Yes, you can get up from that chair for that. Get the money. Why are you staring at me?
You know, you're the first genuine Nazi I've ever seen.
What of it?
I'm interested in your dimensions, your chemistry.
I don't follow you.
Your shoes, for instance. The hard, square shoes that left the footprints on my front lawn. I see them as the boots kicking a Frenchman in the stomach, then swaggering away as he coughs out his life on a Parisian street corner.
Be careful, Weatherall. Watch your tongue.
Your hands, Van Oden, I can see the precise fingers jabbing a needle into the vein of a starving school child in Poland to provide more blood for your degenerate warrior.
Weatherall, you say one more word like that, and I'll...
Oh, you're not going to kill me yet. You don't know where the money is. And your eyes, Lieutenant. They're the eyes at the bomb site over in English town. Getting the school so accurately in line. Making the death of the children a mathematical certainty.
You're wasting time. You're purposely wasting time.
And your mouth. The obscenities it must have spewed out. The same vile words that were poured into your ears by the leaders. Measured and then poured. As a pharmacist would weigh a deadly drug. That's why I'm staring at you. When you told me that you were in the German army, I wanted to put you out of our way forever. But that would never be enough. It's not going to be enough to rip the swastika from the Brown House in Munich.
Money or no money, if you don't shut up.
I feel that unless we go beyond that, unless we understand you, we shan't have won anything at all. We'll have to do the same dirty, heartbreaking job all over again. That's why I should like to get at the roots of your hate and your frustration.
And while you are theorizing, we shall overrun the earth. We're too clever for you. For instance, at this moment, I am winning. Isn't that right?
Yes, at this moment you are. But you Germans always make the same fatal error. You overlook the simple things. You always fail to see something very simple.
Well, here we are. Piping hot tea and some delicious cookies.
Thank you, Mrs. Mullet. Oh, that bust of Shakespeare on the shelf, you haven't dusted it off.
Why, I certainly did. Don't you remember?
No, I don't. It looks very dusty. Would you please?
Oh, all right, if you say so. But I know I did it.
Well, do it again.
You're just being an old fuss budget. I'll dust this so... Oh, my, I am sorry. I must have dusted too hard. Wasn't my fault, really. I guess I knocked your friend cold.
That's exactly what I hoped you'd do.
Mr. Witherall, the way you treat your guests. First you stuff one into a closet, then you have this one bopped on the bean.
Mrs. Mullet, you've just captured a portion of the German army with a feather duster. Congratulations. And may I present you with his revolver?
I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't want that thing.
I'll open the door. Oh, hello, Maud.
Well, Leonidas, did you find my tape?
I did. It's on a chair in the living room. I'll get it.
Well, it's about time, and I just bet it was in that closet, too, all the time. Oh, dear. Isn't that nice Mr. Van Oden on the floor?
Yes.
Well, what's he doing there? Oh, Leonidas, after all, first there's a robbery or something in this house, and now that charming man sprawled on the floor. What is this all about?
Maud, as the gentleman I'm supposed to resemble has written, I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotted and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand on end like quills upon the fretful porcupine.
He's been acting strangely all day.
Suppose, Maud, we just say that Mr. Van Oden, being guilty of 2 murders, will not be at your luncheon tomorrow.
2 murders? Oh, gracious. This is just like one of those Lieutenant Hazeltine affairs. How'd you ever catch him?
He made a fatal error. He didn't notice something. Something very simple. Mrs. Mullet, would you call Sergeant McCobble?
I certainly will.
Maud? Have some tea?
Proud to present the distinguished American actor Walter Hampden as Leonidas Witherall in the first of Leonidas Witherall's radio adventures. And now, Mr. Hampden, what have we for next week?
Well, graduation time seems to be arriving at Meredith, the excellent school of which Leonidas is proprietor. And Leonidas is making plans for an unusual party of the alumni. It involves a place that is a skating rink in the summer and a swimming pool in the winter, and a homicide. Next week, when we meet up again with the adventures of Leonidas Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Hampden. The radio script for tonight's Leonidas adventure was written by Howard Merrill. The producer, Roger Bauer. If you'd like to attend one of these broadcasts, well, if you're in New York or expect to visit here, just write to Leonidas Witherall, or if you prefer, to Bill Shakespeare. Make it Bill Shakespeare, care of WOR, New York 18. We'll be happy to send tickets without charge. The program originates at WOR. Walter Hampden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall is heard over most of these stations Sunday nights at 9 o'clock Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure. Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? Who? Who is this? Who wants to speak to Mr. Wolf?
Nobody.
Nobody?
I said that. Hang up. It's late and it's too cold. And even if it weren't, I would not consider for one moment moving from this room.
Please, Mr. Wolf, I can't hear a thing this old gentleman's saying.
Does it matter? You heard what I said? No.
Now, what did you say? You were late because she was killed. Well, who was killed? I can't hear you.
What is it about, Archie?
He says he was due here an hour ago, but she was killed.
Who was killed? What does he want?
Do you want us to solve the crime? I say, do you want us to find out who killed her? Oh. He says he knows who did it, but he has an important message for you. Well, then come right over. We'll be waiting, Mr. Jenkins.
Archie, why do you insist on taking every silly little case?
Because, boss, we need to recover for March 15th.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This case I like to refer to as the case of the Telltale Ribbon. Perhaps a better title would be Wolf Goes A-Hunting. For in a way, this was one of those unusual instances in which my boss, of his own free will and without any coercion, actually decided to leave the house and go to the scene of the crime. It started when the strange old gentleman who phoned us finally arrived. Well, there's our client, Mr. Wolf.
Evening. It's me.
Who's me?
Oh, I just phoned you. I'm Jenkins. I got a dispatch for Nero Wolf.
Oh, you're Jenkins. Well, come in. Mr. Wolf, this is Mr. Jenkins. Says he has a dispatch for you.
Yep. Yeah. Are you Wolf?
I am. Where is the dispatch from?
Don't know.
You don't know? How come?
Oh, I know, but I'm supposed to say I don't. See? That's my job.
What is?
Just to say I don't know.
What about the murder?
Yeah, who was killed?
Oh, my goodness. It was a terrible thing. We were just crossing the turnpike, and this fella come at us out of nowhere.
The killer?
Yeah. Must have been drunk, I guess.
Well, how did it happen? Did he shoot her, stab her?
Oh, no. He ran into her with his car. And she was only 9 years old.
Your granddaughter?
No, it was Bessie. But the police got him. I have to appear, I guess. Probably get 90 days, he will.
For murder?
Murder? Was somebody murdered? I must have missed something.
Look, we're talking about Bessie, and what do you want us to do about it?
Nothing. Bessie's my old horse.
Oh, no.
But say, who was it that was murdered?
Nobody yet. Good night, Mr. Jenkins. I thought you said it was important.
It might be. At least that's the way I was told.
What might be?
This here letter I was bringing to you. This dispatch. Well, gotta get along now. Goodbye.
Well, get him. What a pixie.
What is in the envelope?
Mr. Wolf, look. 5 $100 bills. And the note says, Mr. Wolf, your services are desperately needed. Come up this weekend as my guest. Signed E. Malott.
Edward Malott, the wealthy manufacturer.
Well, looks as though you're going out this weekend.
Well, Archie, pay my respects to Mr. Malott, and I hope you enjoy the weekend. Good night.
Something's certainly phony about this. There's no party going on here tonight.
Yes? What is it?
Is this the Malott place?
It is. What do you want?
My name's Goodwin. I'm a guest of Mr. Malott's.
A guest?
Yes, he invited me down for the weekend.
Weekend? Oh. Well, you better step in, please, Mr. Goodwin.
Quite a bolt you've got on that door.
Yes, isn't it? Just sit down there, please. I'll get Mr. Malott. He's in the library. Oh, here he is. This is Mr. Goodwin, sir. Says he's come down for the weekend.
Mr. Goodwin? Good evening. You've come for the weekend, you say?
Well, yes, wasn't that the idea, Mr. Malott?
Well, I don't understand, Mr. Goodwin.
Didn't you send me this note asking me to come here?
Note? I did not. Oh, well, this is my personal note stationery, but I don't recall sending this. I didn't even type it. And I'm in the habit of signing my name with a pen, not with a typewriter. E. Malott.
You're certainly Edward Malott.
Yes. Services are desperately needed. What does this mean? What services? Who are you, Mr. Goodwin?
Are you serious? I'm a private investigator. I'm Nero Wolf's assistant.
Oh, indeed. Nero Wolf, eh? I know of him, yes, indeed.
And you really don't know anything about this note?
I do not.
Are you having a weekend party here?
I most certainly am not.
Then who sent this? And there were 5 $100 bills as a retainer.
I haven't the slightest idea. Oh, Dorothy.
Yes?
Will you step in here, please? Miss Davis is my private secretary. She may know something about this.
Yes, Mr. Malott. What is it?
Dorothy.
Oh.
Dorothy, this is Mr. Goodwin.
How do you do, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, how do you do, Miss Davis?
Yes. Well, Mr. Goodwin is assistant to Nero Wolf.
You don't say. Nero Wolf, the detective? Well, I've heard a great deal about him. And about you, too, Mr. Goodwin.
Well, now I'm mighty glad to hear you say that, Miss Davis.
Mr. Goodwin has a note here.
Is anything wrong, Edward? I heard voices. Oh, do we have company?
Nothing is wrong, Eva. I was calling Dorothy, that's all. Oh, this is Mr. Goodwin, Eva. My wife, Mr. Goodwin.
How do you do, Mrs. Malott?
Mr. Goodwin, yes. How do you do?
Now, as I was about to say, Dorothy, Mr. Goodwin...
What's going on?
Mr. Goodwin, this is my son, Larry.
Good evening. What's wrong?
Mr. Goodwin has been invited here for the weekend. He has an invitation supposedly written by me. At least it's on my stationery. Look at this, Dorothy. Know anything about this note?
No. I certainly didn't write it.
But it's my personal notepaper, and my signature is typewritten. I'd never do that.
Well, somebody sent it. Who's Jenkins?
Jenkins? Never heard of him.
A little dried-up old man. He delivered it to us. Yeah, maybe it didn't even come from this house.
I'm positive that it didn't. Never heard of Jenkins.
You have a typewriter here, of course.
Yes?
I'd like to see it.
Certainly, Mr. Goodwin, in the library.
How far have you come, Mr. Goodwin?
From New York, Manhattan.
Oh, and it's such a dreadful night, too.
Yes. And it is rather late.
Late? It's only 7:30.
Why not stay here for the night? Plenty of room?
Yes, Mr. Goodwin, plenty of room.
Well, I don't really think that's necessary. On the other hand, it would be a tough drive back to the city in this storm. I'll accept your hospitality, Mr. Malott.
Very good. Oh, Jeffries, show Mr. Goodwin to the East Wing. And take care of his car.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Mr. Goodwin.
You mean you're all going to retire now? I haven't even had my dinner.
We retire very early here. But Jeffries will prepare anything you want. Good night.
Oh, dear, who moved that phone? Hello, Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss. Well, I'm here at Malott's place, but there ain't no party.
What happened? Are you in the right house?
I'm afraid I am. They've all gone to bed. Weird bunch. His wife, who looks very sickly and I think wants to say something to me alone, and Larry the son, and Malott's secretary, Dorothy Davis. She has me bothered a bit.
How unusual, especially if she's pretty.
A beauty. But she seems to know all about me.
You'd better come home, Archie. I can see you're in no condition to handle this case properly. Give them the money back.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. They don't want me here. Malott didn't send the note. No one here knows anything about it, so we can keep the dough.
Interesting indeed. The circumstances would indicate that you should stay there and wait for it to happen.
For what to happen?
For whatever it is the fates have conspired to have happen there while your shining little ego is in the midst of it. Bye.
Who is it?
It's Archie Goodwin, Mrs. Malott.
Come in, please.
I saw you give me the eye when I was about to leave. I've been waiting till I felt sure they were all asleep. Now, what's up?
I wrote you that note. I sent for you.
How do I know that?
Old man Jenkins is a scissor and knife sharpener who happens along every month or so. They wouldn't know him. I put 5 $100 bills in the envelope.
Okay, why?
My life is in danger. I've been threatened. I received 3 notes through the mail. They were all postmarked in New York City.
Could I see them?
Here they are.
All typewritten.
The first one reads, "There is no love for you in Grey Gables." The second, "Why stay on in the face of death?"
And the third, "The time is shorter than you think." Do you think this is an inside job, Mrs. Malott?
Well, at first I didn't. But lately I've come to think it is.
What caused you to think that?
For some time I've been having severe spells. I thought it was indigestion. But then it occurred to me that I always broke out in cold perspiration. I was left horribly weakened, terribly thirsty.
Thirsty? You fear you're being poisoned?
Yes. And since the thought came to me, I've been living in fear. Fear of every bite of food or drink. It's so shattered my nerves that I have to take these yellow sleeping capsules to even close my eyes.
Well, here's your husband and his secretary and your son, Larry.
Larry is my stepson.
Which one do you suspect?
The secretary, Dorothy, or my husband, or both.
What's the motive?
Oh, they're in love. She's been here over 2 years, and they've spent most of their time together. The idea never occurred to me till last week. And when I watched them, it was quite obvious.
Anybody else know about these 3 notes?
Oh, no.
Then I'll keep them for a while. Good night, Mrs. Malott. And don't worry.
What are you doing, Mr. Goodwin, snooping around in Father's library?
Well, Larry, I was just trying to find out if this Remington was the machine you used to type those notes.
What? What notes?
The notes you sent your stepmother.
Why, I don't know anything about any notes.
Then why were you so startled?
I'm not startled. I just, why would I threaten her?
So you do know about them. I didn't mention the contents of the notes.
I just happened to see them on the table in her sitting room.
You don't care too much about your stepmother, do you?
Oh, she's all right.
You don't care too much about Dorothy either, do you?
I certainly don't.
Why not?
Well, I don't like her tactics, making a fool out of my father. If anybody here sent those notes, she did.
You think Dorothy would have a motive?
I certainly do.
Of course you wouldn't have a motive, would you?
No.
Well, I'm inclined to think you would.
Well, just what motive would I have?
You don't seem to like any woman who's too close to your father. Maybe because you'd resent anyone sharing in the estate if your father died.
If I were you, Mr. Goodwin, I'd leave. Tonight. And the sooner the better. Good night.
Oh, Archie. Oh, confounded boy. Yes, Archie?
You have the wrong number. This is Sherlock Holmes speaking.
Why don't you go to bed like the others? You don't have to push it. It'll happen.
Eva Malott thinks she's being slowly poisoned. Suspects her husband and his secretary.
She could be right. What are the symptoms she suffers?
Gastric disturbances, weakness, thirst.
Indeed. What about the son? Have any ideas?
He doesn't like his stepmother and is decidedly against his father's secretary, Dorothy. He knew all about the notes Mrs. Malott had received, saw them on her dressing table. He believes Dorothy's the culprit.
Then I should say that Dorothy should be the next on your list.
You can say that again.
Be careful, Archie. Use your head this time.
Incidentally, Larry advised me to leave the place tonight. Bit of a threat it was, too. What shall I do, Mr. Anthony?
Do nothing. The trouble will come to you. Bye.
Oh. Hello there, Mr. Malott. I thought you'd turned in for the night.
It's quite obvious you thought so, Mr. Goodwin. What are you doing in the library?
Why, just looking for something to read.
You'll find the books all around the walls, not on my desk.
Well, I was looking for a particular kind of book. I'm very much interested in poisons.
Poisons?
Yeah, a hobby of mine. You happen to have any books on toxicology?
I do not.
And what's that book on the 4th shelf right beside you?
Why, toxico... Where did that come from? Never saw it before. Perhaps it was in that assorted collection I bought a couple of weeks ago. I hadn't noticed it. Larry probably put them on the shelves.
Mr. Malott, how long have you known Dorothy, your secretary?
A little over 2 years.
Did it ever occur to you that she might be, infatuated, in love with you?
What? Well, of all the... Now, see here. I don't know what you're up to, and I don't know how you got hold of my stationery to write that fake note.
It isn't a fake note, Malott. I'm only trying to find out what's back of it.
Mr. Goodwin, there is nothing going on here that requires the services of a detective, and Dorothy is not in love with me.
I didn't say she was. I asked you if you thought she might be.
Well, since this conversation seems to concern me, I suppose I am at liberty to come in.
Oh, you're still up too, Miss Davis.
Did you hear what this man said, Dorothy?
Yes, I did, Mr. Malott. And I'd like to have a few words alone with Mr. Goodwin, if you don't mind. Mr. Goodwin, would you mind coming with me for a few minutes?
No, not at all.
And... well, it's rather late, Mr. Malott. Don't you think you should retire? It's a heavy day tomorrow.
Well, yes. Yes, I suppose I should.
And please, don't let this upset you. Mr. Goodwin has been misinformed. I'll straighten him out. Come on, Mr. Goodwin. The bar is right across the hall. I'll fix you a nice, soothing drink.
That'll be nice.
Well, now, what would you like, Mr. Goodwin?
In the way of drinks? Oh, well, some 7-Up.
Really? Well, just sit down over there.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Well, where did you get the idea that I was in love with Mr. Millot?
First, suppose you tell me if you are in love with him.
Yes, I am. But until a few minutes ago, he wasn't even aware of it. I worship him and his work. I never wanted him to know because he's married. It would have caused trouble, and I'd have had to leave here. But now he knows it's true.
Well, now that he knows, what will happen?
I'm going to leave tonight. Now.
I see.
And since I don't own a car, Mr. Goodwin, I'm going to ask you to do me a very great favor. Would you run me into New York? I want to leave without a word. If I wait till morning, I'll have to explain to Mr. Millot, and... Well, that would be most embarrassing, Archie.
Oh, now it's Archie.
You don't really mind, do you?
No, I guess I don't. I should, maybe, but...
Don't you like your drink?
What'd you put in this drink?
What do you mean?
What'd you dope it with?
Archie, why would I do that?
Might be several reasons.
There's nothing in that drink.
No? Then suppose you drink it.
Why? Give it to me. I'll throw it out. If you want another drink, fix it yourself. I'll have my things ready in 5 minutes. Are you going to take me?
Sure. Certainly I'm going to take you. But are you sure you have to go tonight?
I must go tonight. Now.
Wish I knew why. Mr. Wolf's always so right.
What?
Just talking to myself.
Dorothy, Larry, Jeffries, come upstairs.
What's happened?
Call Dr. Hauser. Something terrible has happened to Eva.
Well, Dr. Hauser?
Ah, poor Mrs. Millot. No, there's nothing to be done now. It's all over.
Eva.
You'd better lie down, Mr. Millot. I'll phone and take care of everything. I'll be here if you need me. I have to make out the certificate.
Yes, come along, Mr. Millot.
Just a minute. You too, Larry. I don't want to make this any more unpleasant for you, but, Doctor, just what are you going to put on the certificate as the cause of death?
Acute gastritis.
Is that what you've been treating her for?
Well, she's had several attacks lately. I'd warned her to be cautious of her diet.
And that was wise advice, too. Did you know about these attacks, Mr. Millot?
Yes, I did.
And you, Dorothy?
Yes, I knew.
And you knew also, Larry?
No, I knew she hadn't been feeling well.
How long had Mrs. Millot been suffering from insomnia?
Oh, a year at least. I prescribed Nemitol.
In yellow capsules?
Of course. I wrote a prescription every so often calling for 12 capsules.
You all knew about that, of course. I thought so. And would this be the prescription, this little box of capsules here on... Well.
What's the matter, Mr. Goodwin?
That box was open on this nightstand when we stepped into this room. All right, let's have the box, Mr. Millot. Thank you. Why'd you pick it up?
Because I didn't want the stigma of suicide on Eva's name, nor mine.
Suicide?
Yes. Eva had this prescription filled yesterday morning. The dose is 1 at bedtime, 12 capsules. She took 1 last night. I glanced at the open box when I came into the room, and there were only 8 capsules left. I knew instantly what had happened. She'd taken an overdose.
Doctor, do you think 3 capsules would be sufficient to cause her death?
I doubt it very much.
So do I. Mrs. Millot didn't die from an overdose of sleeping capsules. She was poisoned.
Poisoned? Are you crazy? By whom?
By you, or Dorothy, or Larry.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't write those notes.
What notes?
Mrs. Millot had received 3 notes threatening her life if she didn't leave this house. Each of you had a motive, so I'm sending this body to the coroner for an immediate autopsy.
I won't permit it.
The police will see to it. You have no choice.
Yes, Archie. What now? Do you know who did it?
How do you know anything's happened?
Let us call it extrasensory perception.
Well, Mrs. Millot was right. She's dead. Her doctor knew nothing about the spell she was having as being caused by anything but indigestion.
How about an autopsy?
It's all in the works. Looks like a metallic poison, all the symptoms.
Oh? Did you search the house carefully for such a poison?
I did. I'll check the drugstores in the morning.
Somebody in that house will purchase some poison. Let me know when the autopsy report is in.
Right.
Let's see now. We have Mr. Millot, Dorothy Davis, and Larry the son.
He's Mr. Millot's son, but not the child of Eva Millot, remember?
Yes. Is it true that Dorothy is in love with Malott?
Yeah. Dorothy admitted it to me, but claimed Malott wasn't aware of it until tonight. And earlier this evening, Dorothy tried her best to get me out of the house, insisted that I drive her into town. She tried to give me a drink, which I think might have contained knockout drops.
You don't say. Archie, I should have Fritz drive me up to the Malott place at once. Archie, are you there?
No, boss, I just fainted. And that, Mr. Wolf, is most of the story up to now.
Very interesting. Yes, indeed.
But it isn't true. I did not put anything in Mr. Goodwin's drink.
Then did you ask him to take you into town?
Yes.
And I might have been found in a ditch.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Why did you try to get Mr. Goodwin to take you to town?
Because I felt it would be too embarrassing to remain until morning.
Maybe you'd already given Mother the big dose of poison and wanted Goodwin out before it was discovered.
Wait a minute.
Now, Mr. Malott, you claim that you knew nothing about Dorothy being in love with you. Should we believe that?
You can believe it or not.
Dorothy had a motive to get rid of Mrs. Malott. It seems that Mr. Malott had one, too.
And so did Larry.
What?
You admitted to me that you didn't like your stepmother.
And that you disliked Dorothy even more.
I didn't say that.
You said Dorothy was making a fool of your father. You resented the possibility of any woman sharing in the estate.
You knew about the sleeping capsules, and you could have put poison in some of them. You could have written those threat notes. And by getting rid of your stepmother and placing the blame on Dorothy, you'd be getting rid of them both.
But I didn't. I did not write those notes.
You were the only one who knew about them.
I was not the only one. I saw Dorothy coming out of Mother's room. It was this afternoon. Mother was out taking his sun bath. Dorothy did it. She's the one.
I think you're the one.
No, Dorothy wrote those notes.
That's a lie.
No, she probably slipped into Mother's room and wrote those notes on Mother's portable.
What? Hey, just a minute. Archie, come here.
I never heard of such
No,
lies.
I didn't do it. You can't send me to jail. I'll kill you first.
Larry, drop that gun.
Don't come near me, any of you.
You're such a fool, Larry.
Give me that gun.
I'll shoot.
Come on. There. Now, you better quiet down, kid. Or Inspector Kramer will take care of you when he arrives.
Well, Mr. Wolf, what goes on here? Where's Goodwin?
I sent him upstairs, Inspector Kramer, upstairs to Mrs. Malott's room to check on something. Here he is.
Yeah? What have you been doing, Goodwin?
This, Inspector, is the pièce de résistance. This is what Mr. Wolf has been waiting for. This little black box contains a typewriter, a portable noiseless Remington.
Mrs. Malott's typewriter.
What? I didn't even know she had a typewriter.
Larry knew she had one. And this is undoubtedly the very typewriter the threat notes were written on. All three of them.
You were right, boss.
Oh, I knew she had a typewriter, but I didn't write those notes.
Oh, shut up. Archie, how do you know the notes were written on this typewriter?
I've compared the type and the ribbon. They're both the same. These notes were written on this Remington.
It was Dorothy.
Larry, I don't believe a word you've been saying. Dorothy couldn't possibly be guilty of such a thing. If anyone is guilty, you yourself certainly have all the earmarks.
Everybody's against me, even my own father. But I'm innocent, I tell you.
Let me get it. I think I know who it is. Hello? Yeah, just a second. You better take it, boss.
Wolf. Oh, yes, go ahead. Let's have it. Yes? He's here, but he won't mind. Yes? I see. Uh-huh. You just finished? Oh. Good. Right. Bye.
Was it the coroner?
The coroner, reporting that poison was found in the sleeping capsules.
And the body. Did they find poison?
They did.
You're right again, boss.
I'm going up to Mrs. Malott's room for a while. I want you to come along with me. Find anything yet, Archie?
No, mostly bills and invitations to bridge parties and so on.
Huh.
You find something, boss?
Yes and no. This pocketbook detective story.
What about it?
I was just flipping through the pages, and I find this corner turned down. Well.
What is it?
Look and read.
Why stay on in the face of death?
Interesting.
The very words used in one of the notes.
Give me the book. Of course, this doesn't prove a thing either, but it does confirm what I was... Oh.
What now?
This cinches it. Get them all up here, Archie. Tell Kramer to bring them all to the bedroom.
Well, Mr. Wolf, what now?
As you all know, Mrs. Malott was poisoned. By someone who had an opportunity to put it in the sleeping capsule. Someone in this household.
Yeah, but which one? The kid?
I never bought any poison in my life.
Be quiet, will you?
No, Inspector, it wasn't Larry.
And I suppose you think I put the rest of that rat poison in your drink, Mr. Goodwin.
No, Dorothy, it wasn't you. But how did you know it was rat poison?
I didn't. I just guessed. I can think, too.
Then if it wasn't Dorothy or Larry, you must mean me.
No, Mr. Lott?
No, wait a minute. It had to be somebody.
Yes. This is going to be painful for you, Mr. Malott.
Well, you mean that Mrs. Malott did commit suicide?
It was more than suicide. It was suicide with an attempt to have both you and Dorothy convicted of murder.
She planted things?
She did?
I can't believe it.
Show him the pocketbook, mystery.
Here's the proof.
Some of the threat notes were lifted bodily from this novel. But look on the back cover. Isn't that Mrs. Malott's handwriting?
Yes, and this is the other note. The one to you, Mr. Wolf. Composed in pencil before she typed it out on her machine.
Then, Wolf, the note you received was the same typing as the threat notes.
See for yourself, Inspector.
Then why the dickens didn't Archie compare them right away?
Just one of those things, Inspector. There are times when even a good detective is a bit on the, shall we say, dull side. Don't you find that often true, Inspector?
Nice of you to go all the way out there, boss. I was a bit stuck.
Quite all right, Archie.
Yeah, there's something that still bothers me.
So?
How can such a sweet, motherly type as Mrs. Malott cook up such gruesome ideas?
She was a very sick woman, mentally as well as physically. She probably felt she was going to die. And her warped mind seized on the opportunity to make sure that this Dorothy didn't get her man after she was dead.
And speaking of Dorothy, she's a mighty pretty...
Yeah. Some beer, please, Archie. If you were so certain that Dorothy wasn't guilty, what was the idea of spending so much time questioning her?
Huh? Why, I...
Never mind the raised eyebrow department. Answer the question.
Well, there are certain rules a good detective always follows. Some are in the book, others aren't.
You mean there's nothing in the book which says a good detective shouldn't spend a few minutes with an attractive brunette, even though she is a murder suspect? The author of that book can be none other than the incomparable Archie Goodwin. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Gene Bates, Irene Winston, Ted Von Eltz, Jerry Hausner, Vic Rodman, and Bill Johnstone.
With Granger.
Is that you, darling? You're home early?
Yes, I know, Grace. Is dinner ready? I must eat quickly and get back to the laboratory.
Robert Playfield, you've been at that laboratory every night for the past 2 weeks.
Well, it can't be helped. I'm working on a very important project.
But what is this important project?
I can't tell you. It's an extremely secret matter.
May I go over to the laboratory with you?
No, that's impossible. I'll be back around midnight.
Robert.
Now, what is it now? I've told you all I'm going to.
This note. I found it crumpled up in the wastepaper basket in your room.
Grace, have you been snooping through my things?
Yes, I have. And I think I'm entitled to an explanation. Just why would anyone write you a letter threatening to kill you?
This is Steve Granger, private detective, with a story about a well-known scientist, the FBI, and a worried wife. A combination which had me going dizzy. In just a moment, I'll take you back to one of my most interesting cases. walked into my office and identified herself as Mrs. Robert Playfield. She was a very beautiful woman, in her middle 30s, and she was also very worried.
Mr. Granger, I'm here because of my husband, Robert Playfield. You may have heard of him. He's the electronics expert.
Yes. Seems to me I've read about him in the papers. A lot of development work for the government.
That's right. Mr. Granger, I have reason to believe that someone intends to kill my husband. A friend of mine recommended you as a capable man. I thought you could handle this matter.
If I did, the first thing I'd do would be to check the FBI.
Mr. Granger, I don't care how you handle this. I simply want my husband protected at any cost. Do I make myself plain?
You certainly do. And I'll be glad to help.
But, Mr. Granger, there's one thing to remember. My husband is to know nothing about this. You understand? Nothing.
As soon as Mrs. Playfield left, I picked up the phone and called a contact of mine at the FBI. This is Steve Granger. Say, is Pete around? Thanks. Hiya, Pete. What do you got in Robert Playfield, the electronics expert? I see. You keeping an eye on him? Of course I've got a reason for asking. His wife was just in here. She hired me to see he didn't get hurt. Sure. Yeah, I'll be around. I hung up, got on my coat, and beat it over to take a look at Dr. Playfield's laboratory. His research spot was on the Lower West Side, located on an inconspicuous side street. It was as gloomy as the morgue, even at this hour of the day. The street was deserted, except for a derelict who moved up to me.
Hey, mister.
What do you want?
Can you spare 2 bits for something to eat?
2 bits? What are you doing in this neighborhood? Looks like pretty poor pickings for a handout.
I just happen to be here, that's all.
Yeah, 2 bits.
Thanks, mister. You're a real pal.
I watched him shuffle off. He might have been a derelict, but I had a glimpse of sharp brown eyes peering at me from a decrepit old hat. I decided to check further on him. Hey, you! Wait.
What you want?
Come back here.
What's the matter?
Okay, pal, get this. I'm a licensed private eye. Turn out your pockets. I want to find out who you are.
I ain't done nothing, mister.
Turn out those pockets or I'll do it for you.
Sure, mister.
Just a second. Haven't got a gun, at least.
Me, I wouldn't know what to do with a gun.
Come on, get going with the pockets.
Oh, here, mister. Half a loaf of bread. I got some sausage, too.
Got a wallet?
Wallet? What would I do with a wallet? All I got is this, though, 60 cents.
What's your name?
Bill Walker.
Where do you live?
The Senator Hotel in the Bowery.
Okay, let's go.
Where?
Never mind the questions. Let's go. I held on tight to the guy and called the FBI. Told him I'd found a character behaving suspiciously, hanging around Playfield's laboratory. Then I waited till they showed up and took the derelict off for questioning. I went back to patrolling the street where Dr. Playfield had his laboratory, to the point where my toes began to resemble frosted eclairs. Then I had an idea for a man to relieve me, a taxicab driver pal of mine named Frankie Smith. I used him occasionally on stakeouts of this kind. I got the hacky down to the corner of 11th Avenue and 12th Street, told him what I wanted. After which I went uptown to my office and draped my lower extremities over a radiator. 3 hours went by. Then the door opened. Hey, what are you doing up here, Frankie? I told you to keep an eye on Dr. Playfield.
Granger, you're looking at what I term an abject failure.
What happened?
Well, like you tell me to, I watched Playfield's laboratory. I park my hack on the corner, and when things get chilly, I climb inside, toast my coat.
Never mind the build-up. What happened?
Well, I'm sitting in the car, like I said. All of a sudden, this man Playfield walks out his front door. He beats it down the street towards me. Well, I'm lost. If I follow him, I have to leave my cab.
Oh, you followed him in the cab?
No, because when he gets to my corner, he motions me over. Now, this looks good to me, so I accept his call. He tells me 55th Street and 6th Avenue.
Frankie, cut the verbosity. How did you lose Dr. Playfield?
Simple. He climbs out of 55th and 6th Avenue. I run the cabin to a hack stand and take out after him. I stayed glued to him, the kind of freak.
Yeah, go on.
Only I become unstuck. He walks into a drugstore through the only door. I wait outside. He comes charging out like a cat with a turpentine tail and brushes me off my feet. So by the time I recover, he is but gone.
Well, that's just great. As a watchdog, you're about as useful as a 4-week-old kitten. Out. I didn't like the sound of it. If Frankie Smith hadn't been able to keep on Dr. Playfield's tail, there was something peculiar going on, because Frankie was a good tailman. I decided to check and dialed the doctor's number. He answered the phone himself. I muttered wrong number and hung up.
So he's home, huh? Well, you sure got yourself into a panic for nothing.
Zip your lip, my fancy friend. Here, this is Playfield's address, out on Long Island. Get out there and keep an eye on the place all evening. I'll relieve you at 10 o'clock.
Care to set your watch with mine?
Get out there, I said.
Okay, Simon Legree, I'm going.
Frankie left the office. I grabbed myself a quick bite of food at a corner beanery and went back towards 11th Avenue and 12th Street. In the half-gloom of early dusk, the laboratory looked even worse than during the daytime. I stopped at one of the windows, but the black paint on it eliminated any chance of looking inside. And suddenly there was a voice from behind me.
What's your name? Who are you? What are you doing down here?
Why?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, pardon me. Here's my card.
Steve Granger, license number 2486. Okay, Granger, you know how it is.
Forget it. What happened with that Bill Walker I had you fellas take downtown?
I don't know. Pete was still interviewing him when I left.
Anything stirring around here?
Nothing except the wind. I wish that had died down.
This was 10 o'clock on the nose. Time to relieve Frankie on watch. I'd got a cab ride out to the Playfield place. A large house set back from the street looming like a white ghost in the night. Frankie's cab was down the street. It had been snowing. There was a kind of hushed quiet about the place. I circumnavigated the entire house looking for him. Through one window, I could see Mrs. Playfield, plus a beautiful young girl, plus a man who must have been Dr. Playfield himself. But no sign of Frankie Smith.
Okay, mister, that's far enough. Put up your hands.
Who are you? What's the idea of the gun?
I'll ask the questions. What are you looking for?
Maybe I forgot my lawnmower last summer.
All right, funny man. March into the house. We'll call the police and you can have a detective as a street man.
Just a minute. Let me show you.
Don't reach for anything.
I'm only getting my identification here.
Steve Granger, licensed private investigator. Yeah, what's all this about? Why are you here?
You know the Playfield?
Michael Grant, Dr. Playfield's assistant.
I had a man watching this place. He seems to have disappeared.
He came in that cab up the street.
Have you seen him?
I saw him standing by the cab some time ago.
How'd you happen to come outside?
Well, we were playing cards. Dr. Playfield went into the kitchen to make a drink. Well, he forgot the card game and talked. I wanted a breath of fresh air. Thought I heard somebody.
I wonder where Frankie could have gone to.
It's light enough to look for tracks. I'll be clear in the snow. Want to make a try?
Come on.
Here are some that don't belong to us.
Yeah, they lead over that way.
Hey, look, the tracks go around the back of the house.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I hear. And it's what I think it is, then somebody's going to have to pay for it. And plenty. That groan sounding on the winter night gave me one chill feeling. If anything had happened to Frankie Smith, there was going to be a mighty big blow-up. and I was feeling like just the boy to press the switch. In just a minute, I'll bring you the climax of the case. When we heard the groan coming from the back of the Playfield house, Michael Grant and I crunched fast through the snow. All the time, I couldn't help a feeling of apprehension. And then we saw it, a figure behind a woodbox. As we raced up, I recognized Frankie Smith, trying hard to raise himself onto his feet. Frankie, are you all right?
Oh, my head.
Who hit you?
You think I got eyes in the back of my head?
Oh, they came up from behind you, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, come on. I better get you to a doctor. Grant and I loaded Frankie into his cab, and I drove him to a doctor. While the medico was making his checkup, I called Cal Hendricks.
Hiya, Steve. How's the name and murder business?
Save the comedy for your newspaper pals, will you? Listen, Cal, call the FBI for me, will you?
Sure, Stevie. What's up?
Just ask for Pete and ask him to run a quick check on a man named Michael Grant. He's a sort of assistant to Dr. Robert Playfield.
Playfield, the electronics man?
Yeah. Look, do you have to ask so many questions?
Well, how do you think I make a living?
I know how you make a living, my friend, out of my sweat and tears. I get myself beaten up regularly, and you get the story.
Well, one of us has got to come out with something.
Get on to the FBI, Cal. And tell them to call you back. I'll drop by and find out what they tell you.
Okay, Stevie. Oh, one thing.
Yeah.
Don't be too careful in dark alleys, will you? Give the hoods an even break. Otherwise, I don't eat this week.
I hung up and went back to the doc, who was fetching up Frankie Smith. The cabbie was okay, so we got back into his taxi, and he dropped me off at my place. The following morning, I was in my office bright and early. I checked with Cal Hendricks, found the FBI had given Michael Grant a clean bill of health. Then I got my first surprise of the day. Dr. Robert Playfield walked in and started talking without preamble.
You are Steve Granger, are you not?
I am, Dr. Playfield.
Mr. Granger, my wife has told me about employing you. At first, I was inclined to be angry at her interference, but when I remembered what happened last night, I agreed with her.
Oh, what happened last night?
It was at our place in Long Island. First, I noticed a taxi parked up the street. The driver was watching the house.
Oh?
Later, Michael Grant went outside. He was gone for some time. When he returned, he was quite evasive.
Michael Grant?
He's been my laboratory assistant lately. However, just recently, I've begun to distrust him.
Why?
Well, I can't tell you precisely. It's just a feeling. He's too curious about my work. He smoops around. He gets into things that are confidential. Frankly, my work is highly secret. If this invention were to fall into the wrong hands, it would be disastrous.
Do you want me to accompany you to the laboratory?
Oh, that won't be necessary. However, my wife is giving a costume party tonight. One she's planned for months. In spite of being extremely busy, I have agreed to be there. I want you there, too.
What time?
The party gets underway at 8. I'll be there at 7. Hiya, Granger. What'd you phone me for?
Go to a party, Frankie, my boy.
Party? That's right down my alley.
To Dr. Playfield's house.
Uh-oh. I better wear an iron skull cap.
You're going as a clown. Here's your costume.
A clown? Hey, now.
Don't get huffy. I'm going as one, too. And hurry up. We haven't got much time.
Hey, I don't get this business about both of us wearing the same costume. Hey, do I have to wear the mask that goes with it?
You certainly do. There might be a time during the evening when I'd like to have somebody think you were me.
Uh-oh. I just know I'm going to get it in the head again.
Mr. Granger, I'm so glad you could come.
Evening, Mrs. Playfield. May I present Frankie Smith?
How do you do?
Hiya.
He's acting as my assistant.
Oh, come in, please. Darling, Mr. Granger's here.
Oh, glad to have you, Granger.
Granger, my suspicions regarding Grant are becoming stronger every minute. Please be very alert this evening. Dr. Robert Playfield was attired in a fake suit of armor that added a grotesque note to the conversation. The guests began arriving, 18 in all. Grant was there in costume. Also a girl I'd seen at this house the night before. Her name was Linda Miller. Her job, Playfield's private secretary. A while later, Dr. Playfield motioned to me, and I followed him. What's wrong, Dr. Playfield? Close the door, please. This morning, I told you that I've been working on a very hush-hush device for the government. It happens to be an improvement on the present guided missile. I have developed a new electronic follower, the performance of which has amazed everybody. Go on. What I didn't tell you this morning is that I have been approached several times by other interests. How were these approaches made? Telephone calls, letters, and so forth. Recently, these people, whoever they are, have become more than insistent. This is the latest threat. I just found it on my desk. You have 1 hour in which to make up your mind. You found this on the desk? You don't know how it got there? No? I'm afraid, Dr. Playfield, that this is out of my hands. I'm telephoning the FBI. I told Playfield to rejoin his guests and say nothing. Then I suited my action to my words. It took me almost a half hour to find Pete, the federal man, and make my report. I barely hung up when I heard it. I was out of that study and into the living room quicker than a dog after a bone. All right. Who screamed here?
Mr. Granger, in the outpost.
The guy in armor. Dr. Playfield. Stabbed.
Is he?
Doesn't seem to be any pulse. Let me lift his visor.
Michael Grant.
Playfield? Yeah. But how did he get into your husband's costume?
I don't know. Robert was wearing it when he was here a little while ago.
I heard a lot of commotion in here. Granger, what's going on?
Frankie, where are you been up? What's the matter with you?
I feel awful sleepy, Granger. Awful sleepy.
You've been drinking? With whom?
A nice girl. Linda Miller. Awful nice girl.
She gave you this drink?
Yeah, you lie down.
Is he drunk?
Hardly. Somebody gave him a Mickey.
You mean poison?
Knockout drops. Now, look. Herd these guests into the other room. Nobody is to leave the house. I'll put Frankie on this couch. And Mrs. Playfield?
Yes?
Tell your husband I want to see him right away. Mrs. Playfield did as I asked. I hoisted the unconscious Frankie Smith onto a couch. This room, like most of the others, had a telephone. I called the local police first, the FBI second. I just hung up when I saw a figure outside the house holding up a tree. I slipped out the back door. All right, put up your hands.
Now, listen here, Taylor.
Stand still. Well, if it isn't Bill Walker. Recently of the Bowery.
You've got me wrong.
Oh, no, I haven't. You're wearing a better suit of clothes and a nicer overcoat. But those eyes, I couldn't miss.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not. And just to play it safe, walk into that garage. I gotta tie you up for safekeeping until the law shows up.
You're not doing anything of the kind.
Well, I think not. I dragged Bill Walker into the garage, found a length of clothesline, and tied him up. Then I went back to the house, looking for two missing people. Linda Miller, the doctor's secretary, and Robert Playfield and Sleuths. Granger. Well, Dr. Playfield, where have you been? I went downstairs for a few more bottles. Grace just told me about poor Michael. This is terrible. Whoever killed him must have thought he was me. How'd you happen to change costumes? Well, we were going to play a little joke on Grace, my wife. How about a drink? I could use one. So could I. But first, where's your secretary, Linda Miller? In the room with the other people. Know where she was when the knifing took place? In the cellar with me? I see. Let's go into my study right here. Do you have any suspicions about who did the killing? Not at the moment. Here. Take this drink. I'll be right back. I want to see how Grace is feeling. I took a swig of the drink Playfield handed me as he left the room, but didn't swallow it. I got rid of it in a flower pot, wincing a bit as I tasted the drug in it. Then I decided to play along, see what went on.
That's Mr. Granger. Is he one of them, too?
Yes, he is, Linda. I found out that he and that Frankie Smith are after my invention. They're both spies.
What are you going to do with them?
Turn them over to the police when they arrive. Now, run along.
Very well.
And don't say a word to anyone.
All right, I won't.
I lay in a semi-recumbent position, pretending to be unconscious. Dr. Playfield waited a long second and pulled a revolver out of his pocket and moved towards me. He held the gun in a towel to deaden the sound.
Dr. Playfield, I wanted to tell you that... What are you doing with that gun?
He might come to and get violent. Now, please stay out of here.
You were going to shoot him, weren't you? I'm going out and tell...
Oh, no. You're keeping that pretty mouth shut.
What were you choking me?
Hold it, Playfield. Ranger, I thought you would. Sorry to disappoint you. Why, you...
Hold it, Playfield.
What?
I'm Carlson, Federal Bureau of Investigation. You're under arrest for the murder of a federal agent.
No. Well, friends, that's the story. I'll be back to wrap up the case in just a minute. The man in the doorway was the same one who'd been guarding Robert Playfield's laboratory in downtown New York. His bullet took the doctor through the shoulder. After medical treatment, Playfield was taken to the city for booking. The FBI man, Carlson, filled in matters for me.
We couldn't afford to have you know the truth, Ranger. We've been suspicious of Playfield for a long time. We planned to grant him a lab to keep an eye on him. Grant had found out that Playfield was dealing with a subversive group. That's why Playfield killed him.
And what about those threatening letters?
Playfield planted those himself. He was due for a big payoff tomorrow. Then he was going to disappear.
And his secretary, Linda Miller?
Playfield fooled her. She's innocent. Even though she did feed Frankie Smith knockout drops.
I guess I wasn't much of help.
But you were, Granger. When Mrs. Playfield employed you as a guard, it brought matters to a head.
At least that's a minor comfort. I imagine it was Playfield who slugged Frankie the night before.
It must have been.
Well, what is that?
Well, there's only one more thing.
What?
One of our undercover men was assigned to watch this house. He's disappeared.
Say, would he be the guy I spotted in front of Playfield's lab? The guy whose name should be Bill Walker?
Yeah, why?
I discovered him on the prowl outside. I thought he was one of the spy ring. When he got tough, I slugged him, dragged him into the garage, and tied him up.
Walker? Oh, brother, is that funny?
Look, I'll see you later.
What's your hurry?
I just don't want to be around when you untie him. Steve Granger again. You just heard one of the most interesting cases in my files. I'll have another one for you. So be around next time.
The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The American Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half hour of mystery created by Craig Rice and starring Frank Lovejoy. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone is the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. And tonight I'd like to turn the spotlight on the old cliche, cleanliness is next to godliness. As a case in point, I give you Tony Milano. Mr. Milano is one of Chicago's biggest operators. He runs half a dozen nightclubs in town. And rumor has it if you're bent on a little more action, Mr. Milano can accommodate you there, too. Of course, to run an enterprise of this kind, he needs help. And that's where Georgie Kelk comes in. Kelk is his right-hand man, but Tony never believes in letting his right hand know what his left hand is doing, which no doubt explains Georgie's bafflement as he walks into Milano's private office with a nondescript little man in tow.
Here he is, Tony.
Is he the one?
Yeah. Grimes, this is Mr. Milano.
Gee, it's a great pleasure, Mr. Milano. Wait till I tell my missus.
You're not going to tell your missus anything.
Huh?
This is strictly between us, Grimes. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure, Mr. Milano. Anything you say...
Just step back a little like a good fella, huh?
What?
Mr. Milano doesn't like people breathing into his face.
It spreads germs. Know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Did Georgie tell you what I wanted?
No.
How could I? I didn't know myself.
I was saving it for a surprise. Mr. Grimes, you're the janitor at the Belmore Apartments, no?
Janitor? No, I'm the superintendent.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I mean the superintendent. You got a tenant living there named Reed?
You mean Jack Reed? Oh, you bet. He's a swellest
Please,
guy.
Mr. Grimes, and not so close.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
Now, how about you letting me and Mr. Kelky here in Jack's apartment?
Oh, I couldn't do that, Mr. Milano. That wouldn't be right.
I give you $100.
What?
All you gotta do is loan me your pass key.
No.
200.
Well...
All I want is the key for just 1 hour.
Oh, what are you going to do in Mr. Reed's apartment?
Oh, nothing that will get you into trouble.
You said 300?
I said 2, but I'll let you chisel me.
Okay, Mr. Milano. You want to shake on it?
If you don't mind, let's just say it's a deal.
Huh?
Mr. Milano doesn't believe in shaking hands.
Oh, Jane.
You know what I mean. Give Mr. Kelk the key. Hey, Mr. Reed does all right for himself.
Tony, I don't approve of this whole idea.
There are a lot of things I don't approve of, Georgie, but I don't let them make me unhappy.
For Pete's sake,
That's
boss,
enough. See if there's anything in the desk.
All right.
Hey, will you take a look at this?
You got something?
Yes, indeedy. Jack obviously doesn't believe in banks. I bet there's close to 20 G's in his bundle.
Put that back.
Oh, I just
Put that back.
Okay.
Hey, what's this thing here?
Well, that's a rabbit's foot.
A rabbit's foot?
Yeah, it's supposed to bring you luck. But what's this charm attached to it? The Jack Reed from Gene. With this and me, you can't lose.
Who's a Gene?
Oh, it must be the gal whose picture's on the piano.
Hey, that's what I call a good-looking girl. Find out
who she is and where she lives.
Yeah. And put that rabbit's foot in your handkerchief.
What for?
I want it.
Now, look, Tony, this whole thing here, well, it doesn't cost $50.
Maybe. But it's worth $500,000 to me. Wrap it up, Georgie, or we take it home.
Tom?
Hello, Christy.
Why, if it isn't my old pal, Tony Milano. How have you been, you son of a gun? Put her there.
If you don't mind, Christy.
Oh, you and your germs.
You know Georgie Kerr.
Of course. How are you, Georgie?
Fine.
Sit down, gents.
You're not busy?
I'm never too busy for you, Tony, but you know how it is. When you're a politician, your time isn't your own. You're always out slaving for your constituents.
Slaving for Yeah.
What's the matter? Anybody giving you trouble?
Yeah.
Who? You just say the word
Jack Reed.
What?
I said Jack Reed. He opened up a place 2 blocks from mine.
Oh, well, I'll take care of that. Well, I'll shut him up so fast that...
Who do you think you're kidding?
Well, I don't understand.
Reed couldn't operate 5 minutes without you.
Are you insinuating that... Oh, now, cut it out, Tony. You know, if someone was to walk in now, they wouldn't realize you're kidding. I'll tell you what we'll do.
You ain't going to do anything, Christy. When I buy somebody, I expect him to work only for me. Know what I mean?
Oh, for Pete's sake, man. You don't realize what you're doing. I've got a wife and 2 kids.
They get by on your insurance.
Tony, please, you've got to listen to me.
You're breathing in my face, Christy. It's a very unsanitary...
Well, you've got to give me a break. I swear I'll straighten this whole thing out. I'll talk to Reed.
It took you long enough, Tony. What were you waiting for?
I just want to hear what he's got to say. Where's that rabbit's foot we got from Jack Reed's apartment?
Oh, here it is.
Put in his hand.
Okay.
Maybe it will bring Mr. Christie luck where he's gone.
You got that step all wrong, Marge. I'll show you. Hey, Rex, give me the Wang Wang Blues. I want to show Marge that break. Now watch, honey. That's it.
Hey, mister.
Go away, bud. I'm busy. Now watch, Marge.
Mister.
Are you still here? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Milano. I didn't recognize you.
That's all right. You got a girl singer in the show named Jean?
Jean Patterson?
Yeah, that's the one. She around?
Yeah. Would you like me to show you her dressing room?
I appreciate it.
Oh, that's okay, Tony.
What?
Oh, I mean Mr. Milano. Say, you wouldn't have a spot for a hoofer in one of your clubs,
No.
would you? I just thought I'd ask. No harm trying, you know.
This it?
Yeah. Hey, Gene, you decent?
What do you want?
You got company.
Just a second.
Hello.
Who are you?
Tony Milano.
Well, I'm glad to be of some service, Mr. Milano. Hey, Rex, wait a minute. I want to see you.
Well, you're going to invite me in?
Why should I?
Well, it's awfully drafty standing here. You know, that's how most people catch a cold.
What do you want, Mr. Milano?
Just to get acquainted. You see, I saw your picture somewhere, Jean.
Jean?
You can call me Tony.
Not really.
What's the matter, Jean? Don't you want to be my friend?
Well, it's a wonderful offer, Mr. Milano. But you see, I already got one.
Oh, you mean Jack Reed?
Who told you about me and Jack?
I got his spies.
Well, I don't know where they pick up their information, but apparently it's from a reliable source. So you see,
We can't be friends.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Milano, but if you care to leave your name and address...
You will let me know if there's an opening.
Well, I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you.
Oh, that's all right. When I see something I like, I'm a very, very patient man. Goodbye, Jean. Don't forget to give me a call.
Yes?
Hello, Jack.
What? Oh, no, it can't be.
Oh, but it is.
Well, how are you, Lieutenant?
Fine. Don't let me stop you playing.
Oh, I was just toying around. Hey, what brings you here?
Can't you guess?
I told that jerk chauffeur of mine not to park near the plug.
It's a little tougher rap than that, Jack. Ever see this rabbit's foot before?
May I?
I'm afraid not. But I'll be glad to read you the inscription on the charm. It says, to Jack Reed from Jean. With this and me...
Where'd you get that, Lieutenant?
Oh, then it is yours.
Not necessarily.
Come on, Jack. There's no use being cagey. I already checked it with the jeweler. He told me it was bought a couple of weeks ago by a girl named Jean Patterson.
Where'd you find it?
In the one place we shouldn't. You know Chuck Christie?
The boss of the Pelham district?
Yeah, only Mr. Christie just got himself a new territory.
I think we've had enough riddles for tonight.
He was murdered at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Well?
Well, right near the body, we found your trinket. Looks like losing that foot was the worst possible luck for you and that rabbit. Let's go, Jack. I got a car downstairs.
You are listening to the amazing Mr. Malone. Today, more than ever before, Americans must be made to realize that freedom and the rights of the common man are a precious heritage. History has proved that people start to lose their freedom the moment they think it's forever secure. That's why we must all work at keeping our American heritage of freedom, for freedom is everybody's job. As a good citizen, remember your American heritage and work to defend your individual liberties. Do this by taking a more actual part in the affairs of your community and in fulfilling at all times the duties of American citizenship. Now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
And that's where yours truly got into the act and without even seeing the script. But 6 hours after the arrest of Jack Reed for the murder of Chuck Christie, I was pounding the pillow at home. I was right in the midst of a horrible nightmare. An ape-like face was bending over mine, tickling my throat with a razor. And suddenly I made an interesting discovery. It was no dream.
Come on, Malone. Get up.
You're asking the impossible, comrade. If I ever moved now, I'd be minus a head.
And you know something?
I'd look better without it. You put that razor away.
Do I look weak-minded?
You don't expect me to answer that while you're caressing my throat.
Well, you shouldn't blame me, Malone.
I know. I got the skin you love to clutch.
Say, you're a regular vaudeville show, ain't you?
Yeah, ain't I? What's your name, friend?
Rube Gelder.
Rube Gelder?
Yeah. I work for Jack Reed. You know him?
I know him.
Well, early tonight, the police picked him up for the murder of Chuck Christie.
The politician?
Yeah. It's a lucky thing for that cop I wasn't around.
Otherwise?
Otherwise, I would have broken his back before I let him walk off with the boss.
What's this all got to do with me?
Well, I love that guy. When Jack says to me, Rube, go out and get a lawyer.
You decided to give me the business.
Yeah. They say you're the best mouthpiece in Chicago. Though it don't seem possible.
It isn't.
Well, we'll soon know. Now, I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to get dressed and go down to see Jack, and you're going to get him out.
Am I?
Well, you'd better.
Did it ever occur to you once I'm out of your sight, I might tell this story to the police?
And did it ever occur to you that it might occur to me to visit you some other night with this razor? Only next time I might not bother to wake you up?
I see what you mean.
Then what are you waiting for, Malone? Get going.
Now, of all the idiotic stunts, wait till I get my hands on Rube, so help him along.
No, don't upset him.
Well, I want you to know I never suggested that piece of business to him.
I'm sure you didn't.
What a schmo.
He seems awfully fond of you.
He's nuts. I don't know why I keep him around. I'm sorry you got in your hair, Malone.
That's all right.
Lieutenant!
What are you calling him for?
I thought you were ready to go.
Don't you want me for a lawyer?
Sure, but I figured...
Oh, forget it. No. Did you kill Christie?
Why should I?
But the police have a pretty convincing theory. They believe Christie was selling you protection for your club.
So?
So maybe Christie was told to close you up.
By whom?
Tony Milano.
Why couldn't Tony have killed Christie?
Well, he could have. Only there are a couple of things that argue against it. One, Tony had Christie in his hip pocket. You don't generally destroy what you control. But there's even a stronger argument than that.
What?
The rabbit foot they found near Christie's body.
Oh, that's a frame.
You generally carry it with you?
No, I don't believe in that stuff. Last I saw of it, it was in my desk.
Anybody else have a key to your apartment?
Nope.
Oh, that's just dandy. About this gal who gave you the rabbit's foot. What's her name?
Jean Patterson.
You think this Jean might...
No, I want her kept out of this, Malone.
You're asking the impossible,
She's
Jack.
got nothing to do with this.
Suppose you let me decide that for myself. Lieutenant! I want out.
Yes?
Hello, Jean.
Do I know you?
No, but that can be easily remedied. My name is Malone.
And you heard me singing one night and you decided I was the girl of your dreams.
No, not quite. You see, I'm a lawyer.
Well, when I want to sue somebody, Mr. Malone...
Oh, don't call me. I'll be tied up with Jack Reed.
Jack Reed?
Didn't you see this morning's papers?
No.
They're holding him for the murder of a politician named Christie.
Maybe you better come in.
Thanks.
Now, what's this all about?
Well, you see, this Christie...
I'm not interested in that. How am I involved?
Well, they found a rabbit's foot you gave Jack near the body.
You listen to me, Malone. I didn't even know Christie...
No one says you did, Jean. All I'm hoping to accomplish...
Don't tell me your plans. I'm not interested. Jack's got some nerve ringing me into this.
Well, in all fairness to him, lover, it wasn't Jack's idea.
Don't tell me it was yours.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Malone. This is just the kind of publicity I love.
You don't seem to realize your boyfriend's in a jam. He may go to the chair.
Well, I'm awful sorry for Jack. What about me?
What about you?
I got my career to think of, and if you'll excuse me, Mr. Malone, I'll give it some thought right now.
All right, take it easy. Yeah?
Is Mr. Milano in?
Oh, you're Gene Patterson, aren't you?
Would you mind telling Mr. Milano I'd like to see him?
He isn't here.
Well, when do you expect him?
Never. Now, if I were you, sister,
Who is it, Georgie?
It's nobody, boss. I'll
it's
be right...
me, Tony.
What?
It's Gene.
Hello, Miss Patterson.
It was Gene the last time.
Yeah, but you say then you don't want to be friends.
Can't I change my mind?
Should I throw her out, Tony?
You crazy? Jeannie, come on in.
Thanks. Say, this is quite a place.
Nicer than Jack Reed's?
Well, it's different. Who picked out this color scheme?
You don't like white?
Reminds me of a hospital.
It's very antiseptic.
Oh, yeah, of course, I forget.
Sit down, baby, sit down. Maybe you like a drink, eh?
Yeah, but there's something else I'd like first.
Well, you just name it.
A little privacy.
All right, Georgie, you heard the lady.
What's the matter with you, Tony?
Go on and beat it. Jeannie and I got a lot of things to discuss.
Are you crazy? How do you know she wasn't sent here by Malone? Go on, sister, blow.
You gonna let him talk to me like that, Tony?
Now listen, sister, I know all about...
Shut up! Now get out.
Okay, Tony. I'll see you around.
Don't bother.
Why, Mr. Milano, you're all right.
That dirty lowlife. Look. Look what he did to my knuckles.
Oh, you caught him. Maybe I can make it better.
No. We mustn't take a chance on infection. You sit there, baby. Tony be right back. And then we're going to have a nice long talk.
Hey, Saul, you see Georgie?
Oh, never mind.
Hello, Rube.
Where can we talk, Malone?
What's wrong with this?
Well, I did like you told me. I followed that Gene Patterson, and where do you suppose she went?
Where?
To see Tony Milano.
Tony Milano? You sure about that, Rube?
I swear on my mother's grave.
I wonder where they first met.
Well, it couldn't be so long ago. Jean's been going with Jack ever since she came into Chicago.
What happened?
Well, they got along swell. The boss was nuts about her.
I mean in Milano's apartment.
Oh, well, how should I know? I'm no peeping Tom. Oh, yeah, a couple of minutes after she walked in, Georgie Kelp came out.
Tony's boy?
Yeah, he was rubbing his jaw.
Sounds like they might have had trouble.
Well, what do you think, Malone?
You did all right, Rube. Let's hope I can do as well. Well, there it is, Lieutenant. What more can you want?
A little proof for
It's
one
as
thing.
obvious as a hole in your head. Tony framed Jack Reed.
Why?
Could be for a million reasons.
Oh, I love how you throw those figures around.
Well, it's true. Now, suppose Tony had a yen for Gene Patterson.
So he kills a politician he has in his pocket just to get rid of Reed.
All right, maybe that came later. Maybe Tony didn't have Christie in his pocket. We know Christie was selling them out.
How do we know that?
Well, Jack was still operating. He couldn't do it without Christie's help.
You're changing horses in midstream.
Yeah. Well, the more I think about it, I bet it's the real reason. Milano had an exclusive on Christie's services. When Christie double-crossed him, Tony put him away.
And what about that rabbit's foot?
I don't know where Milano got his hands on that, but if you work hard enough, you'll find the answer.
You're amazing, Mr. Malone.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you're making sense for a change.
And you believe my client was framed?
Yeah, the only thing that bothers me is how to prove it.
Well, Georgie Kelk must have been along with Tony at the time of the killing.
You don't think Georgie'd talk?
He might if you staged it right.
What do you mean?
Let Jack Reed go.
Are you stark raving?
It's our only chance. What do you think will happen when Tony finds out the police no longer suspect Jack Reed?
What?
I don't know either. Let's find out.
Come on in, darling. I'll be ready in just a minute.
Hello, Gene.
Jack.
What's the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
Oh, of course, darling. It's just... Well, it's such a surprise.
Oh, that Malone's quite a lawyer.
Then they know you didn't kill Christie.
That was my impression.
Well, who did?
What's the matter, Gene? You thinking of hedging again?
I don't get you, Jack.
I heard about you and Mr. Milano.
You what?
Mm-hmm. Rube filled me in on the gory details.
Oh, listen, Jack, you gotta believe me. I was only doing it for you.
Oh, baby.
Oh, I mean it. I thought I could trap Tony into making some admission.
I gotta hand it to you, Gene. That's a nice piece of ad-libbing.
Oh, darling, when I cross you.
You'd cross your own grandmother if you thought it'd do you any good. What are you going to do now, baby? It's only a question of time before they pick up your new meal ticket.
You think you're so smart. Well, Tony's twice the man you
Good
are.
for him.
You think he's going to take this laying down?
No, what's he going to do?
You just watch and see, Mr. Reed. You just watch and see.
Yeah.
Malone?
Uh-huh.
Brooks.
I never would have known. How we doing, Lieutenant?
Great.
What do you mean?
That plan of yours is working like a million. Letting Jack Reed go certainly started the ball rolling.
What did I tell you?
You certainly did.
I'll bet Tony Milano doesn't know where he's at.
Probably not.
What about Georgie Kelk? You hear from him?
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago.
I figured he'd be scared, silly. What did he have to say?
Not very much.
Why won't he talk?
For 2 reasons. 1, he ain't in the mood. 2, he's got a bullet through his head. I want to see you, Malone.
You are listening to the amazing Mr. Malone. Everybody knows about today's critical housing shortage and the various reasons for this shortage. But there are many people who do not think of one very important contributing factor: forest fires. Last year, forest fires burned enough trees of saw timber to build about 86,000 five-room homes. 9 out of every 10 forest fires are man-made. Most of these man-caused fires are due to plain carelessness. And that's why everyone, therefore, should follow these simple rules of forest fire prevention. Crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in 2 after using. And drown all campfires. Remember, you are a potential firebug, so be careful. Now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
20 minutes later, I was down at headquarters. When I walked into Lieutenant Brooks' office, the first one I noticed was my client, Jack Reed. He didn't say anything. He just shook his head sadly and motioned toward the desk. And then I saw Brooks. It's lucky I did, because he was sighting a revolver at me.
Well, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone.
I got a good mind.
You haven't got a good mind, and put down that gun.
If you had any brains, I swear I'd blow them up.
What happened?
You tell him, Jack.
Well, I went up to Georgie Kelk's place about 8:30 tonight.
Now, what did you do that for? I told you to stay away.
Yeah, I see now it was a mistake. Anyway, Georgie was certainly surprised. I think if I'd had 5 minutes more, I would have gotten the whole story.
Well?
Well, suddenly, the door opened. All I saw was an arm and a gun. I yelled to Georgie to get down, but I was a little late. There was a shot. A second later, someone tossed that rod into the room and almost brained me.
That the gun there?
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah, what about the...
Fingerprints? Area 1. It's as clean as a baby's thoughts.
Whose gun is it?
It's mine.
What?
Yeah, it's an old one I had in my apartment.
Well, how did it...
Well, how did my rabbit's foot get near Christie's body?
Here we go again.
Listen, Lieutenant, you looked into that angle?
Uh-huh.
What's the story?
The superintendent of the house, a boy named Grimes, has the only passkey.
You think this Grimes might have done business with Tony Milano?
We're checking that now.
Well, when you finish, give us a call. We'll be over at Tony's.
Tony, if I know Jack...
What are you worried about, Jeannie? I know Jack, too.
But you don't understand. Malone got him out.
He's a pretty good lawyer. Now you listen to me, Doc. You got nothing to worry about. Didn't Tony say he'd take care of you?
I know you will, darling. It's only that...
Yes?
Hello, Tony.
Malone. Jean and I was just talking about you.
Well, I appreciate that. You know Jack Reed, don't you?
Jack.
Sure. How are you, fella?
He's the boy, Malone.
I'm a water boy.
Where were you around 8:30 tonight?
Why?
That's the time Georgie Kelk was murdered.
Not a good old Georgie.
Yes, a good old Georgie. You got an alibi for that time?
Yeah. I was right here.
Uh-huh. And, of course, Jean's your witness.
That's right.
Oh, now, look, I don't want to be involved.
Sure, you got your career to
What's the
think of.
matter, doll? Don't you remember? We were sitting right there.
You're lying, Tony.
You sound like you can prove it, Jack.
I can't. He's the one who shot Kelk.
You're out of your mind.
You didn't see his face?
No, I didn't have to. You see that bandage he's got on his knuckles?
Where did you pick that up, Tony?
None of your business.
I'll tell you.
Shut up.
He hit Kelk when Kelk insulted me.
I didn't think that was possible. Go on, Jack. What about the bandage?
Well, when he tossed the gun into the room, I noticed
You're a liar.
I don't think so.
Whoa! Come in, Lieutenant. How did you make out?
Couldn't be better. The superintendent admits he sold Tony here the use of the passkey for $300. What do you say, Milano?
Nothing until I see a lawyer.
What's wrong with me?
You mean you take my case?
Well, it all depends. I think I could get you off for Georgie's murder.
Are you out of your mind, Malone?
Don't you think I can, Jack?
No.
Ah, you're just saying that because you killed him.
He what?
Let's have that again.
What for, Jack? You got it the first time. You killed Georgie Kelk.
I don't know how you do it, Malone.
Shall I tell you a secret, Lieutenant?
No, you don't either. All right, what's the real story?
Well, it all come down to Jack Reed's idea of poetic justice. He thought once we figured that Tony killed Christie and planted that rabbit's
We
foot...
figured Georgie Kelk's murder was the same routine all over again.
That's it.
What convinced you otherwise?
Jack's gun.
Why was that any different from the rabbit's foot?
Remember you told me there were no fingerprints on it?
Oh, there weren't.
Well, obviously, then, Georgie's killer had to be wearing gloves.
How do you arrive at that?
Jack claimed he chucked the rod into the room right after the shot, taking no time to wipe it off.
So?
So, later, Jackie said he knew Tony was the man because he spotted him by that bandage on his knuckles.
But if the murderer wore gloves, how could you see a bandage?
You couldn't.
Oh.
See how simple it is?
Well, being simple-minded yourself must help you a great deal.
Yes, it does. When you work up to that state, you'll find out.
Well, you know who I'm sorry for?
Yeah, Jean Patterson.
No, I wasn't thinking of her.
Well, I was. Ah, poor girl. She tried to play both ends against the middle.
Wound up with nothing.
I beg your pardon.
Where you going?
Well, I owe Jean something for putting away both her friends. Maybe I can further her career. Good night, Lieutenant. Ever hear the story of the blasé character who thought nothing could surprise him until he tried murder, and then he was shocked to death? I'll fill you in on all the details next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
Frank Lovejoy was starred as John J. Malone. Our program was written by Gene Wang with direction by Bill Rousseau. Music by Rex Corey. The Amazing Mr. Malone is produced by Bernard L. Schubert. And now this is Dresser Dahlstedt inviting you to tune in next week. The events and characters depicted in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to actual places or people, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
William Gargan stars as Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
Anti-noise ordinances are fine and dandy. Makes living a lot more serene. But how can you legislate against the really disturbing noises, folks? The noises in your head, that would be.
The National Broadcasting Company presents William Gargan in another transcribed drama of mystery and adventure with America's #1 detective, Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
Barry Craig speaking. The footwork a confidential cop puts in isn't always paid mileage. Some of it's for free in the public weal and welfare. Like a trip I took to the Tombs one day to see an inmate named Maxie Potter. I'd gotten a begging letter from Maxie. Could sweet charity move me to hurry to his side? End quote. Having a pint or so of the milk of human kindness in me, I complied. I found Maxie sitting on the edge of his cot. His eyes lit up like 100-watt bulbs when he saw me.
Barry Craig?
That's me.
Oh, you got a heart.
And you've got a nerve.
Just for asking you to come?
For confusing me with the Legal Aid Society.
What's wrong with helping people?
Starvation. I don't get paid. No cream in my farina.
I'll tell you what. I'll owe you your expenses.
The road to hunger is paved with bad debts.
Oh, shades of Mrs. O'Houlihan.
Mrs. O'Houlihan?
My teacher in continuation school. That saying you said, she used to say it.
But it made no impression on you.
No. What I went for was, it's blessed to receive.
And so you wrote to me.
And so you're here.
Now, what do you want?
For you to get me out.
I never engineer prison breaks.
Bail. Put up the bail.
How much?
$500.
Dollars?
Sure, dollars.
Well, I haven't got it.
Well, Uncle Real Estate, then. They'll take that for bail.
I've only got a cemetery plot.
See, now, wait. You're a citizen in good standing?
Opinions divided on that.
Well, Judge Ferganza, he'll let me out on what's the word I'm trying for?
Recognizance.
Yeah, on your... Well, will you?
You've sure got a cheek.
I got troubles. I share 'em. I'm not proud.
What's the charge against you?
Assault, 3rd degree, hardly nothing.
Who'd you hit?
Randy Lomax, the talent agent. You might have heard of him?
Everybody has.
He's been promoting my girl. Feeding her baloney about how he's going to make her a big star. I lost my head. I hit him.
What with?
A brick. But that's between us. In court, I'm denying it.
Maxie had an appeal for me. He was pure Damon Runyon. I arranged his freedom on my recognizance. When that was done, I bought him a hamburger and coffee.
Hey, reach me to relish once more, huh?
You've just about demolished the jar.
There's vitamins in relish. Besides, it's on the house.
Relish?
Man, you're sure a friend.
And you're such a leech.
Sadie, my girl, Sadie Sachs, we've been keeping company for 6 years. It's a long engagement, but Sadie likes long engagements. We had plans, the two of us. Raise rabbits and grapes soon as we got $2,000 saved.
$2,000 saved?
To buy a certain going business over in Jersey. Sadie and me, the two of us, we worked in the Blue City distillery.
In a distillery?
Bottle washers, both of us.
Oh.
I made 60, Sadie made 40. Anyhow, everything was hunky-dory.
Until Randy Lomax came along.
Yeah, one fine day, the rat. He saw Sadie in the fun house at Atlantic City. He followed her around to the Ferris wheel and the Wax Museum.
Couldn't let Sadie out of his sight.
She had $1 million legs. He kept writing that down, passing notes to her. All this behind my back.
Please continue.
You try and stop me. Then Sadie wrote out a telephone number and passed it to him.
Still behind your back?
Oh, I had a couple of beers. I was blind. Anyhow, they met next day, and Lomax sold Sadie a bill of goods. Would she be a model? And did she have theatrical ambition?
To which Sadie said, yay, brother.
Well, what girl ain't conceited? That's the story, anyhow. Sadie signed up with Lomax. He gave her a new name, Paula Paloma. From a dirty blonde, he made her jet black so he could pass her off as Spanish. What a name. Paula Paloma.
Which brings us to your fight with Lomax.
He told Sadie to give me the brush. I was wrong for her future. I was a slob, and she was now imported stuff. The rest I told you. I met Lomax, I beaned him, I got locked up.
I bailed you out.
Now you go see Lomax and get him to drop the charges. Here, now, wait a minute. Wait till I write something out. Okay. It's written. Here.
A note?
Read it. It's an IOU. I don't want you doing too much for nothing.
Talent agent Randy Lomax looked like his black Homburg had grown out of his skull. He was wearing it when I called on him. And what made that so remarkable? The guy was in his pajamas.
All right. I withdraw the assault charge against Maxie Potter on one condition.
Name it.
Maxie jumps off a high building.
You want him dead?
Dead. Or far, far away. Craig, tell you what.
What?
Maxie settles down in the Congo. Permanently. He signs a stipulation to the fact that it is permanent.
Otherwise?
I'll prosecute him to the limit.
Such seething hatred for Maxie. Why?
He's a pest, a menace, a loudmouth, a jerk, and lunatic.
You cost him a girl he was planning to marry.
That's Maxie's hallucination. You go ask Paula Paloma her point of view on Maxie.
Alias Paula Paloma. She's Sadie Sachs.
Look, forget the name Sadie Sachs.
Oh, the public.
We spent thousands advertising the name Paula Paloma.
Paula Paloma from Madrid, Spain.
That's her origin. Her mother was a royal countess. Her father was a fabulous
Her
industrialist.
boyfriend was Maxie Potter of Jersey City.
You deliberately trying to aggravate me.
I came here representing Maxie.
Maxie. Yeah. Let me show you the type of character you got for a client. I had a private detective draw me a diagram of Maxie. A report, Maxie's background, where he came from, why he gets in my hair. How come one man can be so crazy? Here. Cast an eye over this line on a 2-page report.
1949. The Inwood Home. 6 months.
Yeah, the Inwood Home is a sanitarium in Ohio. Maxie's punch drunk. Craig, on my advice, dump Maxie in the North River.
Besides crowning you with a milk bottle in an impetuous